Well, here we go. Thank you for bearing with us. Slight technical difficulties on our end. We think we're back up and streaming. Again, welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Marcus. The guy in the upper left holding that microphone is Michael Patak. Upper right, Nick Ferretic. Lower left, coming to you from London, England, Deanna. What's up, everybody? Let's go straight to Michael. What are we seeing out of the gates here in the markets?
My mic is messed up, and I will be logging off and logging back in.
What a start.
Here we go.
What a start. All right, he'll be back with us. All right, Nick,
everybody.
What are we seeing here out of the gates? I'm seeing 20,654 last trade in the NQ. What are we thinking for the day?
Yeah, we definitely came out of the kind of the Globex Open with a bit of a bid more or less to the market, which is what I was kind of expecting, especially given what happened Saturday. I'm just kind of without going into hey, let's dive into that right away. But my logic would be with what happened and what's going on, is the market going to start pricing in a Trump victory already, which in my opinion would be very bullish for these markets. So I was expecting to see kind of a bid, maybe not to this extent out of the gate, but here we are.
Yes, I think that's sounding logical. At least that's what the markets are pricing in. All right, D, let's go to you. D is back trading crude oil. D, what are we seeing over on crude?
Crude oil is currently stuck in a bit of a range on the daily chart. So we have some demands and supplies, so supports and resistances. We are opening below value from Friday, which might open up a possibility for some further downside. But again, with the whole Trump thing, I want to see how the market will react, because it might go... it could go either way, to be honest. So I want to get that initial balance out of the way, and just to see where the initiative activity appears, to which side, and then we'll take it from there. So no rush. It's Monday. We are having technical difficulties, so that's never a great way to start. But yeah, so slow and steady. Let's see what this day brings. I'm probably going to be using more market-generated information rather than long-term levels in light of the events from the weekend.
I like that. That is smart. Yeah, Nick, I think that's reasonable. I was thinking what happened Saturday. If the markets were open with what happened Saturday, say the markets happened on a Monday, and it was say Monday at noon, and how the markets would react versus how it happened on Saturday, with time to digest, time to think with the reopen. So I was just thinking about that. Obviously, that's not the case, but the markets would see a bunch different reaction. But here we are. Anyways, we'll talk about that later. I know MP probably want to touch on that a little bit, so we'll wait till he gets back on.
Yep.
There's some microphone issues, but we'll get back. Oh, we are on YouTube. There it is. I see us on YouTube.
Are we live?
We are. So that's good to see. Good job. Shout out to the guys in production. Yeah. Working hard. We might have tentative schedule change, but we'll go touch on that a little bit later here. Let's get back to the market. Start to see some sellers coming here in the S&P's last trade, 56.92. We just see a run up to 56.98, then turn around and sell off about 7 points.
Yeah, now we're starting to roll over here after kind of making a new high on the day in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. It was kind of an interesting close Friday, if you guys remember. It's a good reminder, I think, if you're in the YouTube chat and you're watching and you were trying to trade Power Hour on Friday, you got a good idea of how options can work both ways. You had some pretty aggressive sellers and put buyers towards the last 30 minutes of the day and just shoved us down the elevator shaft to kind of go into close. So when we're in the middle of summer and it's low volume, I mean, those guys can still very easily push us around and don't need very much time left in the session to do it.
And probably even easier because the liquidity is lower, so you take less size to move the market. So it's not unusual to see those kind of violent moves during the summer months. So something to keep in mind. Yeah.
That's one of the reasons historically I don't really trade Power Hour, is just I have no interest in trying to guess which side or how those guys are going to typically move the market, especially like Dee was saying, in a low liquidity summer, interns running the asylum kind of environment.
That's the beauty of trading. You can pick and choose your hours.
Yep.
It's gotta make that. You can pick and choose. You find what was most suitable for you and your strategies and your mental capacity, your mental capital for that matter. So that's the beauty of it. But yeah, here we are. Yeah. MP, you are back.
Yep.
You pulled the trigger. Have you pulled the trigger on a trade? I'm looking at Till's still 50-50. It is Monday. You guys remember last Monday, very, very slow. We were very, very patient. We kind of built into the week, and sure enough, by the end of the week, we were very profitable. So be patient. Look for your right setups. 1-2 trades maybe. But it is important to get that screen time in because you cannot replace that with anything else. So MP, what are we looking at here trading wise? We were talking, when Nick was talking, he was a little bit bullish out of the gates. We're kind of pricing in perhaps a Trump victory based on what's going on. We're not going to talk the politics. We're going to talk the economics of it. We're going to talk the economics of it.
Republican victory, Dre. Republican victory. That means their agenda is going to go.
He happens to be the nominee, so we don't have to dance around that. Yeah. He happens to be the nominee, so we don't have to dance around that. But we're going to talk the economics about it. And yeah, perhaps we're pricing that in. So we are a bit bullish coming out of the gate, or Nick is. It makes sense.
And we saw, I mean, even DJT just kind of bidding to, up 50% on the day. So the Truth Social one, whatever one is actually listed, I can't remember the specific name of it, but I saw that was up about 50% this morning.
Wow.
All right, 20,600 last trade. Remember that big sell? When did we have that big sell-off, Nick? Was that last Wednesday we had the big sell-off? Was it last?
It was Thursday.
Last Thursday.
Thursday. But what's funny is
when
if you kind of were watching like the single stock options activity as towards the close, you saw people getting very bullish towards the end of the day and kind of buying the dip. And so naturally, when I think PPI wasn't any red flags and was basically, you could argue, very much on projection or on, whatever the analysts were saying it was going to be, you saw the rip to the top side. I just didn't think it was going to happen as quickly as it did on Friday. So naturally I got chopped up, but that total kind of reflex bounce the next day made perfect sense.
Shout out to Nick for a tick. Stay convicted in those shorts. Finally got paid on those shorts on Thursday, Nick.
Yeah.
It basically out of the last few weeks of me trying to short and shorting all-time highs and getting a few scalp wins here and there, and then taking I would say some more of a stab wound rather than some paper cuts here and there. Finally paid back on Thursday and actually got me back probably to break even on all of those short attempts. So good for me.
Absolutely good for you. So we're back, rested,
and I'm waiting for air horns here. I would hope that we can make another all-time high run because we did hit them again on Friday in the S&P. So let's see if we can continue that bullish nature.
One air horn.
Yeah,
get the air horns ready. Yeah.
S&Ps air horn. We busted out the air horn for the S&Ps. Not so much for NASDAQ. All-time highs in the S&Ps. I'll pull it up very quickly here. We did make new all-time highs on Friday. All-time highs I have at 57.08 quarter. We are not far off. 57.08 quarter all-time highs in the S&Ps. Certainly make a run for that. But we'll see how this plays out. Crude selling off here. New lows in crude. Last trade 81.47. He says you can be very, very patient. Shout out to D. Adapting your schedule. Testing. Going back to the sim. Testing. Revamping your strategy. Back in crude. And being profitable. So good stuff. Adapting on the fly in real time.
Absolutely. So to add a bit of context into what we have going on today, so let me just change the
this little turnaround.
What? Well, yeah.
We were just trading. What 575s? No, 580s. 583, 585.
TFD.
And then right before that, we were trading 70s. Wow. Now it's trading 640s. Bananas. Okay, we're moving.
We got earnings out. We got BlackRock out. We got Goldman earnings coming out this morning already.
What levels do we have up here that we like? I know I'm looking at the daily levels.
Yeah.
Guys, pin them to the top of the chat. Then there is there is a 20,644 Friday's value point of control.
Hey, MP,
what else do we got?
MP, when you're in the pits, where'd you get your levels from?
JS Services. Every day.
JS Services.
Everybody had a piece of paper. They'd fold it up, put it in your front pocket just like this. And you look at it, and it'd say the level, and then it'd have a 2 asterisks or 3 asterisks or whatever.
What did that format look like? Can we replicate that for what we're doing here? Is there
no.
any way
Yes. I mean, it's exactly what we have right here.
Okay.
Exactly what we have right here.
69% long gold right now. 76% short YM, sellers in the house and crude. All right. Well, I did take a quick sneak peek. We did have some difficulties, so we were working in the background. A quick sneak peek at the calendar. Didn't get the full picture, so I'm going to go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, what do we have on the calendar today for ecos, economic numbers?
Well, we did have an early number here at 7:30, New York Empire State Manufacturing.
Yep.
Really nothing ahead here. In 10:30, we got a 3-month, 6-month bill auction. One of the biggest things here is our good friend, Fed Chairman Powell, will be speaking at 11:30 today. So eye on the prize there. Also, later on this afternoon, FOMC member Daly will be speaking. But honestly, that's about it. I will be watching the wire. A lot of news coming out here regarding Moody's and so forth.
Yeah.
But
hit us with that, Eddie. What's Moody saying?
Well, Moody's coming over the wire here saying the Federal Reserve could begin policy easing with a 25% basis point cut as early as the upcoming 31st July meeting. Okay. They also say that they expect Fed fund rate to be reduced by a cumulative 50 to 75 basis points in 2024 and another 125 basis points through 2025. So this is hitting the wire. Just want to share that with everybody. But that's what I've got so far. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Early is the July meeting. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that, see how that plays out. Yep, as you see pinned to the top of the chat, we do got the daily levels. Always got to make room for them on my screen. We got a bunch of levels here. MP. Let's trade.
So I'm looking at the value areas and stuff just to give us some context. Both NQ and ES are opening inside value from Friday. And that means we haven't really moved to any new areas overnight. So that typically means waiting for some better trade locations. And with that in mind, I do have a level for longs on ES that's around 56.55. That would be the average daily range low. And then we might want to look for some longs around there. Apart from that, because we're opening inside value, I would be sitting and waiting until some more information comes in. So similarly to some of the other things that I'm looking at. So it's very likely that we might have a news-driven day. So we've got to be a little bit mindful about that, because whenever you have these sort of unexpected events, they can bring really irrational moves into the market because they are sort of like black swan events, right? Nobody can predict them. This is why they're called black swan events. And it's why it's not the worst idea to sit and wait for better levels, better trade locations with more data, see what the initiative players want to do. Initiative activity means institutions, and usually they tend to appear after the initial balance has been extended. So I would like to see what they do. So yeah, pretty much similar to what I was saying about crude oil, except crude oil is opening with a slight gap to the downside and sort of screaming downwards. But that doesn't have to mean a big day. In fact, every time we have a very large initial balance, more often than not, it's going to lead to a range-bound day. So we could either have a very crazy day, or we could just be, back in sort of Monday mode where nothing really happens and we have a range-bound day.
My favorite.
Range-bound days?
Mine too.
No,
mine too.
Absolutely not. But it always seems to be on Monday. Like when we're on Mondays, it always just seems like at least
It always does.
the fast market hours of the day tend to just be extremely range-bound.
Everyone's either asleep or hungover or, all of the above. So
That's right. Warming up. Rev is warming up. Yes.
I'm sure everyone in Spain is very
hungover
this morning.
Right.
So that's why I wasn't surprised to see not much out of a kind of an algo drift up in the Euro session.
Why? What happened?
What? Yeah,
Michael, did you watch any soccer this weekend?
Spain won.
Michael, did you watch?
Last night I watched for 90 minutes. I watched Argentina and Colombia kick the ball around for 90 minutes.
About all they
No
did,
scores.
man. That was a tough
And then
watch.
after 90 minutes, I could handle 15 more of that. So
That was
I
a
wouldn't.
tough watch.
I turned and watched Office or something like that.
I don't
World
blame
War
you.
II.
That was a
documentary.
tough. That was a tough watch.
Who won? Who won that?
Argentina. It was a It was not as beautiful as the England-Spain games. England-Spain was very, very fun to watch.
It was.
There it
It
is.
was.
Richard
I
Harris.
was a little bit scared about what would have happened if England had won.
Oh, yeah.
We would have had some carnage. We would have had people at 9 a.m. still drunk. So,
The
yeah, I'm
zombies?
sort of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
Zombie
mean, it
apocalypse.
happens every time something monumental happens in England.
We,
Have crawling
we used to
people
call,
everywhere.
yeah, we used to say that in Chicago. Like Chicago, I mean, any big city you get, I mean, that's what, there's a huge pool of people that go out and get hammered. You'd see them walking around in groups, wearing their jerseys, they're just like side to side, stumbling, making jokes, and we call them zombies.
Zombies.
You're completely sober, driving to like, grab a sandwich, and you're looking on the sidewalk and see all these guys, and you're like, oh, the zombies are out.
The zombies are out. All right, 72% long right now. We got 75% short YM. Slow start, to be expected. That's okay. Yes, Michael, that was a tough life, but hey, happy to hear you gave it a shot for 90 minutes. We're making progress. We're making progress.
I was doing it for you. I was doing it for TopstepTV content, so I could have this 1 minute of me telling you I saw them kicking the ball around.
It was a tough watch, man. It was a tough watch, but hey, we survived, and here we are in the markets. Michael, we got to talk. We did the reversal challenge last Friday. We got to talk about that. See how we can grow this sucker. Yeah. That was a little bit of fun. You got to try it. I was tuning in.
I don't know if it's a great trading strategy, but as far as entertainment purposes, it was awesome.
Yes. Yeah.
Who won? I saw the first one. I didn't see the second one.
I won. I won somehow.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, Nick. TopstepTV won. It's the real winner.
I was going to say, I don't think anyone actually wins inside of just our
TopStep
viewers.
TV is the real winner. It was
really interesting to me. It was great. I think it was a great exercise in situational awareness as well. I kept saying that, and people are like,
yes.
"Oh yeah, why are you promoting bad trading habits?" It's like it's a bit of fun on Friday. Come on, like really.
Also, for like the first like 10 minutes of that, like nothing happened. I think you guys were stuck in like a 10-point NQ range. So it was like, oh, this might be a terrible idea.
I'm like, oh my god, we need some volatility. This doesn't. We're gonna be staring at pain, which I. But lo and behold, we did. All right, what do we got here? 75% short YM. Nothing really popped. YM well above 40,000, closer to 41,000. Well, I should have said that. Trading 40,000 for 50. It was a weird rotation day last Thursday. Something happened there, but
yeah, this market is funky.
Yeah, it is. No trades. Probably the best trade right now.
I'm down 500.
We are
already.
halfway through July.
You are.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean,
we got a little dabble here and there.
That's all right.
Friday ended up
1.5.
2,000. That was good. Up after going rogue, not rogue. Feeling like I was on tilt.
Here we go. John Jones with an amazing quote in the chat. Michael Patak is an American football athlete. Why would he deliberately watch soccer, all caps? Ooh. Interesting use of all the caps there.
Yes, good use of the caps.
That's such a weird way to use the caps. Anyways, thank you for tuning in, John Jones. We see you every day in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Let's get those ticks. But yes, Michael, you are an All-American.
Yes, All-American kid.
How do you feel about being an All-American boy? Oh, open news. We got to touch on a story that you had in the Omaha Mall back when you were a kid.
Oh, well, I'll talk about that one later.
Yeah. Didn't see that one coming
rejection.
Didn't see
first rejection, hardcore rejection by a woman was a 90210 Shannon Doherty.
You shot your shot. You shot. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
Shot.
Okay, we'll talk.
Shot my shot.
I didn't know that was the story. Yeah. Shoot. Gold finding a bit of a bid here. Wow, gold trade 24.23 half last trade. Hey, Deanna, is there more room to the upside in gold? Could we see $2,500 an ounce in gold?
We could. I mean, it is possible. There is a bit of a range on the daily chart. So, gold has been exceptionally bullish for like the last however many months. And now we seem to have settled in a bit of a range all the way from April, beginning of May.
Okay.
So that's the range that's been playing out. But can we go higher? Well, of course we can. I mean, gold is typically very good for geopolitical risks, and everybody uses it as a sort of protection from inflation, because that might be a reason for this bull run as well. But yeah, I mean, we could go higher. Is it going to happen today? Not sure, because we are opening inside value. We had some movement during the Euro session. That was nice. I actually caught some of that on one of my accounts. But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it could go. It's within the day's range to go up to 23.33. So that is the average daily range level, which would put us above the high that we currently have. So that's definitely a potential. How many times did we touch this range? Once, twice. So one of the things that I like to look at, this is kind of going back to the old supply and demand rules. Whenever you have resistance, supply, whatever you want to call it, I like to see how fast the market goes back to the level once it's already rejected it. So right now, this is effectively a third test. Well, a fourth test if you count this little guy here, which was on 11th of July. But if you look at the last sort of 12 hours or so looking at how it behaved in Asia, we went down from that supply, and then we quickly went back up. That's usually a sign of bulls being pretty strong.
Yeah.
So right now, I don't want to fight any sustained auctions. Having said that, we don't have any single prints left behind on the profile, so it's not the strongest auction. And we're also opening inside the value from yesterday, trying to get out of it, not doing a good job. So I would actually err on the side of playing the range until that breaks with some conviction. But yeah, I mean, it's been in an uptrend. Everything is up, and up if you look at the larger time frames.
Andre, my Bitcoin's up. I told you
What's
about
it trading?
Bitcoin.
What are we trading?
I don't know. I don't look at it as much as I look at Chewy.
Chewy.
Trying to hold on.
Can we get a
hold on
Chewy
to dear
update,
life
Michael?
with Chewy.
Michael, please
Chewy
give us a
got
Chewy
me.
update. Yes.
Oh, wow. I don't like looking at my Robinhood account.
Yeah, well.
Chewy.
Let's take a peek.
Old roaring kitty. Pretty much, Eddie.
Where's he been?
Pretty much. Or hold on, is that Eddie or is that who's that? Nick Furtek?
That was not me.
Chewy. It was
That's
Chewy.
That was what's this?
We're only down 3,400 now. The high water mark, I should say low water mark, was 6,400. We're doing good. Still in the hole since the moment I got filled.
Well, I mean, you made out like a bandit with that GameStop trade. You got away with one of that GameStop trade. So
I got away with that one too. Yeah,
it was good TV though.
Bitcoin I bought down in the 55,000 range. So see if that's the new floor. Well, I think with the Republicans coming in with this kind of feel of a landslide victory, thus far the feeling, you're going to see a lot. I think they're looking to extend the tax stuff that they all did.
What's the tax stuff they all did?
I don't know the detail. I know it's good. I know it's good for anybody who pays taxes because they pay less of it. I don't know the details of it.
Okay,
they're good for Republican parties. Typically good for business and lower regulations, and maybe all the fracking stuff starts to open. That's closed. I don't know. There's a lot to talk about here on if the certain party moves their agenda through, which in this case looks like it could be the Republican Party come November, moves their agenda through. What does that do to the markets? What does it do? What does it do to energies? What does it do to equities? What does it do? What could it do?
And these are important things that we need to know. We need to be
important things we
prepared.
need to know. Yeah.
Oh, I see a lot of people asking about the London session. Yeah, there was a mistake in the newsletter that went out. It said 3:30 p.m. Chicago time. It's 3:30 a.m.
It said p.m.?
Yeah. It said p.m. Yeah, which would be odd because that's right in the
Indeed,
middle
it would
of
be.
fast market.
Big distinction there. Big
And
distinction.
now we're trading London.
Come on.
Yeah. But yeah, we're starting the London session from tomorrow. No Eurex yet, guys. No Eurex yet, but we're working on it. MP, you can elaborate.
Which one? Elaborate on which
Eurex.
one.
Eurex. A lot of people are talking about DAX futures, FTSE futures, Eurex.
Here's what I've got, and I've said it multiple times. I go, guys, this is the feedback starting to become deafening, and they're like, yes, we can do it. It will take converting from dollars to euros. They talked about currency conversion.
It runs in euros.
And they said that will be a heavy lift. That's what I got thus far. We are talking to Eurex Exchange, and they have a whole data feed type stuff set up that we can start working with them on, which is very advantageous to everybody here, ourselves included, on getting that feed. So it's more about implementation, and then you guys just saw that the performance dashboard just got done. So it's a matter of priority. But Deanna, now I'm hearing more and more. Like I'm on Twitter, people will be like, don't even comment to whatever, and they'll say, "What are you getting, Eurex or DAX or whatever?"
Yeah.
So, no, I hear you. And it would be nice if it was Q3, Q4, but I would have to talk to the team, which I will this week, and I'll get more information, especially now that London sessions becoming a part of our TopstepTV schedule. I think that's really important that we have that, and then really important that people can trade it together with you, and the London Open.
Yeah, so there is another thing about London Open, like why am I doing it effectively 90 minutes into the London? Because the London Open is really not that exciting, guys. Like, London Open is not like the US Open. It's not nearly as crazy. And typically for the first 90 minutes, not a lot happens across the board, and especially not in the products that we already have. So it would be a little bit pointless for me to talk about trading setups and trading live when I never really trade before 90 minutes is up. And you see me doing something similar for the US market, but sometimes you can find pretty good trades at the open, especially if we have like a gap fill. But if you look at the stats on the gap fill for London, not that great. So a lot of the gaps stay as they are, especially for GC and CL, because that is an out of hours market, for those two products. And we're going to be focusing on, my main two products. We're going to be talking about equities, and we're going to have a look at some other charts. It's going to be educational. We're also going to be talking about creating a trading plan, avoiding the over trading and some psychology stuff as well. So I just felt that it would be more value if we can actually find some trades at the time of day when things really start kicking off and picking up during London, which is 90 minutes into it.
Yeah. Question here in the chat. Why is man in top right corner so silent? Not top right corner. Nick for a tick. They want to know why you're so silent. Are you being silent this morning?
Why is man so hungry?
That's what it said.
I was gonna say, are we going full caveman here?
That's
turn
what
your brain off and buy. No,
yes.
No, guys, I'm watching, looking for an entry here. I'm trying to potentially look at. We're at the top of the range so far for the day, so I'm kind of seeing if range rules apply for at least the early part of this session. Potentially looking for a short here, or maybe even a breakout if we start getting a move to the upside. Most of the Mag 7 is green or flat on the day, so breakout here is very possible, as much as potentially looking to short it.
Love it.
So hence why I'm quiet. I tend to be locked in.
Yes, that's precisely. I knew why. Hey, you're pushing up new highs on the day here. I saw some buyers coming in here last trade. NASDAQ 20,670. I just made. And S&P's following suit as well. Buyers did just really kind of step in here. Gold shooting tire, 2 new highs in gold.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Muldoon wants to know when we can get VIX futures. I mean, the VIX future play would be just to sell the vol anytime it gets bid up. So anytime we get any sort of volatility, just sell it until basically October.
Yes, VIX is not real.
It's not real. Just sell it. Sell it down to the single digits.
Hey, Eddie, if you're there, Eddie said that Powell's speaking at 11:30 Central. I'm seeing 11 a.m. Central. Can you confirm 11:30 or 11 a.m. Central? I'm seeing 11
Juice is saying, you know what, they changed it.
Did they change? Okay, it's fine. Fair enough. All good. Just want to make sure we clarify. We have plenty of time. All good.
Bad.
We got clarify.
What is Powell speaking about? I didn't even know he was speaking today. Is it actually relevant, or is it some symposium or college thing? Or something.
Oh.
I'm not sure. I'll look for that. Investing.com has got them at 11:30. I think we'll be watching. Eyes on the prize. Whether it's 11:30, whether it's 3 o'clock, we'll be watching and we'll make sure we get that out for everybody to know about. What are you talking about here? Look,
I don't see a topic
out here right now.
Yeah, don't see a topic, man.
It's the Economic Club of Washington, D.C.
Okay, then he might be talking on policy. He might be talking policy then.
Yeah, might just be like an interview kind of thing versus a speech.
All right, so I put my five lot on long in my Express account because that's what I do every morning. And who just reminded me? Where are you? You did it, and then I'm like, oh crap, I didn't do it. Did you put your long on in the every morning 5 lot?
Gotta be reminded.
So
love it.
Yeah, if I can find you, I'll give you props for it. But if it was you, just say it was you. MP, did you place your long today? Jay, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Jay. Yes, it's in. Now it's going to go in here. And we're just doing this as a daily test.
Thought exercise. Maybe this flips you. I hope this works and this flips you back into being a bull, Michael. I hope you start seeing these. I
mean, since I've been doing this, I'm up $6,600. And this started last Monday.
It's impossible.
Just every morning, just buy a 5 lot in the account and just see what happens and keep your DLL in there of a $3,000 DLL. So far, I'm up to 6.
I am.
MP, are you buying the opening print or are you just looking for a long off your first trade?
I should have bought right at the market on open and then the market on close order. Basically, buy it on the open, sell it on the close. And then if your DLL gets hit during the day, it gets hit during the day. That is not a strategy. It's a strategy that we're just like, hey, the market keeps going up. So why don't we because we've been talking about if we would have bought a 5 lot in January or something, and Jack knows this one, bought a 5 lot in January. I think the greatest heat we would have taken is like 15 grand.
Yeah.
30. I don't know. But it would have been up like 500 grand. I don't know. Jack or whomever is in the back that knows the answer to that one on a simple 5 lot starting in January. Or maybe it's that. Do you know it, Andre?
Yeah, it was what was it? It was like about $15,000 a heat to make. It was like 200 grand or something like that. Something ridiculous. Something
like that. Someone in one of the Discords posted. It might have been in TopSteps or somewhere else that I saw it, but it basically was like using a 150K account and I don't know how many lots exactly, but basically taking profit at 500 and locking yourself out for the day since June 1st has actually netted you like 50 grand. And that includes letting it ride to daily loss limits, or you're out at $500 every day and you're up about 50 grand since June 1st. Someone posted it. I don't know who the person is, so I apologize if I'm forgetting you and not giving you the credit you deserve. That was actually a very interesting analysis that you did. And I was kind of dumbfounded that why I don't do these things. But
I was gonna say you guys are saying all this, but I got some of my favorite bears in the house.
It's just so simple. Sometimes it's like, throw 1 lot and go for $500 or risk your full daily loss limit. And it seems like that's been a very profitable strategy.
These are two of my favorite bears of all trading right here. Man on top, man in upper right corner, and man on top. Both some of my favorite.
For the record, I have basically made a career out of this on, shorting rips and, scalping that 20 to 30 point exhaustive push higher. I've done very well doing that historically. It's just, it's basically netted me about, break even for the last few months. That's all.
It's tricky. Be very nimble.
Well, there's the 5 lot on. So I'm long right here from the 20,660 area. Okay. No, the open would have been much better if I would have done the opening call. So thank you, Jay, for telling me. But my ass should have been on it on the open because I'm going to put a note. You got to do things put notes on your monitors to remember things.
You're posting notes,
my
Michael.
age. At my age. What are my posting notes?
Very good.
At my age, I need alarm because post-it notes don't work anymore.
Can you guys stop it? You guys are not old. Would you guys just stop it, please?
Have you ever seen buy 5 lots every morning? It says underlined every morning.
Buy 5 lot now. I'm gonna start talking caveman. Hey, man in upper right corner. Him. Hey, man in upper right corner. Have you bought 5? Man in upper left corner. Have you bought 5?
I like that type of talk better than the guy last Friday. Y'all suck.
Oh, where's our guy? Y'all suck.
Yeah.
Guess what I bought? Guess what I bought? Literally an hour after that. Y'allsuck.com. So
Yeah.
guess what we're going to be doing with that?
Seriously, you
Oh,
all
I
suck.
I popped into Discord this morning because the team is going to be on there. Oh,
Oh,
Jesus
man.
Christ. It reminded me why I hate Discord. Like, immediately there was like, do you even trade? And I was like, oh, shut up. Like, I can't deal with this. Goodbye.
Can't get you frustrated. Deanna gets wrinkles. So you and I, we can't get frustrated.
You're not old.
No, I do Botox, so I definitely can't get frustrated.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
I don't frown. Yeah, there's no frowning here.
You don't frown. There you go. I like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
JP Morgan's new chief U.S. economist on TV talking.
The one that did, who was the guy
it was the
that
chief
finally
strategist.
capitulated and got fired or something?
Yeah, chief strategist. Yeah,
Was he JPM?
Yeah, so
or was
we
it
might go
BBA
down.
or-
yeah. I think it was JPM. I think
What was it?
Jamie
Like we
Dimon.
might go down.
Jamie Baiynd heard enough and said, "You know what? This just isn't working, man. I don't know."
Yeah,
Well,
we're
we
long
did,
over here. Okay, so we don't have any levels in the 6 handle except 94s and 44s. 44s value for point of control from Friday. Okay. 696 in the 20,696 is Friday's value area high. And we're trading 660.
660.
Mm-hmm.
660. Y'allsuck.com.
Yeah,
Y'all suck.
That's 640 to 6 to call it 620. It's like a longer time frame point of control. So I'm using that as for the NQ traders out there. I'm basically using that as my kind of bullish bearish pivot for the week of where I'm kind of leaning and looking for trades.
Mhm.
Above that, I really am looking for longs. Below
Okay.
that, I'm kind of looking to kind of sell the highs.
So
Now, I usually
say
do
that one
with-
more time.
with longer time frame points of control. So when I do market prep on Sunday, that's typically how I would establish kind of like I said, a pivot of where you're looking for certain things to happen. So below that, it's a longer time frame point of control. Obviously, you may kind of sell below that, and you would long above it, just like you would with any sort of volume profile type, analysis.
Hey, Nick, I want to ask you, what is your, just briefly, don't get too much, what does your Sunday prep look like, just in general, so we can pass along to some of the viewers?
Plotting basically MGI.
What's that?
So market generated information. So value area highs, value area lows, points of control. Interesting things that, kind of where price may have reversed in the previous week. So looking at aspects of a 4-hour chart, like where is the body of some of the 4-hour candles, where are the wicks, and then looking back, potentially looking at replays and seeing, hey, what happened when price reversed there? Was there a big iceberg order? And then marking that kind of area with a box or horizontal chart or horizontal line, things like that. And basically those areas become areas of interest for me of where I may be looking to engage. I don't know what that trade may be at that level, but I'm marking those type of levels the same way MP is talking about, and everyone, I think Andre does it too, but hey, what levels do we have in this area? It's that same type of principle. I don't exactly know what that trade may be if price gets to that area, but it's an area I'm looking to potentially take an entry at.
Thank you, Nick. Good stuff here. You're watching some of those talented traders we got here at Top Step. Man in upper right corner. Now he's second from top. And Pete, what do you long from? And
I'm not. The 660s on the 660 on the Express funded account that I have, and I'm just doing that. People are like, "Oh, I thought you guys were real traders trading real money." Yeah, I'm doing that one just for the what's and giggles of getting long every morning and just seeing what happens with that account.
Yeah. That's called data gathering. You don't
That's
do that
called
with
data
your
gathering.
lives.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm hoping this
Thank
turns
you.
him back into a bull. I'm hoping this turns him into a bull, folks. If
Told
this
you when I
doesn't,
become a
nothing
bull,
will. If this
I
doesn't,
told you when I
nothing
become a
will.
bull, fade me.
Or fade yourself. I think last week you did a fade yourself trade, if I'm not mistaken.
I bought that .com too. Fade MP and bought that one. I'm long .coms.
Did you? What about hashtag fade me, bro? Isn't that Dolby's?
Somebody got to that before us, and now we're not even gonna mention that word anymore. We're gonna let that. We're gonna buy that website from them for less than they bought the domain.
MP's portfolio of domain names is just never stops growing. How many do you own? How many domain names do you own?
Right when Colorado was the first state, I think, to legalize cannabis, I for some reason thought it was cool to be to buy ColoradoCigarettes.com, and because we always used to call them Colorado cigarettes in college. I wasn't always smoking in anywhere that was illegal, but they're called Colorado cigarettes. His buddies would be like, "Hey, you want a cigarette?" I didn't smoke, but they'd be like, "Oh, it's, tobacco or whatever, Colorado cigarette." And we always call that because it's Colorado. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, oh. And then now my buddy who owns a cannabis company has handful of different dispensaries plus a grow, all in Missouri. He's done this in California before. Nick does a hell of a job running cannabis companies. He works with a bunch of different brands. I'm like, hey, you want to take my Colorado cigarettes off my hands and create a line in there? He's like, I don't know about that. It's kind of long. I'm like, damn it.
He may or may not have stayed with me this weekend.
Did he? I had the whole idea. It was going to look like Marlboro. Instead of Marlboro, say Colorado.
All right. Pretty quiet right now.
That's one of many, Dre. That's one of many ideas. There's more.
I don't know. Next time when you got a chance, give us a count how many domain names you happen to own at this point. Well, I'd say 30, 20 or so, maybe more.
Oh, easily.
All right, D. I'm not seeing. We did see a bounce here, about a 40-cent bounce off the lows. Come on, Andre, get it together. 40-cent bounce off the lows here in crude. $81.47 low of the day. Current trade, $81.94. Is it feeling like range bound today? Anything that gets us moving here in?
So one thing, we have the initial bounce size of 92 ticks. That's pretty sizable. And the fact that we've just gone to half of that in one single 30-minute candle, it can mean a range-bound day. If we get an extension of the initial bounce, we might have a better idea. But for now, there's nothing to do here. Extensions of the initial bounce are high probability in crude oil. So getting involved in anything in any other time frame before that happens, it's not the best choice, because then you're just getting chopped up in what the market makers have done during the first hour of trading, which we refer to as the initial balance. So yeah, I'm just waiting for that smash on either side through to give me a little bit of context. I do have some of the levels around 82, 90, 83 area. And then to the downside, 81 area looks like it's interesting for longs. If we don't get there, then it's going to be a boring Monday. And there's nothing I can do about that.
What would you do if Deanna, if you could do something about it? What would you do if you could change? Well, how would you inject volatility in this market?
Momentum trades every day.
Yes,
just goes in one direction and keeps going.
Can you
Isn't that the dream of every trader?
We'd be so rich. We'd be so rich.
It'd be so easy.
Yes. All right, sounds good. Thank you, James. All good. Guys, just want a heads up. We're doing a bit of a bare bones telecast today, which we hope you guys enjoy. You're just going to have us four and the markets. Production's going to be trimmed back a little bit of a skeleton crew work in the background to get things fixed. But right now, it's just us and the markets. It's going to be real raw trading today. If anything pops in there, go ahead, Nick.
It's interesting you're seeing, the Rusty continuing to be bid up almost 2%, which I would not have guessed with the Dow being bid as well as the indices continuing to be bid, that we'd also see a bid in the Russell right now.
Interesting.
But could be, I don't know what you said, that report that we may be getting a rate cut this month.
So Moody's came out and said Moody's is talking rate cut.
So
Moody's
cuts.
Yeah,
I know Jack's talked about this too, but rate cuts would be good for unprofitable garbage companies that sit in the Russell.
Yes.
So hence why that could be getting a nice little bid there this morning.
Yeah, big time shout out to Jack
Somebody's
for
saying crude short market stop loss above 50-minute high. I would think that's probably a better entry in this sort of a market. But hey, you do you.
And P, how
We
you
should
sitting in
talk
that trade?
caveman. How you read that? Crude short market go higher.
Yeah.
why man in upper right, no talk.
Just do it today. The whole day, just talk caveman.
He was
Oh, what
he
are you guys
was
doing today?
looking at a trade that actually played out. I know MP took the trade.
Man in upper right, take man in upper right, make profit. Real quick, I've got a quick update for you guys. All right, we're monitoring reports that some traders are experiencing issues with Tradeovate. Yes, we know, we're aware. We're working on it with our partners to investigate, and we'll provide an update when it becomes available. We know we're working on it. You know, we always know. Working on it. We read it in the chat. So if you're in any positions and are unable to access your platform to manage it, please go to #GetFlat channel in our Discord. Open a ticket with Wendy and ask to get flat with your account number and position. We do know we're working on it. Go to the Discord channel. #Get-Flat.
Please put that statement into the chat. That's a lot to digest.
Yes, it is. Yes, we do know.
Guys, put that statement into the chat.
I need to get a new pillow, Michael. It's not my shoulder. We'll talk about that off air. My pillows stink.
What?
My shoulder's jacked from. I need new pillows. Anyway,
I've got the same issue, and I've got a really good pillow. My
Do
neck
you?
has been like horrible.
Will
Yeah,
you-
I don't know why.
Send it my
must
way.
be how I think.
please send it my way. Show me what you're working with.
The
Because
pillow game is, if you're still going to
Oh.
Target spending $3 on a pillow, you're an idiot.
I think
like-
I'm an idiot.
No,
then.
I
I'm
have
an
a
idiot.
Temper
Oh.
Cloud, which is like sort of a squishy memory foam thing, but it kind of is
So
supposed to keep the shape, and it does. But for some reason, my neck is just killing me.
Yes.
Just
I
getting
use a
random.
blanket. I don't use a pillow.
I need
I use a
something.
nice
Sorry.
soft blanket.
Purple pillow. It's 10 pounds. I need something. This is my shoulder is just jacked. Maybe some suggestions in the chat. But back to these markets.
My wife got four seasons. They sell their pillows, and they're phenomenal.
Oh.
They're
Okay.
phenomenal. Oh yeah.
Easy, John Jones. Easy, John Jones. Hey, we got 71% long in the NQ. You're the highs. When I tell Michael that, look, yep, 71% long.
NASDAQ.
Yes.
Average price of the NASDAQ longs right now, there's about 71% of them with an open position. Everybody here in Topstep with an open position that is in Trading Combine or Express Funded account. About 70% of y'all suck. No, of y'all have a long position from
Y'all
20,653. We own the .com now, and we're gonna trademark this. We're
What
gonna
was that?
shove it in your face. We're gonna put everybody's picture that's ever been on Topstep TV on air. We're gonna put it on that website. Anybody's ever communicated with Topstep, we're all y'all, because y'all is all of us. So I guess we all suck.
Yeah.
I just love how the chat is now Southern. Just
There's
throwing out y'alls.
y'all.
Which I mean,
Even
I
Nick's
mean,
fired
I
up
hear it
at
every
me.
day, and I say y'all because I've lived in Texas for so long. But it was funny when that is now the the voice of the chat.
Everyone says that now.
Congrats.
Everyone says that. I've even heard some English people saying y'all. And I'm like,
Wow.
y'all? Really? You're from
No.
South London. Like, wow.
All right. New highs in the NASDAQ. 20,681. Let's see what it did to the tilt. Tilt still long 70%, but as we meet new highs here. These are not all-time highs. We almost got to 21,000 NQ. I think we got like five ticks short, 6 ticks short of 21,000s. So let's see if we can get there by end of week. Nick will have the air horn ready to go when we do get there. But
We're only a good 12 points off it in the S&P right now. So
I know.
anything's
Yeah,
possible.
just looking
I
at
was at
that,
Costco on Friday, like screaming in the YouTube chat.
When
Air horns are coming when we were trading. I don't know, somewhere probably in this area, like in the 80s or 90s. I'm like, we're gonna hit a new all-time high today. I
I
guarantee
love
it.
you, man. You crack me up, man. It's true.
I was at Costco.
Yeah,
I was seeing
all Nick was doing
how
was-
bullish Costco was. I mean, that was just a clear sign on a Friday afternoon how busy Costco was.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's how you
so
do
the
it,
only
huh?
thing I saw Nick for a tick was when air horns
When
we go caveman now.
air
I just say when air horn.
caveman.
When air horn.
Mm.
All right. Well, initial balance is set. So let's see if we can get a breakout here or rotate back into the range. Give us a good idea if we're going to be range bound today.
Initial balance is set. We are pushing higher here, and Hugh will talk about what the initial balance is set. What does that mean? How is it set? What is it set? But we'll talk on that. We'll watch these markets here. Anyone have a position? I believe everyone's flat right now, and Michael is data gathering in a long account, long from 20,660, I'll say ish.
Oh, I'm up 30. I'm up $3,000 right now on that Express.
How about it?
No heat. No heat.
And yet, folks, he'll still short the market. I think we're going to change him here, folks. I think we're going to change him.
And then going to limit down 6% a day later.
Yep. Okay,
initial balance pop upside in ES now. So we've gone above the initial balance high.
Nice call. Would that make you more bullish on the day then, D, when you see that? The buyers
not when we open inside value. Not when we open inside value. If we open with a gap down, especially, yes, that would be my entry.
Got you.
So that's like the kind of a version of the opening range breakout, but you're using the initial balance breakout instead. Literally the same thing. Today, because we have the value high right above it, we're inside value. The likelihood when you don't have such crazy markets is that you're going to get a pop outside of value and then a fade, which at that point you might want to look at the like bookmap or ladder to see whether there's any iceberg order stepping in or something. It's actually a pretty good play. But because ES is ES, I'm not going to be doing that. So I would be more bullish if we can hold above both the initial balance high and the value area high as well. That would definitely make me more bullish.
Excellent stuff. Again, I've got all-time highs in. I've got all-time highs. Correct me if I have this wrong, but I've got all-time highs in the ES at 57.08 quarter. 57.08 quarter.
Yeah,
all-time highs.
I have the same thing.
Okay, so Nick, make sure you. Well, I'm pretty sure that air horn is not dusty.
Pew, pew, pew.
It was used, yeah.
Let me just. No, I don't want a premature test. I think we're good though.
No, make sure it's charged up. Ready to go if we need it here, but we'll keep an eye on that. 57.08 all-time high, 57.08 quarter all-time highs in the ES. I just see a headline.
At the charge
station. What's up, MP? What's going on?
Line at the charge station for air horns, for new high air horns.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's coming.
Shelling out. They're shelling out on everybody because they all of them suck.
Y'all suck.
But let's see, we're NQ kind of pierced above that, and now we're falling back in the initial balance high. So let's see if we get that failed upside auction and turn into a true range day. But we should hopefully get a decision here in a second.
Okay.
So there is a question here. What do I mean about value area? How is that calculated? The value area is just a fancy name for the previous session's distribution curve. So you know when the price starts distributing in a particular area, that's what the profile traders call the value area. So when we're inside of it on the next day, it means that the market is in balance. So whenever that happens, there's a slightly higher chance that you're going to have a range-bound day. When we start breaking out of that, there is a chance for a breakaway trade in the same momentum direction. But yeah, that's all it is. It's just like meta language or profile. So it's a little bit scary,
most people would use 70% of the day's volume would fall into that value area.
Yeah. 70% of previous day's business, basically.
Say that again. 70% of yesterday's. Can you say that one more time, please?
Yeah. So 70% of yesterday's business. That's what the value area is, but it turns out to be a distribution curve. That's what it is. 70% of where yesterday's price spent most of the time.
Gotcha. 57.0. We're pushing again. 57.08 quarter. All-time highs, ES. Buyers are coming in. Where's my man, Jay? Coach Jay, if you're in the house, let me know about...
Yeah, we have a level. We have one of the daily levels. It's a Hogue level. Friday value area high. Hogue back? Let's see if Hogue's back.
Tomorrow? He's been fishing, Michael. Catching walleye.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to see what he caught.
We'll be back. We'll get that house account fired up again.
Yeah, I feel like we don't do a ton in the house account on Mondays, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. think it should be interesting. Now we have the performance dashboard. We'll keep an eye. Anne Marie in here, short from 20,700. Short from 20,700 right here, right now. High of the day, 20,707.
I was looking at that too. Yeah.
700s?
I was just short 2 lots on that one, but then I'm like, I'm not getting short. The bull's starting to creep in, Andre.
I'm not going to get in your way. I'm just going to let it play out. I'm not going to get stuff in
Let
front
the
of
market get in my way.
Let the market do that for me.
I'll let the market do that for you.
All right, 57.02s. We are pushing higher here, folks. We are about 6 points away from new all-time highs. Buyer stepping in here. NASDAQ, 20,708 last trade. High of the day, 711. 711.
So, Andre, if you had to do the reverse challenge now, what would that do to your mind?
Like right here, right now?
Decision-making?
Yeah, that was wild. I'd buy it.
Wild.
Buy it. Yeah, buy it.
Just buy it and then let it run.
Let it run. Maybe book profits, buy it and sell it, then buy it back again just to book profits.
You did so well. You did so well. I
didn't see that coming.
Very entertained.
We all have to try it. I think that's what we should do as this grows. We'd love to get you on there, Nick, D, Michael, all get in there, try it and see what happens. But yeah, I think it's fun for everyone to try. I don't know what we exactly learn from it, but yeah, you can't marry a position.
Situational awareness. Situational awareness. Yeah, that's what you learn.
It's kind of like when you enter a trade knowing when you're wrong.
Exactly. You know what? That's exactly what it is. Not getting married to a position, admitting, yes, it does force you to change your biases and your thoughts very quickly on the fly in real time, for sure. Shout out to Dolby for that. That was a lot of fun. We're going to try to keep doing that on Friday afternoons for Power Hour. See where it goes from there. Bring in new guests. Compete against each other. Head-to-head battles. All right, we got new buyers coming in here. 20,716. Michael, that 5 lot you're long from, what is your unrealized P&L in that Express account? Because it's just been, you took zero heat on that trade, man.
Zero heat, Mike. No, just a balmy $5,100 up. Huh.
We're gonna turn him into a bull, folks. The market's gonna turn him into a bull once and for all. This is great television.
And that's not even buying it at the open, Dre. It's not even buying it at the open.
I know, it's like the highs when you bought it too. Like,
yeah, you did buy. You bought that break area that I was talking about.
Six.
The 60s.
660s. Yeah, that's your 660s. 660s, the 620s, he said. Talking about that area being in. It's starting to form up. Yep.
Hey, one more time with the trade evade issue. If you are in any positions and are unable to access your platform to manage it, please go to the hashtag get-flat channel in our Discord. Open a ticket with Wendy and ask to get flat with your account number and position. Again, we are aware. We are working on it, and we're going to make you whole. So please go to our Discord channel, hashtag get-flat. Open a ticket with Wendy and ask to get flat with your account number and position. We'll take care of you from there. All right, bit of a pullback. Call it pullback. Let's see if
Topstep Rules wants me to give a Mag 7 update. They're all green, and we're going higher. Tesla is leading charge for some reason.
All green and they're going higher.
But this is an interesting area coming up here. If we don't make a new all-time high in the S&P, this could be potentially a short here in the kind of the 715 area.
I'm short 10s right now. 3 lot.
Short 10.
You get stopped on the way. You get stopped on the way down. See if you can get short on the way up. That makes no sense, and I just rattled something off. But Anne Marie, I assume you're still short. I assume.
Get rejected right off 710, 715.
He's saying, my parents were watching a movie yesterday and the actress looked just like you. Or was it you? No, it was not me. I can assure you of that. Who was
what movie? What movie?
Yeah, what movie?
Actress? I didn't know you're an actress.
What type of pullbacks are we getting today? So far, 17 handles. This has been the bigger one.
That's my man, Jay. That's my man, My man, Coach Jay's specialty. Let us know. Let me know what these average pullbacks are looking like on a day like today. NQ and ES.
Oh, ES just 10 points from what I can see.
Okay.
NQ 52 points, 52 handles.
Is the average pullback, D, 52?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. How'd you generate that so quickly?
It's because I have a little thing. So you look at the pullback that we've had so far in the overnight session, and then you effectively do a measured move off of that. On my crosshair on this platform, if I drag it down, it actually displays the number of points or ticks, depends on what you're trading. So here it's saying 56 ticks effectively. So if you do a measured move from the breakout from that point, we've already shot over that in NQ.
Very nice, dude.
So
okay, cool.
One-time measured move is already done. But maybe Jay has a better way of doing that. Maybe he takes an average of all pullbacks. So we need to ask him because he's the measured move master.
Yeah, no, that was very good. We'll go with that 56 for right now. Last trade Nasdaq 20,700.
We have 731s as a Coach Paul. Put that on the daily levels. 731s, resistance 1. I'd like to know more information on that one. We're figuring out how to make these daily levels where we all can benefit from whatever information Topstep can gather, and we can gather before the morning. We can do it. So it's our way of saying, hey, we're going to bring something more, because we're always trying to bring something more. Whether if we have data access, we're smart folks that can provide us their research and data, then we're going to try to leverage this all and try to feed it back to each other to help us make better trade decisions. So that being said, the daily levels at the top of your screen, chat. Very you can start to see what we're putting together here. Now, they could be completely wrong and they could be completely right. You can do nothing with them. You can do something with them. But we're starting to put them out here and say, here's a level. Why do we deem this a level? Oh, because it's Friday's value point of control. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
So MP, we have resistance 1 at 731 half. 731 half resistance 1, R1 here in the NQ. Keep an eye on that level.
731 half.
Yes.
All right, so 731.
So I'll write that down. I use Post-it notes for levels. It's easier for me to see around the screen.
Me use cave wall.
Me use Post-it note. Me stick to monitor. Man in upper right, no trade. Man in upper right, quiet. Well, man in upper right, make trade. Man in upper right, make profit. We're just goofing with you. You guys goof on us, we'll goof on you back. It's fun around here. Speaking of that, clicks 108,000 subscribers. Wow, that moved quickly over the weekend. Good to see. Went from 107 to 108. Click subscribe. Jack is not currently with us. He's actually driving to the data center to rough him up a little bit. Say, hey, you guys are messing with our virtual computers over there. Let's fix this. No more of this nonsense. I think.
Yeah, that was
wondering when. Yes, he's gonna let him know. Let him know who the boss is. I want to know when our YouTube trophy is gonna show up.
That should
I think
be
they take
already.
A while.
I
think it takes a while. Yeah, everybody who I know with over 100K, they said it took weeks to arrive.
Oh, slacking. When that shows up, we'll make some content out of that for sure. Have a funny little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, MP, you're short from 7. You're short from 11.
10s, I'm back short from 9s. 10s with Ann.
This man loves trading. Man in upper left, take short trade.
If it firms up, we're running a little bit of trouble. 10s.
Take a look at tilt. Still 66% long NQ.
I don't.
And with that, I'm gonna crack open a Red Bull. Need a bit of excitement.
Whoa.
Love it.
I like it.
On a Monday. Wow. Things are getting frisky around here. I like it.
On a Monday.
Because Crew's not doing a heck of a lot right now. Gold still push. Gold bulls are in the house, and gold. Are
Gold
these
is
new?
pushing.
Gold is pushing.
No, not yet. We're close,
No,
though.
no.
We're very close. We're a few ticks away from all-time highs. I
Okay.
have a level at 24, 23, 22. If we pull back to that level, that would be my area for longs. But if we reach 24, 33, past the all-time high first, then I might want to look for some shorts there. I
So, say it again.
intentionally like to let go of the first move because I find it easier to find high probability trades after I have more data.
So you got 33s to the upside in gold and then 23s to the downside in gold, if I heard you correctly?
Yep.
Okay,
That's right.
awesome. Keep an eye on that. Currently trading 24, 28, so about $5 off that level of 24, 33 D's looking for. Okay, MP short from 10.
I'm short of one lot from 10 now. I don't need to have 3 on in these wicked markets.
I know Nick was looking for a potential failed upside auction as well.
Yeah, we're still hanging at the highs though, which I never love. I might jump into a short here and yes, but yeah, I'm in.
All right. Yes.
702s. 702, yes.
Nice entry. 702. You got 702s? Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
Good entry.
I want this to, I don't know, tight leash. I need NQ to fall back inside 700s.
Yeah. Take a look at Topstep daily levels. Let's take a look at the ES. 708. Friday's high. Yep. Nothing around here. We'll see how this plays out. Tilt still long. ES 60% long. NQ 58%. So some of the longs have shaved it. So we got shorts. We got MP short. We got Nick for a tick short. D watching her levels for 24, 33 upside in gold. 24, 23 to the downside.
You know what I like that they did on Topstep X? When you do your brackets, if you're in the money, it's green right here on the left. If you're out of the money, it's red right here. I thought that was kind of cool. Used to just, I don't even know what it was before.
Oh,
Didn't have
on the ladder or on the charts?
On the ladder.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one thing. We're talking about the reversal challenge. That's all I was looking at was that ladder, and I was going off of that, Michael. The red and the green. That's all I was going off of.
Yeah,
that helped
so
immensely. Topstep X was just
Don't
keeping up.
Don't give away that. Don't give away that.
The secret.
That strategy, Audrey.
What? I make trade. If trade in green, I like. If trade in red, I don't like.
Ooh.
And it worked.
It
We're
worked.
up like 1.3K by the end.
Yeah. It worked, D. But yes, I was.
I
having my
make
eyes
money
locked on
every
that,
time I long.
That unrealized. Oh. Real
Christopher
Caribbean.
Blanche says PNL display is missing on the stream.
Yes.
It's missing because we don't have all of our overlays. So it's a bit of a condensed overlay today. So bear with us while we sort that out.
Thank you very much for looking and asking.
Thanks,
where is the overlay? Our audience doesn't skip a beat around here, which we really
Much like hindsight cap, we're all green and we're all up big. I still love that poll. Are you red or green in the chat today? And it's always like 80-20.
We can do it right now.
Yeah, everyone's green. Yeah.
We can do it right now, Robert.
Let's do it right. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll right now. Are you? I say caveman. I want to say caveman poll.
No, we gotta do it. What are you on the day? Are you red? No. Are you red or green? We'll figure. Robert's got
That's
it.
way too eloquent for
It is too eloquent.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. But yes, are you up or down?
Somebody was in here saying you
Big
speak caveman
cave,
really
small
well.
cave.
Big cave, small cave. Man in upper right. Man in upper right, no talk. Man in upper right.
IB flat. Ooh, I like that one, Ben. IB flat. IB flat.
Me green, me happy.
I hit button. David.
Javan,
I hit buttons. I green.
All right.
Caveman. We're gonna
pushing
exhaust
Right,
this
a couple
caveman
of
thing.
trolls in Discord today. They're
Yeah.
all funded, and yet they don't have a funded role. So we were like, some people were like, "Well, where are you funded, man?" Oh, guess where he's funded, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
well,
yeah, it was quite an eye-opening reminder that I don't go into Discords for a reason.
thank you, Robert.
Are
All
you
right, you got the
green
poll
or
up.
red too?
There you go. A lot happened this weekend. While markets were closed. I'm sure you guys saw some of the news. Here we go. Still
Yeah.
pushing here. My goodness.
Yeah, I may cut this in a second.
Yeah. New highs. New high. Ugh.
Yeah, I got stopped
I
out
mean,
of the
once we
20s.
go
Yeah, I'm
over
out.
the high,
I'm out.
well,
I'll
once we
wait.
go over the high, it might be
Andre, those
some value
31s.
in that.
That's resistance 1, R1, 731 half. So we just get right there.
Well, I'm going to.
Yeah,
go
there's
to
a
my-
270 lot at 735 on NQ.
Say what price again, Nick? Sorry, 635.
735.
Oh, 735. Oh, there sure is. Boom. Nice catch. Go to your ladder. Get that level 2 data. I'm going right for it right now. Nice catch, Nick.
No, it costs too much money.
It makes you It makes you money.
Oh, come on, Andre. Disclaimer: no, it won't.
Well, it helps you make money.
Got to have for everything. You'll read in your book at the very last chapter for every profitable thing that you say he's going to do. Like you got to talk
Well,
about the
how about
losers.
this? Nick just pointed out that there's a 200 and where'd it go? As soon as I say that, they pull it.
They got pulled.
It got pulled. But if it was there, we'll see if it gets filled. Hey, all right. Final update. Tradeovate has confirmed a tech issue, which is now resolved. Please restart your platform to continue trading. Need further assistance? Please open a support ticket with Windy. Put it shortly. Restart, refresh your platform. The issue has been resolved. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Sarah Heckham in the background. It's our support team busting their hump, making sure you guys get the best experience possible. New hot. Look at this. All right, D, we're coming up to 24.33 here in gold. Bulls are in control in gold. Someone hit the buy button.
Yeah,
These guys,
some single prints left behind as well. So,
Okay.
see,
Nick Z, we are not shaming anybody. We're all trying our best. That's why, guys, this is a team thing. I'm down money. Not
Yeah.
shaming anybody. I'm
Shaming.
down money in
All we want-
January. Come on. Welcome to the club. Get a thicker
Oh,
skin. Let's play ball.
We're just joking around here. We want everyone to have a good experience, be profitable around here. We're the most supportive trading community out there. I can assure you that.
We created the funding industry to support other traders by backing the traders that are trading well. I mean, all this. But
Oh,
we're going to say fun stuff like me make jokes about other traders because it's funny.
And that's why the
don't
person that actually said that was laughing. There, you know what?
there you go.
We're from when we were talking like that. But no, Nick Z. Dude, we wish you guys nothing but the best. I see everyone be profitable.
100%.
Learn together, grow
100%.
together. Bulls are in control. Someone hit the buy button in gold. New high of the day, 24.34. 24.34. S&P's about 4 points away from air horn time.
40 points away from air horn time.
That means all-time highs. We got to start. Everyone 3 points away from air horn time. We will see if we can do it. Air horn time means new all-time highs. Yeah, Nixie, we really appreciate you tuning in. If you have any issues, questions, please let us know. We're here to help. We got you, man.
Tissues for some issues. I like it. That's one thing I did learn in trading. Deanna, you'd probably I'm short one from 27s right now because the 31s are on our level, and I want to be on a one guy in front of it. You got to have a thicker skin in this business anyway, right? And I'm not going to go on this whole hiatus about what they're saying here. I'm saying in general.
Yeah, Market's going to beat you
The
up.
market's going to beat you up.
Yeah.
Who cares what everybody else says? The markets are hard enough, and they wear on you no matter what. So what I always learned, even in the trading biz, you got to have a thick skin, man. They would steamroll you if you couldn't
In
handle
the music business as well.
Yeah, I'm sure.
In the music business too. Yeah.
I'd say in life.
But at the same time, I'm not going to sit and take like abuse from people who.
No, D will absolutely not.
I don't know. They don't know me. They see me, but I've been in the YouTube game long enough to have a bit of fun with those who go down that road.
D
And it's
isn't
never,
playing
All right, so-
no.
Here's a headline.
All right, so we're
CNBC.
on our highs. We are
Yep.
on our highs. We continue to stay on our highs.
Boy, gold is just shot out of a cannon. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
Here's those 31s. Here's those
31s R1.
This is it's all-time high.
Getting there. All time high. I got 50s. I got something around the 50s in gold. 54 maybe. You can double check that though, D. I'm
high day. Just keeps pushing high day.
all right. Also, air horn time here in ES. Air horn time means new all-time highs again. All-time highs in S&P's 57.08 quarter, 57.08 quarter. Last trade 57.06 quarter. So 2 points off all-time highs. Wit in the chat says, does it feel like we're up 1% in NQ? I know. Just slowly goes.
All right, so
There you go,
36
Chris.
traded out. The 36 traded out.
good.
We were talking about the 731s. Do we have any other levels?
I mean,
Nick, are you seeing anything? Deanna, are you
No,
seeing
just
anything?
41 previous day high.
Yeah. How about chat? Anybody here? Okay, Coach Jay, he's talking about the 2452s. Hold on, what? Gold. Sorry, gold.
Trader Aaron, my ego can't handle other people winning. I think you're joking there. I appreciate it. Hey, update the chat, update the poll. 1,100 votes. Are you green or red today? 65% are green. We'd like to see.
Wow, we got a lot of 40s. Wow, look at you guys. 747s, 41s, 49s, 45s, 46s, 45s, 41s. Okay, so you guys are like in the 40 area. A good handful of you were.
So if we take a hypothesis that ES is going to keep shooting higher,
Yep.
if we manage to pull back to 5700s, that would be a good area for a long for me, now that we have some market generated information there. It's basically around the IB high and value high.
Carl Hungus, I just
I
saw
saw that.
one of your
Saw that.
one of your gifs or memes or whatever they're called. Bravo.
Whatever they're called.
We'll share it later.
Yo.
Single prints all the way to 752. So here's thinking. This is thinking trading, and then the caveman trading in my Express account. Let's jump over there.
Yeah, let's take a peek at that caveman account.
Take a peek at the old caveman. We're sitting here
You're like-
knocking on it, and it's up
I think you're
$7,000 today.
I think you're gonna like what you see in that caveman account.
I think you're gonna like exactly what you see with my 7. I mean, like
Boy,
$7
gold.
grand.
Not yet. Air horn close. We're getting close. Hey, gold, man. Buyers are just 24.37 last trade.
Yeah, if we ignore this area, I do have the, excuse me, 2441 as average session range high is the final stopping
41s.
point. If that gets ignored, then just pullbacks and measured moves.
That is some expensive gold.
Tilt has been really long all day, Dre. And when I see tilt really long and the market cruises this direction, it's paying the longs. But those that stick and hang around for a long time, I don't know. What tilt has kind of shown me is that the markets can be pretty vicious if it does slow down, if it does run out of buyers, if it does. Something I'm watching. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. I'm just talking out loud. Me talk out loud, Andre.
hey, Nick, for a tick, what do you see on the options chain? Anything sticking out to you over there?
Nothing to start the day. My data wasn't loading earlier.
Okay.
Let's see. No, it's still screwed up.
Okay, all good. Yeah, Nick for a tick, always looking at that options chain, looking for general information from there. Just get a peek into what futures are doing. Futures could possibly do, I should say. Crude oil, very calm, stable for right now. Range bound, if you ask me. Dolby time, you confirm that. Looking at the 5 minute. I got an upper end right here. $81.88 up. There we go. More buyers in NQ. gold. Gold.
And
Dina said
here we go.
Yeah, 24.41. D 41 is your upside there. In
Yes,
gold?
24.41. Yeah.
Man, these prices are crazy. We got 150 lot up here at 735 in the Nasdaq. 151 lot sitting at 20,735 even. 735 even. 150.
I see that one. We have 41s. They're Friday's high, 20,741. We had a good handful of people all in the 40s. Nick, what were you talking about?
Yeah, we did.
That's what I was talking about.
We did it. All-time highs, folks. Off to the races in the S&P's all-time high 57.
This market, it's just insane.
Win air horn now.
Air horn now.
Oh, Nick, that was fantastic.
How far? NQ? Oh, NQ still got like 200 points. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, so amazing. So amazing. Wow.
All right. Well, that got me. What?
I mean, I don't. What's resistance? We blew through those 35s or whatever, 31s in NQ. Next level is upside. 41s. We've traded through those. 770s.
We traded through everything.
Everything.
Nothing. It's not. Yeah.
Just keep checking those levels off the box. Crude just chilling. Gold.
Now we'll have to play. It's a joke. We have to play it like roulette now. After all of them, oh, this level's gonna hold up because all the other ones dead. You know what? It's red. I'm gonna bet black.
Yep.
Black's got to come up. Black's got to come up.
I was actually talking to someone yesterday. That's their strategy. When you see red 5 times in a row, they bet black. I'm like, doesn't work that way. But I feel
I don't think it works that way.
Vegas doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But hey,
Vegas
who am
has
I?
it figured out.
Yep, I'll let you figure that out on your own. New all-time highs here, live on TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Once again, in about an hour, 58 minutes, we got Jerome Powell speaking to the Economic Club of DC. So it'd be very likely he does talk economic policy. Again, Moody's talking about rate cuts in the July 31st FOMC meeting. So they're kind of creeping back in. I think we have almost 100, I don't say 90 some odd % certainty of a rate cut in September. Yes.
I mean, analysts were even wrong. They were going to cut rates 6
Everybody.
times this year. What was it?
Who was right?
Yeah.
Who was right in this whole thing?
Yeah.
You know? I love analysts, Michael.
Oh, man. Andre made in 2011, we had Squawk radios. It's just a radio chat. He said somebody, he goes, the world needs analysts too, to somebody that was saying something, and they flipped out on him.
They didn't like that. Well, they're sitting there telling me, I don't know. They're hindsight capitalizing my trades.
Oh, they were the first. I think they were the founder of Hindsight Capital.
They were a long time ago. All right, new highs in gold. D. These, wow, I don't know who hit the buy button gold last 12 minutes or so. We see about a $10 rally in gold.
Risk events is what they do.
What is the risk event? Was it what happened on Saturday? What is the
It's
risk event? D?
yeah, it's the Trump thing. So obviously it's being perceived as some kind of a geopolitical risk that is warranting long gold. So
it is definitely that. Geopolitical cannot deny that. Buyers are stepping in. Again, all-time highs in gold, 24.52. About 14 bucks off of that. Eddie's gone.
Andre, hitting the wire here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Goldman Sachs has a comment here, maybe solidifying what Moody's is saying.
Really?
The Fed has a solid rationale for a July rate cut.
Okay, this is real,
So
guys.
we might be seeing a lot of these sort of moving over to this sooner than expected rate cut. But who's to say? Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, who's to say? Sounds like Goldman and Moody's are calling for it. Thank you for that, Eddie. That's good stuff. So that's what's kind of maybe creeping, pushing this higher.
Who's to say?
Air horn time. Yes, again. So we're going to keep the buy button. The buyers are in control today. And maybe it's fueled by President rate
This
cuts.
year. You should
Why?
just stay this year. Bar none.
Yeah, 2024. Okay. Incredible. On a Monday. So much for summer doldrums. This is markets are moving. That's what happens. Started off slow. Open started off slow. And once 9:30 hit, about a half hour ago, markets really started pushing higher. As you're seeing here. So patience. Initial balance was set, and then it was off to the races.
Speaking of patience. I'll be right back. I need to get a Celsius.
Wow.
Huh.
Deanna with a Red
Yeah.
Bull. MP going to bust out a
Oh.
Celsius. Nick for a
It's
tick.
Deanna, we're talking about Celsius sponsoring the show, so get that damn
Right.
Red Bull. Well, actually, nobody's
Now, hold
saying
on.
nobody's.
Oh,
Bro,
when you get me Celsius, I'll
Yes.
drink that. Until then,
Exactly.
That's what we'll do.
Dolby time. MP hooked on the juice. Hey, I'll drink that. Nick for a tick. Do you do energy drinks?
I don't. I'm pretty much a coffee and
Coffee.
other, random caffeine things, but no energy drinks. I've done them. Not the biggest fan.
They work on everyone differently.
I run on pure air horn at this point, so
Wow.
that's all the adrenaline I need. All the caffeine boost I need. We need more air horn.
You crack me up, man.
Well, if we're talking cavemen, I don't think they had air horns back in those days, but they did have the woolly mammoth, right?
Yeah. Yes.
They probably blew into some woolly mammoth tusk horn-esque thing.
They did, yeah.
All right, folks. Yeah, gold is screaming higher here, guys. We're up about $12 in the last 15 minutes or so. 24.40 last trade. NQ going higher. S&P just made new all-time highs, folks, here on Fast Markets. Crude
This
went up
fast
to,
market is sponsored by
crack it. Get the sound.
the cool flavor of Celsius. Get your
Flavor.
orange, mango, peach, green tea, all that stuff.
We got to work on your promo reads, Michael. If we're going to get
I
sponsored
know.
by that.
There's no chance. of finding out.
all of this. Yeah.
Just take it. And here we got
Yeah.
D.
Oh,
D, what,
just get all everything. Let's go to your local store.
D, and what D's enjoying
We
just original Red Bull? Or one of those other
It's
flavors?
Red Bull Zero. Red Bull
Zero.
Zero original, yeah.
Very
We
good.
don't have Celsius here. We have Monster. We
Yep.
have a whole bunch of other things. But
Okay,
we don't
so-
have Celsius in the UK.
So, Rip sent me this, and I'm saying this
Mhm.
because I never really read it, looked at it, or understood what was in it. I was like, I don't know, I don't like the flavor or whatever. But when you look at it, it's green tea and it has all this other everything, tons of vitamins in it, and then it's proven in 6 published university studies that it burns body fat, accelerates
Yeah.
the metabolism.
That's why I got big out here.
I need a few gallons of that.
Gallons of
Uh-huh.
gallons. Yes.
Ozempic and what is the other one? One that starts with an M. They're like,
Manjaro.
that's nothing. Manjaro. Just hit that in your stomach, and we got 40 pounds
Yeah,
taken
just
care
have
of. No problem.
Celsius instead. Yeah, have Celsius
Yeah.
instead.
I think that's how Celsius got off the ground. They were marketing it to women to lose weight. I think that's
I think but isn't that
Liv-
because of the high caffeine? How much caffeine it's got?
Yeah, it has that
What's
too.
Is that like
What's it got in
milligrams?
there?
I think it's
Because,
200
if you-
milligrams in those.
I don't want to get. Yeah, I don't want to get into
exactly.
that.
jet fuel.
Because when I did bodybuilding competitively, a lot of people use caffeine to lose body fat faster. That's why you have all those pre-workouts that have 180 milligrams of caffeine in them, and it does help. It does help, but some people get jittery. I know Andre doesn't like caffeine.
Can't.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't. I can have so much caffeine and nothing.
I can do a double espresso at 11 o'clock at night and fall asleep.
Wow. I know Anne-Marie likes
Wow.
I
a quad
used to be able to
espresso.
do that. Not so much recently. I tried to finish my caffeine consumption by about 7 p.m. and I still go to bed at 11. No problems whatsoever. So
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're on our highs.
We are on the highs. Everything's Dow's on its highs. NASDAQ on its
Right.
highs. ES on the
You see
highs.
it's
Gold
pulling
new
back a
highs.
bit.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, but it's pulling back a little bit.
It is. Crude finally.
It's also around their whole premise is around live fit, and the reason why I do like that because we don't want to have like, oh, this is sponsored by some other financial thing. We kind of want to have some like company that would sponsor. I mean, they have this green stuff all over there, like, hey, maybe it's good. I don't know. So this one has all this live fit and then all the vitamins and all this stuff. So I'm like, okay, maybe it doesn't taste as bad as I thought because it has all this other stuff. And I could eat a protein bar too. And I'm like, I'd rather have a brownie. But of course, brownie is a little bit different. But if it's a brownie flavored, it's going to. So long story short, we do come from the premise of our mission is to turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits.
Oh.
So if we could keep going into their personal life and say, hey, we're aligning ourselves with other companies that try to live fit or healthier and all that kind of stuff. So something we're talking about.
Yep.
We're on a highs.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Incredible. Look at those charts, folks. Look, it's my screen. Look at this chart. Look at this chart. I mean, there is just.
I've got a little feeler micro gold short, 3 micros short to see whether this average session high brings us a little bit of a pullback. And because it's such a strong upside move, I don't want to go in with a full mini just yet.
I like that. D, you've been adapting amazingly lately, changing strategies, shifting strategies, micros to minis, sim to fund it, sim to live trades. I hope you guys are paying attention. This is you're watching it in real time here. Putting out a feeler trade, not going all in with the mini, feeler trade with the micro here in gold. It's great to watch.
Yeah, it's just a feeler. I don't want to get smacked in the face if it just screams upside. So, I have to size down. And if the hypothesis is correct, I can always add to the trade, or I can just use it as a bit of a buffer. Now, we do have quite a bit of space to the downside now that this move has been so clean to the upside. So, you can grab quite a lot of cash on micros if you can capture the moves that I usually can capture, like 80 to 120 ticks.
Just look at that
chart. I'm playing these 70s right here on the level.
Why?
Why? That's the average daily range high, actually. Yeah. That's the ADR high, so that's a good level. I mean, if it's gonna,
I'm short 5 from here. Cool. If I don't, I hate it when it hangs out here.
James Sajor, no, Paul is speaking in about 47 minutes, we believe. Eddie will be all over that. Eddie, you've been sharp with it today, man. Eddie brings A game on a Monday. Even with technical difficulties, came out of the gate staggering a little bit. Here we are, off and running. As we're making new all-time highs. Nick for a tick, living off that air horn, adrenaline, nothing like that. Oh my gosh.
Just pure air horn.
Sure, air horn. Who needs coffee when you have air horn?
We need more air horn.
Look at that chart. That is a beautiful trending chart there, folks. Find the pullbacks.
You'd have to be a damn fool to short that.
You said it, man. Listen,
we have 2 red 5-minute candles. I mean, that's just crazy.
There you go. I'm a tick away from getting stopped out. Pull back. And there you go. I squeaked out a day last week. Last week was I made money last week. I'm just too damn biased to the short side. And then when I want to play fun games like the Express account with that 5 lot long, I'm like, I'll take a $9,000 day, whatever it is.
All right, D, I'm taking a look here at gold. We did hold back a bit. We're about $3 off the highs of the day. What price did you get short from again, D?
24.39.
Okay, very nice.
Let me drag over my platform here.
New highs in S&Ps. Let's take a look and see what's doing all the heavy lift. I know Nick jokingly said, but with a lot of truth, all Mag 7 green, all Mag 7 go higher, and I believe that is the case.
I mean, that was the trade.
Yeah, it was. I'm taking a look at Apple here. Oh my gosh. Last trade, Apple, $236. Jeez. Got more earnings coming out this week. We'll talk about that. Had some Goldman earnings this morning. What the other company was that came out? BlackRock earnings. How do you think those went? BlackRock. Obviously better than expected. Oh, cool. What's this? Oh, cool. You see here on that just popped up. There's new on my Topstep X chart here. I got the notification that Powell's speaking with the little lightning bolt on my chart here. Very, very cool. Got something on my chart up? Yeah. Cool. Look at that.
Nice.
That? Oh, cool. Fed Powell speak.
That's
Impact
pretty cool.
high. Very cool. Very, very cool. Like that stuff. Good job. Always bringing the heat here. Topstep X.
So no more excuses that you didn't know a release is coming out or that somebody's talking.
True.
It's right there.
God.
Boy.
It's actually really helpful, like all jokes aside,
really is.
to have it come up on the chart. Because sometimes people get really, lost in the heat of the moment and they don't check the releases. But if you have it right there on the chart, you're like, what's this line? So you're going to have a look at it.
Straight up. Straight up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, look at the 15 minutes straight up. Look at the 30 minutes. It's going to be even more straight up. Look at the hourly straight up. Look at the daily.
I mean, you're looking at it, man. I don't know. You guys are looking at it. Yeah.
I'm just looking at. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not,
Obla di obla da. Life goes on.
Life does. All right, D short from 39 in gold.
No, I got stopped out on that 5 lot. Yeah. I want to talk about some traders that are trading well that we're backing. All the ones that we're backing.
What do you got? Anyone in mind, or just in general?
No.
Yeah, definitely not me.
I just want to take my focus off of my trading and what I do.
I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing there.
This talent pool that we have that's actually great at trading. It's exciting to see. We talk about it a lot in the background too. And we have different Slack channels where we're talking about, hey, you see so-and-so, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, MP, what do those conversations sound like? Hey, you see so-and-so, keep an eye on them. They're trading well. Hey, so-and-so isn't trading. What do those conversations sound like? I assume it's like it's amongst the risk team. I'm sure you keep an eye on that one of the Slack channels.
Yeah, it's amongst the risk team. They're like, hey, they taking any payouts? They're like, no, not yet. I go, why don't you ping them and tell them to take a payout? Because we want you taking payouts. We don't want you recycled, going back. And we want you getting funded, staying funded, and taking consistent payouts. That's just the nature of the business that we created. And we want to see happening.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, there'll be conversations like that. Ask for their story. Well, it's not only me. There's other people in there. But it'll be like, hey, what's their story? Where are they from? Do they reset a lot? No, they don't. They're very blah, blah, blah. They trade small. They jump. I'm like, oh, really?
Okay, new highs here. 57.16. Air horn. 57.16 and 3/4 new all-time highs. S&Ps. And huge. Last trade 20,783. Crude did break into the $82 level, $82.11. Jabo, another prep firm bites the dust. Yeah, I think we can go into that.
Yeah, there's a funding engineer shutdown. Don't go to the FX world, guys. I talk about it all the time. Do whatever you want, actually, but I'll recommend anybody to stay away from that. I was actually golfing on Friday, and I came walking up. Swear to God, I came walking up, and this guy goes, yeah, if I do this, I get a funded account. And he's at the starter's desk. You know, all the guys that like get your cart and clubs and all that stuff at the starter desk or whatever. And I looked at him. His name was Pierce. And I'm like, Pierce, what the hell are you talking about? And he's like, getting funded. I'm like, I go like this to him. I go, what? I'm wearing a top. I go, you never Googled this? He's like, no. I go, we started the funding space. I go, who are you talking about? He's like, he named some companies like this Lambo kid. I'm like, don't go after those. I go, no, You guys are all, I got you guys all figured out. We'll take care of you, and we'll get you over at TopStep. We're going to help. And I go, what asset class is it? And he's like, what? I'm like, Forex or futures or what? He's like, Forex. I'm like, stay hella far away from that, please. And he's brand new. Wants to trade on the side while he's, working at the golf club. And, yeah, so I'm trying to steer him towards futures, him and like 3 other guys there, which they will. They all are because they don't have any other like kind of like comparable. But yeah, another FX company bites the dust. Yeah, Lambo Rowe, he's a scammer. Yeah, that's
Lambo Rowe. His name is Lambo.
I don't know the details of it, but
it's an incredible name. That's an incredible name.
All
All right, pushing high horse. Look at that chart. Look at that chart. Just
very well known. I don't know. Bad reputation is what I'm seeing because we talked about it a bit. But the glitz and the glam and the flash and all that kind of stuff, it gets people. It attracts your first. It's like a spinner. I always call it like a spinner if you're a fish that goes flying by. You're like, ooh, like any new shiny object. And
I think
usually
it attracts a certain type of people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it just depends who he's targeting. Some young individuals who maybe come from certain backgrounds, they might be impressed with things like that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But I like to think that TopStep caters to more mature traders who are a little bit further along in life, maybe, and they are not going to be blinded by a 20-year-old kid with a Lambo and a gold necklace. So,
yeah,
anybody that uses Lambo in their name, I would say take with a grain of salt.
Yeah, run
That's
away.
Very good advice. Very, very good advice. What a name, Lambo Raul, man.
Me no listen to Lambo.
Oh, also, yeah, if somebody's advertising some aspect of a product with a Lambo, congratulations, you yourself are the product they are advertising.
Yes, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Usually,
they are.
yeah.
Incredible.
No Lambo for me. Lambo Patak. Nope. I'm more of an American muscle car.
You're more of a Ferrari guy. No, you're American muscle. Gotcha.
If I did a sports car, I'd probably be a Porsche. I'm just not a sports car guy. My wife wouldn't even ride with me in one. She thinks they're just absolutely the D-bag of D-bag stuff. However you want to call it.
He's a muscle car guy. What's the name? Delanor? No, what's Eleanor from that movie?
Eleanor, yeah. I got one car. I got one.
One of
My
those.
wife has one too. I have a Rivian truck, and I can beat any Porsche Turbo 911 off the line. It's like 800 horsepower.
Nick, for a tick, you have a truck
Rivian
too, right?
Truck.
Yeah, I've got an F-150.
Yep. A couple truck
Not
guys.
a Raptor.
Couple truck guys in the house here.
Well,
See,
I live in
see-
London, so no trucks over here.
Say you see many pickup trucks on your side of the pot over there.
None.
A lot of Mini
Do you have
Coopers or whatever.
SUVs, though? Yeah, I've
you
got a
do?
Mini Cooper S. Yeah.
Those are
I
quick.
figured
those, are
you
a
for
lot
a
of
Mini
those
Cooper. Yeah.
those are quick little cars.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
They
fun.
are. This is the thing. They're very fun to drive. They're easy to park. They don't take a lot of space. And they're perfect for a town car,
Uh-huh.
I love it.
And my one has variable suspension, so you can drive it in eco, like a green mode,
Yes.
or a standard mini mode. And then it has a sports mode as well. So if you really want to just, I don't know, drive
D.
fast, I guess.
Have you ever got a speeding
Yes.
ticket before, D?
Once.
Where?
I was coming
Like
back
what?
from a gig. It was
150
somewhere
or
in
25?
Essex, which is just outside of London.
Sure.
And I was driving at about like sort of 60 miles an hour because it was a B road. It was like it wasn't like a major road.
Mhm.
And you can drive in like the village roads, you can drive up to 60 miles an hour. And then I went on the highway,
Uh-oh.
or the equivalent over here, we call them motorways. And I
Oh, yes.
didn't realize that they have like temporary speed limit to 50.
Okay.
So, and I was speeding. I wasn't just driving 60. I was probably driving like more like 75, 80 because it was 3
Nice.
a.m. I wanted to get home and I just went for it and it flashed at me and I went
They got you.
No, it got me. So yeah, that was many, many years ago. But yeah, that was my only speeding ticket. So
Love it.
yeah, in London now it's like 20 miles an hour. You can't even drive anymore.
Yeah.
Might as well get a bike and just get
The
around.
Yeah,
traffic.
they go Aspen. It's 15 miles an hour, and like when you're going 15, somebody's riding a bike is
Yeah.
passing you. It's hilarious.
Yep.
It's
Yes,
hilarious.
we have the same thing. We have the same thing. There's like
Yeah.
a cyclist kind of going. I'm like, why?
Okay, jump to my Express account because I'm now
Yep.
up $12,000
Nice.
just on the caveman get long. Thank you, Jay, for
So
letting
no
me
stop?
know to get long.
No, so no stop.
No, it's
Oh,
MOC.
Did you use the
MO.
stop?
Mark it on
took a-
open. Mark it on open every day. I'll buy it,
Oh,
and then I'll just
yeah.
let it. And then at 3:15, at 3:09,
Oh,
I think everything auto liquidates. And then we're just gonna see.
Nice.
We're gonna see how it goes. It's a case study. It's a data set of just information that's very interesting. There you are, Jay. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I probably would have been up if I would have followed my strategy here of buy it every morning on the open, but I was about 30 minutes late.
Mm.
Would have been
Got
better.
Euro close. Got Euro close coming here in 4 minutes.
I got stopped at the
well,
highs and
Yeah.
rolled over now.
Yeah. You got stopped out?
At the highs. Or I got
Yeah.
liquidated at the highs.
Ugh.
Yeah.
One
Nick,
of those
I'm down
days.
2,400 on my
that
perk.
short,
Yeah.
I'm out of that short gold. I only ate up like $30. Oh.
Okay.
Because I wasn't sure all the single prints and stuff. So it's too strong, and fading that sometimes is
What just
not
happened?
the best idea. So this is why I went in with micros. If it had started to roll over,
South Dakota.
I would have added to that, and I would have gone into another 1 mini to make the position at 1.3 overall size. But it's going up, so no adding, and we wait.
Where'd you get stopped out at, Nick? Don't tell me 97. Or 90.
No, it was like 94s.
Were you
That's
short?
close enough.
Yeah, I was trying. I've been trying
Alright.
to get into shorts and taking paper cuts the whole way up. So one of those that was should have just waited.
Well,
Oh, that's a shame.
are your bulls saying I can't get in these trendy markets? There's no pullbacks.
Yeah, that was me this morning. I wanted to get long and never got in, and then tried to go short as it continues to move higher. So it is what it is.
All right, so Anne Marie, you're in at 88.
Damn, they're selling.
I got stopped out at around the 76s. I'm down 2,400. I death by a 1,000 cuts as well, Nick, over here.
Yep.
Short.
I need to get better at, hey, if I do that and we're still trending up after the first stop out, it's just I gotta wait like for now. And then okay, now you should be taking your next trade versus already taking like 3 or 4 on the way up. And okay, now you have no skin in the game.
This is
Dang.
my live account. Somebody's asked, is this paper? The other one I was showing you guys is just the Express funded account where every morning I said I'd be getting long 5 lots after Jack did his whole stat and shared his stats on if you would have stayed long, you would only take this much heat. I'm like, well, I'm going to just do this every day and then jump over to my live account. I'm always on my live account, but clearly my Express funded account, long only, is doing
Long
incredibly
only
well. With a lot less thought.
Yep.
So after we have the euro close, I might try another short in gold if it stops freaking out.
24.41 half. Last trade.
Yeah, there's some orders at 42 and 42.3, 42.9. I'm just looking at the ladder. So there's a stack of orders there. If they disappear as we start to go up, then obviously I won't be doing a short. But as long as they stay, might try a short again. Because we're still at the average session range high level. So I had that first level of interest that we just shot through. And this is now that second level of interest, around 41. So I just need some evidence, right time of day, and some sellers to step in. And then if that doesn't come true, we stay out.
Man, S&Ps are seeing some heavy selling right now.
Yeah, I know.
Nasdaq.
Oh, I might be done for the day.
Yeah,
I'm definitely done for the
ADR
day.
high.
I just try to get in again, and I try to get on this pullback. Everything zigging and zagging.
Yep.
Nice trade, Ann. I know, Ann, you were short.
Mm. She's so good with the mean reversions.
Yeah. Okay, sellers aren't done. We're seeing about 70-point sell-off here in the last 6 minutes or so in NQ. 12.
No, we're back into Friday's range on well, I guess on both now.
21 handle, Dave. I hear you, man. I'm getting destroyed in all these markets for a few weeks now. Anyone else on an insanely bad streak?
Yeah, I think
How
I've
about
been
that? Is anybody
very
else
open
here?
about that, about a bad,
Yeah.
the bad few weeks here of just it's been tough slugging out here. Like it really has been a difficult market to trade. Part of that is the summer. Part of that is we're not getting pullbacks to buy. So it's either like we've done or what MP did in the XFA account, turn your brain off and buy has worked pretty much all summer.
Very
So
well.
and when it does
Yep.
that, it's a tough trade because it goes against, I guess, the natural reversion that you kind of want to do as most day traders, excuse me.
Yeah, because he goes, everything I like, it's like everything I ever knew went out the door. 21 handle, Dave. You are not alone, my friend. I mean, like, yep.
But it's like
So,
even
Is
today,
anyone
it's like you
else
got the
here on a
breakout,
insanely
you
bad
had- you had-
streak?
Yeah.
So he asked that one. So let's throw it on here. Is anybody on here on a 5 or more cold day streak? Just throw it out there, pull, because that does start to get tough. Then the markets are moving. Like last week, they moved, even though last Monday we're like, oh, it's going to be a summer trade, which was really quiet. And then we had, was it a 600-point move, Dre, that
flush.
Thursday or
Flush,
flush?
yeah.
Yeah.
And they were just great discount prices. They're just nice price. Yeah.
If it was easy, guys, everybody would be doing this. It is difficult, but we're understanding different market states. I think that helps.
Yeah.
We're all working together. That helps.
All right. See if the buyer's going to try to buy this dip. Here's your dip. All you bulls.
Yeah,
Can't get long,
this
can't
might
get
be
long.
one I would buy. I'm locked out at this point, but this is an area I'd be interested in potentially relonging, kind of the previous day high. So if we can hold above this, longs again to another new all-time high and some air horns.
It does these these exaggerated moves. I just got long when it was slowly pulling back and the floor fell out. Now it kind of firmed up. I don't know. It gets you gun shy.
Yeah.
All right, some more sellers coming in here. It's profit taking. Not seeing any news. Again, we got Powell speaking here in 27 minutes. Powell speaking in 27 minutes.
The 700 area, 710s to 700s. Try the long in theory, but like I said, I have no skin in the game, so I'm more just telling you guys what I'm seeing.
Sure.
But this does look heavy. Let's see what they do.
There's conviction. I'm seeing volume definitely spiked in the sell-off.
Yeah. Those are the ADR high levels.
Yeah, now this is where I wouldn't catch it yet. They are selling this. There's not that many people in the bid. Let's see if it goes back to initial balance high.
God, this is.
Yeah, that getting stopped in 790s, that hurts.
Damn, man. Did you get bottom ticked around the 19,000s too or something like 2 weeks ago, Nick?
Brutal.
Yeah, man.
That was a few weeks ago.
Yeah, this is what we signed up for.
It's just But when you do this every day, I mean, that's going to happen. And I've been trying to not like, it's just it's a DOL for me. It is what it is. You kind of move forward. I know my overtime percentages are going to work itself out. Those ones just hurt in hindsight because you see the move, what happened after the fact. At the end of the day, I'm still kind of running, I guess, my edge and my logic of like, hey, this is still a trade I would take, and that's a stop out that I live with every single day. It works out more than it doesn't. It just hurts when you take that stop out and then we flush 500 points in theory, and you only notice that the next, at the end of the day.
Here we go, Ricky Lawyer. Question of the day: why are y'all buying in the highs? That's my. Oh, my man.
Because I have tried to short the highs for the last 2 months, and my P&L shows why you should be buying the highs.
Ricky Lawyer, I'm going to show you this chart.
I will show you my equity curve for the last 2 months of shorting the highs.
Why are y'all buying in the highs? Oh, man. Michael, why are y'all buying in the highs?
We already bought the buy in the highs. It was like... the intraday trading side.
Y'all suck.
Y'all suck. Yeah.
Yeah, I already bought y'all suck, so I think that covers the gamut.
Yep. Oh, so good. So good. Why are y'all buying the highs? Oh, man.
Yeah, so buying the highs. I mean, we are intraday traders. We look for mispriced opportunities on tiny time frames for a lot of the time. So that sort of a point blank statement. It's like, no, that's not what we're doing. You're buying a breakout of the initial balance range in order for it to go higher because you're reading what's going on in the day. And in your eyes, whoever said that, oh, you're buying at the highs. Yeah, but it was the right,
That's so good. I love it. All right, guys. Well, I know it's been a bit of a bare bones production today. Thank you for bearing with us. It's just been us and the markets. And we're new all-time highs. Thanks for tuning in. We got still 4,500 people watching us today with a bit of a hiccup to start, but we did get back on our feet. Keep on. I think we're going to have a full telecast for you guys today after all. So how about that? With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man, Eddie. We can still do plugs. We still got some information for you. And I did just get a little bit of a
that diff would have worked.
We got some stuff coming for you Wednesday. We're very excited to show, but I can't talk about that right now. I'm going to Eddie. Eddie, what do we got?
Well, let's start it up here. Robert's Topstep X Performance Dashboard Tutorials. That's a mouthful. Coach Robert, he's been really busy recently, and he released a new 5-minute or less is what we're calling them, tutorials breaking down the new performance dashboard in Topstep X. And if you've got time here, I am posting the link in the chat for your viewing and listening pleasure. We're going to get that out here right away. And let's see here. That's going to do it. Let's see here right away. Also, we do have what I'm really excited about, and we've been talking about this for a very long time. The opening call in London. Guess who is going to be our wonderful host? We're excited to announce that, yes, Tiana will host our first ever, wait, let me put some reverb on that, first ever London session show. This is going to be tomorrow, July 16th at 3:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Awesome. And what we're going to do is it's going to be here on YouTube. We'll get that link ready for you coming up. Talk to Gabe. Gabe's going to get that link ready for everybody. But yes, the opening call London. Also, last night, Slow Markets was on Sunday nights in case you missed it. Coach Dakota is now streaming Slow Markets Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Central Time. That's to get you ready for the Monday session. And I think that's it. And yes, Andre, what you mentioned, I just saw that posted. Yeah. That is going to be exciting, but we can't say nothing about it yet. Nope. I like the tease, of course. But anyway, I'm going to get that link here for all. Check out Robert's tutorial on that the Dashboard X. This stuff is just so beneficial, so mind-boggling. This is awesome stuff. So here's the link, and back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, just took a sneak peek. We got something coming. Man, we're always just keep pushing new stuff coming your way. All right. Let's
dude, I'm getting crushed.
I know.
This is one of my I'm down $5,500. Trade like a caveman. No, not trading like a caveman. Caveman trading is on the other account. That's doing really well.
Put that thing down.
God.
What was the last trade? What's the
Away from the mouse.
I lost money getting long on that. I lost money getting short on that.
Okay. Might be time to lock it up.
Thanks, guys, for in the chat by telling me that I'm revenge trade. Yeah, hell yeah, I am, and I don't like it. It's a horrible feeling. It's a horrible feeling to be upset,
Happens to everyone,
down.
though. Yeah.
What's that?
At the end of the day, you had the right hypothesis, but you couldn't quite catch it, and it's like it's so annoying when that happens.
I'm
And
such
it's
in a
part of
spin
trading.
cycle. Yeah, I'm in a spin cycle anyway right now. I went to check out while all this is happening because I like to try to. I went to check out isuck.com. Domain's already taken. And they want $5,000 for it. So I swear to God.
I'll suck. I quit.
It's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
Let's check out what our what. Okay, we're up 7,000 on the Express. That pullback.
Yeah, it almost NQ almost went to initial balance high and bounced.
Our 5-lot 660s that we got in is right where the VWAP is too. Interesting.
D, let's talk about your London show. D, are you
Yes.
excited?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Your thoughts going into your London
Super
show?
excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to doing the London show. It's something that I've wanted to do for a while. And when you guys approached me with the idea to do it on TopstepTV, I was like, that's awesome. That's amazing. So as you guys know, I already have my own live streams that I've been doing for years. It would be nice to share what I do over there with all of you on Topstep. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. And we're going to make it educational as well. So it's not all just going to be me kind of going, yes, I'm in a trade. This, we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And hopefully we can bring Eurex at some point once we can get around the conversion so we can have all the nice movement products for London as well. And I saw more questions about the 90 minutes into London. It's because London Open is not that exciting on most days. I do most of my trading once initial balance is over and after we extend the initial balance. So I want to catch that in order to illustrate the ideas of what I'm going to be talking about. Like I said, GCCL, they do move in London. But you have to be a little bit careful how you approach it because on a lot of the days, they will have that out-of-hours behavior, incomplete setups, neutral day types, certain setups that are not something you see a lot for the New York session because it's so liquid. So I'm going to be talking about all of that. It's going to be super exciting. I can't wait.
Awesome.
I might be a little bit more disheveled than I normally am, but, bear with me.
Yeah, so if it's 3:30 a.m. Central, it is 9:30 a.m. your time?
It is 9:30. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I used to be a night owl, so mornings, even though I am awake, most of the time I just get my dogs ready for daycare and stuff. So it's a lot of chaos. But yeah, it's gonna be great.
Who here will be tuning in to the? Who here tunes into the? What is Dakota slow market start of the Asian session?
They do,
start
8 p.m. Central.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's when the Asian session starts, correct?
Mm-hmm.
My brain ain't working right now. I'm very caveman.
So I know you're flustered. Don't worry, hang in there, man. We got the 8 minutes.
I was just short, and look where it's at right now, and stopped out on all that.
Yep, Nick. I see the frustration. I can feel it.
I'm just frustrated. Tough day for me.
Damn,
yep,
I know.
Nick, I feel for you. Misery loves company in this business. You and I picturing us right now having a beer at the bar, cheersing, talking about how awesome life is. But in reality, it's nothing like that.
Life is still awesome. Life is still awesome.
I was joking with Richard Harris last week. I was like, we're crying in the corner. When you have a day like today, and I said, I prefer to cry in the Bentley, and he was like, oh, I like to cry next to the Bentley behind the supermarket. He was being so funny.
This is the gig we signed up. Now
Wow.
it's getting choppy. Now it's getting really choppy.
I was.
We're just rolling over.
It just that pop. Okay, I'll take it. You beat me today, big time.
The markets beat me by a stop out and then make a high 3 points later, and done for the day instead of being able to re-enter. That's why it's like I exercise in patience. Like I usually am very patient, but sometimes when I miss my first trade, I have a tendency to want to get back in quickly, and that has been a problem for me in this, whatever you want to call this last 2 months of just making new all-time highs. I've been punished for trading like that rather than being patient and waiting for, it could be 2 hours later, but the next entry.
I don't care how long I've been trading. Like this stuff gives me an upset stomach. It just gives me I'm inside you're fuming because you're like getting stopped out where you just did. I got stopped out 5 handles or 5 points away from this last move. That's now 60 points in the money. Now, would I have held that? I don't know. That's like a whole different story. But the point of the story is I got stopped out at like 37s. I think the high of that move was like 45. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's do a quick recap here. We're starting to see the market roll over a little bit. NASDAQ pushing lower here. High today, 797. Last trade, 673. We got VWAP at 657. 657. So we're about 12 points, 15 points off of VWAP here to the downside. S&P's made new all-time highs. Go ahead.
Go really quickly. You know how we were talking about the caveman trading? Even if you were caveman trading with a 5-lot long, you had $13,000 in the money. You're $200, or let's say $1,000 into the money right now on this pullback. Money or risk management is so damn key. Yeah. We're about scratched on that.
Oh my goodness,
on that trade.
It just holy moly. Yeah.
Remember we were saying all those longs have been long all day, and when it does that, it does this vicious move too. I mean,
Wow.
I'm playing hindsight capital on that one, but like.
Still, what is this?
We were talking about all that when I was just like doing this, can it go any higher stuff, and it kept going. But all right, go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
No, I just realized that we were long from 660 in that trade, and here we are.
Here we are.
Man,
trading's tough, even with this strategy. Well, this one's still thus far in the week that we've been doing is up money, but yeah, risk management, account management.
So trailing stop, yeah. I mean, trailing stop, man. Even when you're right, it's still tricky. Yeah. Okay, so let's get. Damn, I didn't realize. All right, so let's get back to.
We're still watching that MFC market on close.
Hold on.
It really quickly, James. You said smaller position, larger stops. It's still. I mean, markets are doing these really big, exaggerated moves. 50, 60 handle.
Yeah, especially in the NQ. It's very difficult.
Yeah. Drede, back to you.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm switching between accounts here. My bad. Okay, yeah. View. Man, I cannot believe we sold off like that in the NQ. S&P selling off here. We did make new all-time highs in the S&P's all-time high, 57.18 3/4 last trade, 57.06. I was looking at VWAP in NQ. VWAP at 20,657. 657 last trade, 696. I thought we were going to make a push. Why I'm making new all-time highs. We're going to have Peter Tuchman on here for power players. We're going to talk about new all-time highs in the Dow, new all-time highs in the ES. We'll see how that goes with him. Crude oil been rather tame today. Last trade, $82.10. Yeah, gold. Trade around 24.
Short gold again, by the way.
Oh, okay, D. What are you short from?
Around the same price. So I've got what is this, 2438.8. So a couple ticks out from where I was before.
We do have some.
This is now the Euro close play, so we'll see how far.
Oh,
this
I love this play. Talk about that play really quick. How you talk about? I forgot about it. So after the European bell close, go ahead. What happens? What do you think?
Yeah, so you typically have people closing positions. It's kind of similar to what can probabilistically happen at the end of the electronic session on ES and NQ. So people are either closing positions or sometimes even opening new ones. But for the euro close, very frequently as you go into the lunchtime, you have a volume dry out, people start closing positions, and you can get these really nice reversals. I prefer to do them from areas that make more sense. Like, for example, here we have the average session range high that we've been sort of hanging around for the last, what is this 5-minute chart? So about 45 minutes. We haven't actually made much headway to any new levels. So this is why I'm doing it. It's a high probability level. It's the right time of day. And I'm not looking to get a massive trade out of it. I am watching it actively. So if it doesn't start to drop anytime soon, I'm probably going to give it about 15, 20 minutes. And if I'm not in profit, I'll be out. But it's basically a reversal after the euro close. Or sometimes on crude oil, you can see the reversal into the euro close as well.
Awesome stuff. So what in the chat says, going to binge watch all of Dee's videos today. Her channel has so much value. I recommend.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Yep. Start of the London session show. We're going to have to get a name for that. Let's start coming up with a name for it. But yeah, very excited for that.
I was kind of
we should come up with a name for it.
Well, look, I want to get Dee's. I want to get Dee's input first. I mean,
yeah,
Dee
what do you think?
I mean, every time they're like London session, I keep thinking about that old show, Hello, Hello. It's like London Calling. The one with the like the Resistance and stuff, and Good Morning and all of that. That's what pops into my head every time somebody says London session.
What about tea time? What about tea time?
Tea time.
Tea time's in the afternoon, though, right?
Well, it is. Okay, yeah, tea time is.
I don't know.
We're
what are some fun things?
Well, yeah. Let's spitball this. Yeah, I mean, if somebody has, I would take, suggestions from the chat as well. What?
Yeah, okay. So well, guys, it's a session. So like slow markets, it's called slow markets. It's with Dakota, but Dakota may be out, and it's got to be called like fast markets. Isn't the names? It's just like who's. So the session.
Dakota. It's a segment
London Calling.
Name. Yeah,
Dakota,
London Calling. Yeah, that would be funny. Yeah.
Morning tea with D. That was Dakota. Bad. All right, here we got. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. It's tomorrow, right? D, tomorrow morning.
Yes, it's tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, 3:30 a.m. Central, 4:30 a.m. Central Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. London time.
I'm just reading the chat. Come on.
I know, man. I did too. It's just why do we do this? This is just Queen's Corner.
Hold the chat.
Yeah, Queen's Corner. I like that. DT's off. I like that. Okay. We're getting there. Chicks, stop. All right. Anyways. I'm looking at D's face. I'm just looking at D's face to see how she. I'm not even looking at the chat anymore. I'm just watching D to see how she responds to this stuff. All right, we got 4 more minutes. Hey, we still have some hashtag Fast Markets content. I know we didn't even plug hashtag Fast Markets. Didn't even have it up on the screen today. Well, hey, you guys came through strong.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
D,
don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Locker room talk.
My goodness, this is just all right. Come on, take it easy. Let's
nice things.
Yep, that's why we can't have nice things, you guys. All right, D. All right, James. James, we're coming to you for hashtag Fast Markets. I know we talked about it. Heavy D. I like.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's do hashtag Fast Markets. We're trying to make a more concerted effort to end these segments on time and start the new segment more on time. So here we are doing it. Let's go, James.
Let's run through these real quick. First, we have Joshua with his TopstepTV setup. It's kind of hard to see, but he's projecting it onto his wall.
Whoa.
And there's one of our youngest TopstepTV viewers down watching it with him.
It's our new youngest funded trader right there, MP. Look at that.
Oh, heck
That's
yeah.
Our new youngest funded trader ever. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Just soaking it up.
We also got Neil making some money in his fast market account.
Teach your kid to say y'all suck.
The parents are going to love that.
Yeah.
The parents will love that. Where do you learn
Neil's
that?
Bringing in $322 on his XFA based off the 5-minute opening range trade.
Yes.
We also got... Not sure what's happening right now. I wonder if Island Mike is driving.
Wow. Look at MP.
Where is this person?
You're not a sports car guy. It looks like you're cruising on the water right there somehow.
No idea where this was taken, but
They do make those jet ski type things like that. I've seen them.
Yep.
Only in Dubai though, but it's kind of ironic.
Oh, here we go.
Powell testing his button for tomorrow. Top step market. The
The
joke here is that was our first stream. That's what it looked like.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. All right, we got Powell starting here in 5 minutes, so let's we'll get through these
We
here.
got one last one, and then we'll be done. This
Oh,
is from
yeah.
Carl Hungus.
Oh wow.
I love even Unfrozen Caveman can like me and understand them. I like that. Brought to you by Carl Hungus, bringing you the heat. The heat.
I mean,
There you have it.
I'm letting it grow, but I guess that's a
I'm letting it
herb
really,
that I incorporate.
All right, guys. We're gonna wrap up fast markets right now. Markets are selling off. It's been a hell of a tricky trade, guys. You're watching it real time, raw trading here. Like not every day is a winner. Like these markets are tough. Nick for a tick. Thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna see more of you later this week. D cannot be more excited for you, more proud of you for having D and Crumpets, morning tea with D. We're gonna figure it out. 3:30 a.m. 3:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, Central Time. 4:30 a.m. New York time. 9:30 a.m. London time. Everyone tune in for that. Go check out her YouTube channel. She's bringing you the heat, telling you the latest trades in gold and MP. Let's get out of these trades, man. We'll regroup tomorrow. Come back stronger than ever. But on the flip side of this, we got power players coming up with Peter Tuckman coming to you next. We got Powell speaking here in 4 minutes. Let's go. See you on the other side. All right, welcome back, everybody, to Power Players. We are joined from Quebec City, Canada. This is Robert C., a previously funded trader with TopStep. Robert, you are now a Power Player. Welcome to the show, Robert. Let's get right to it. How did you find TopStep, and how did TopStep find you?
Oh, I found you guys. Well, I was trading prop firms before, but on Forex. Was a Forex trader for the last 10, 15 years. Started with futures though in my trading career. Went to FX. Why? I don't know. Made money, but way profitable. Way more. I think it's easier for me for the futures. I don't know why I didn't came back before. But just with the prop firms industry right now, it's just a tremendous opportunity for everyone just to make money and not lose your capital. So I found you guys through reviews of the best prop firms and everything, and looked you up on your YouTube, TopstepTV, and look at what you were doing. And I'm like, those guys are real. It's a real prop firm. You're not going to get screwed over. So that's why I joined.
Excellent, excellent. We're glad to have you here on TopStep TV. Really quick, we're starting to see some sell. The selling has continued.
Right, we're good. Almost dropped my phone.
Okay, no worries. Yep, dropping the phone. The markets are dropped.
Tricked you. Tricked into muting, Dre.
How am I muted? Hello,
Robert. How are we doing? I think.
Yes,
I'm muted.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you, Dre. I can hear everybody. Okay. Dolby just can't hear us.
Oh, all of a sudden.
Dolby, you tricked me there.
Oh.
Dolby time. Anyways, sellers have continued here in NASDAQ and S&Ps. We did break through VWAP in NQ. Last trade, 20,646. VWAP is 659. Selling continuing in the ES. High of the day, 557.18. Last trade, 56.99. I have not seen any headlines come across. Keep in mind, we do have Jerome Powell speaking in about 16 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that throughout. Okay, Robert. What markets do you trade? Yes, tell us about your time frames, indicators. Let's get tactical. Talk to us.
All right. Well, usually I trade ES. This morning, I think was my first trade on NQ.
How'd it go?
And I maxed out. I passed 5 combines on my first trade on NQ. So I think I'm going to trade NQ. It moves more. So, but usually I was ES, but now I'm going to go. I'm going to switch NQ and ES. Which one has the best opportunity? But mainly I don't trade with a lot of stuff. Just I look at the highs of the month, day, week, previous lows and everything, and pivot points. That's my trading system. And a channel of moving average of 89 moving average. That's it for the long-term momentum. So that's why I was looking at the short. I got the short this morning, and before we got on, I said around 14 is going to stop, and it looks it's going to hit. It's the weekly pivot, so we should see a bounce. Usually, we see a bounce at the weekly pivots and quarterly pivot and all that. So I expect it's going to touch and then bounce back. I'm on a 1 minute, but if I go on the 5 minute, maybe you guys will see more. And I trade with the volume TPO and all that, but mainly with the pivot points.
Okay, I'm looking at your screen right here. Up along the right side, there's a lot going on here. What am I looking at? The greens, the reds, the grays, the pinks. What are we looking at here? Please explain to the audience.
Okay, the lines, yeah. Yep. You see on the high, the green line here, we see the previous daily high. So yesterday's high on the NQ was 741. So it broke. And usually when it's above a weekly pivot and above my channel of 89 channel, I just look for longs. So the momentum is up. And I was looking to break the high of yesterday, get the liquidity, and then pull back down, turnover. So just to get all the stops. And it turned out, so at the monthly R1, that was a great short over there. Then we grabbed back in the value area. around 697. Then we're pulled back all the way to the pink line at the weekly pivot. So that's the important number. As long as we stay above that, it's still a long. But if we break that, we're going to the daily pivot. So we're going to go down even farther. So for me, the 2614 is an important number.
You said 26. Wait, 614. 614.
Yeah,
in the NQ.
614.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah,
All right,
you
Robert,
see this candle, this 5
Yes,
minute
please.
candle, the low
Yes.
was 619. So we're close.
Very good.
And
I have to
it
ask,
pulled back.
what made you change? What made you switch from the ES to the NQ? It doesn't sound like you're done with the ES. It sounds like you're trying the NQ a little bit. What happened?
Yeah, because I just I was looking you guys Dakota and everything, and I'm like, it moves more.
Yes, it does.
So I was like, but I didn't know it was that much profitable per points. So I know SQ you get more for your money, but it doesn't move as much. So, but for the volatility, NQ is it's nicer. And with ES, that's why I think I'm going to move to NQ, because ES you have to look at the down and the Nasdaq also. So there's two market working on the S, and the NQ you just have to look at the NQ. So I think it's going to be easier to look just at the NQ. But I'm still like, I got a couple payouts with you guys already, and it's just been a month. I've been trading back futures since the last 15 years. So I'm just getting my feet wet again in futures.
Excellent. Yes, you did get a couple payouts from us. I see balance. Robert has a winning day percentage of 67%, winning trade percentage 66%, average daily P&L $1,700 as of last Friday. Very successful. So tell us, how has your trading journey gone? You've had a 20-year trading career, stock market, forex. What was the transition going from forex to futures like? Talk to us about that, please.
It's just that I think it was the prop firm industry, honestly. I think the forex industry and the prop firm is very shady right now. So
it is.
I'm like, and the future looks like more business-like. Michael, I think he does a very good business. It was more like that instead of trading my own capital. So I don't know why everybody doesn't trade prop firm, because it's just the best. Why would you lose your money? So I don't understand. But so just that's why I went back to futures. I'm like, I think the future market is for prop firm is way more stable. I don't know a lot. I just came to you guys right away, and I didn't look at any prop firms. And I was like, they're in Chicago. That's where everything started for futures. So I'm just going with it.
Okay. All right. Well, I got an update here from MP on that XFA trade, that long. Oh my goodness, long 5 from 660. Just got stopped out. Hit the DLL. On that trade. My goodness, this is a very, very tricky trade. Long and hold just doesn't work like we were talking about. It's
yeah, you see, right now it's working the 614 right now. It's in that area.
614. Is that your number? Okay, 614. Last trade 615. We're almost right here right now. Okay. See. Okay. Would you be willing to take a trade around 614s, Robert?
Right now, I wouldn't take a long for a bounce. I would wait for the 5-minute candle to close, because also we're at the POC of the day. So this is a big decision for the market if we're going back up or we're going down. I would like to see a confirmation.
Yes. Okay. What does the confirmation look like? A little structure being built.
Yeah.
Some buyers do stepping in.
Yep. A bounce back with a couple of green candles. I use IP candles also.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's all red. I just want to see when green and my channel of 89 moving average. Since it's below, the momentum changed to the downside. Even if we pull back all the way down from the highs, Momentum is to the downside right now. So I just want to see if we're going to see a pullback, then can enter short for a break of the 14. But we bounced through the 14.
Yeah, buyers did step in. Wow, nice pop right there. What do we bottom out? We bottomed out at I got
the 508.
Yeah, 08. Yes, I was currently stepping in here. Last trade 20,639. You know, I'll say these charts look clean, right? Move to the upside, move to the downside. It's much difficult. The fact that the fact that 5 lot that Michael put on in the XFA just hit the DLL was up 13 grand unrealized. Now to man, this is brutal. Oh, Darren, I misunderstood. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Darren. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot.
You see, right now we're in the channel of the 89. We're at the bottom of the channel of the 89 moving average. So 645. We need to break 667 for the longs to get in.
667. Here come the buyers, man. This is brutal. Keep in mind. Okay, we also have we got Jerome Powell coming in here in about 3 or 7 minutes. Eddie will be scanning the wires. There's a lot going on right now, Robert. We are rocking and rolling here on Power Players on Topstep TV. Robert, give us what are your thoughts on just the overall market? You went from ES to the NQ. NQ now is your new market of focus. What are your thoughts on just the general overall market, where it's going?
Last week for me, I had a difficult time. Like Dakota, I think I'm a permanently bear also. But hey, market keeps going. It's election year. I think it's going to go up until the election, and then maybe a sell-off. But I think it's just buy, like Michael's doing in the morning. Just buy 5 lot and just wait it out. The pullbacks are not big. Fed keeps pumping money in the market, so I don't know why it would go down. So, but to catch the intraday, there's an opportunity in the short for intraday for sure. But long term, I don't think it's going to follow.
No next gen lessons in the chat. What is Powell talking about today? Powell speaking to the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. So most certainly we'll be talking about economic policy. Today we've gotten some headlines from Eddie. Broke that news spot on. Goldman Sachs, Moody's are starting to talk about rate cuts here at the end of July. So that's fresh talks of possible rate cuts in July. We did hear Powell last week in his testimony on Capitol Hill saying we do not necessarily need to be below 2% inflation to have to cut rates. So there are hints that there are rate cuts coming. Of course, CPI came in much better than expected. CPI came in negative last week. So there are signs of some dovishness coming into the markets that might be fueling this rally. But right here, right now, we got Robert C. He is a power player. And my man, Dolby Time. Dolby Time is back.
I'm back.
The tech guy. We are having some gremlins here in the internet. Dolby Time, welcome back. Welcome back to Topstep TV. First appearance today. Dolby Time, what are you thinking today? How are you feeling?
Feel great. Did not have those weekend events on my weekend bingo card though. So
yes,
a little bit of a wild ride this weekend. This seems like the markets are kind of digesting it. So couldn't imagine what they would be like if things went the other direction. Probably be a total shit show today if I had to guess. But markets seem to be doing okay. Kind of nerve wracking. Just we're in the Matrix, Dre.
It really is.
What I mean, I just feel like I'm in the Matrix.
It's one big simulation. Just everything's just crazy. All-time highs just because. This big sell-off right here started about an hour ago. We're starting to see this nice sell-off here in NQ and S&Ps. NP getting the DLL on that 5-lot XFA trade. Just brutal. Shows you how difficult these markets are. Robert, you said you took one trade today in NQ, major max profit for the day.
Yeah, I just passed my 5 combines because that's another feature from you guys I really love.
Which one?
You can trade just one account and the other 4s just follow. So I maxed out on my 5 combine, and so I'm waiting 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock your time to get the new XFAs, the 5 new XFAs tomorrow.
Dre, have you asked any hard-hitting questions yet?
Mostly softballs, Dobie. Hit him with some hard-hitting questions.
Oh, mostly softball. Okay. Let's see. How so it says in your bio you've been trading for 20 years and you started with
Yes.
stocks. What moved you to Forex after stocks?
Because stocks, well, I was doing stocks and futures, but stock is just, it's too long. Too long and need a lot of capital. So the moves, unless you trade the big names, and you need a lot of money to trade the big names for the moves. So when I was starting out, I didn't have the money to start out. The prop firms, during that time, prop firm, you had to go to a physical location and trade over there. So,
That's the truth.
so you had to use your own capital. So that's why I moved to Forex after, because of the leverage. And then futures, I came back. But I always look at futures anyway. I was like, I was good at futures. Why I'm not? But I think it was a challenge to make it work in Forex, because Forex, I think, is just, it's super hard. So it's
Right,
up and
'cause
down all the time. So
is it the spreads that you don't like, or like what is it about Forex that is disadvantageous compared to futures?
well, the leverage, and it moves all day and all night. So
Yeah.
So that you can trade after supper, the family, the kids are in bed, and you can trade. So the market moves. So that, I think, it was advantageous, but I think it's just a hard market to. It's very hard for it, I think, to trade. There's too many outside that influence the price. So, and it's manipulated way more than ES or Q, I think.
Yeah,
The algos in Forex are really crazy. So
are they bad? Are they out of control? I've never traded Forex. Are the algos out of control?
The yen is crazy. Like if Japan or the Chinese want to pull it down, it's going to go down.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Well, Robert. So the tip of the week here at TopStep TV is follow your trading plan. I want you to, strictly follow your trading plan. Gives you accurate feedback on how your trade plan is working, optimizing or changing the plan on the fly. Blurs the results. By following plan, potential changes or improvements may be easier to spot. Robert, so I want to turn that around to you. Can you give us some insights onto what your trading plan looks like? We don't need it like step by step, but just in general, high level. What are some features of your trading plan?
I look at the morning when I wake up. I look where's the price, what it did. Well, the futures, I don't think it moves that much in Globex. So there's some trade there, but me, I rather not trade. It's too small, so you can get whiplash. So I look at the price in the morning, first thing, and I look where's the price compared to the daily pivot. I really trade through the pivot. So if it's above, it's a long day, and if it's below, it's a short day. That's simple. Because before I used to use everything, Elliott wave and all that stuff, and too much stuff on my chart. And usually now I just trade the pivot, and the pivot tells me I'm going long or I'm going short. And I trade the lines. I trade between the lines because, as you can see, maybe on my chart, it reacts always to the lines. Look at the low of the day. The daily pivot was 533. It went to 508, and then never looked back. It was a long all day since the open yesterday. So you can trade the pullbacks between the lines. That's what I do. Me usually there. I trade between the lines there. I'm not a position trader. I buy and I let it run during the day, but I really day trade between the lines.
I like it. So let's do a quick recap here. We got 72% long in NQ right now. 72% long in NQ as we are on VWAP. We got Powell coming up right now. We're got to keep an eye on that. He's scheduled to speak. I'm sure there'll be some prepared remarks. Got to see Eddie if we're waiting for Chair Powell. Eddie, when you see that, you step right in, interrupt whenever Powell starts speaking. Robert is here joining us on Power Players. Robert, what is your risk reward parameters? What does it look like? Are you going for a 1 to 1.5, 1 to 2? What is it typically your risk reward parameters?
Really? That I would say maybe that would be my biggest flaw. I manage trade per trade. So let's say when it broke the highs, I would have not put a stop, and I would have shorted once it broke the monthly R1 and let it go.
Yes.
Like that's the thing I'm still adjusting to prop firm. Like me and my DNL, I hit it. So for me, the DNL is my stop loss, but it's not recommended. I agree. You shouldn't do that, but that's the way I like the risk. I can make it's usually 2, 3, or 4 to 1. I can have 3 bad days and I'm still up. So if I can make 10K in a day, well, I'm glad, and I can ask 3 DNL, and I'm still up for the week.
So Robert, you've been trading for a long time. What advice would you give someone who's new to trading or new to Topstep, and what should they focus on to be successful?
Don't switch from a system all the time. Stick to one. All systems are profitable. It's just the proper money management. You do proper money management, you're gonna make money. But that's the hard part. Like I think, like me, psychology, your mind is gonna pick trick on you. Like you're gonna tilt. You think you're invincible and making tons of money, and you're taking trade like you know everything, and the market's gonna say, "You don't know everything."
You don't.
That's funny timing, doesn't it?
So no, but I really think, like me, I think everyone does that when they start up. They go from system to system until they find what fits with their personality. But just stick to one and do proper money management, and you'll be fine. But it takes a long time. It's not an easy job. Everyone would be doing it. It's not easy, but there's so much a good opportunity right now with prop firm, like to learn, and you spend. I think what the fees is 250, whatever. Let's say you plus the activation fee of the XFA for less than $500, you can make 5,000. So it's like 5,000% to 1. So just and you
manage your risk.
Yeah, and then you can learn also. The only thing you're gonna lose is the activation fee. So I don't
Did you
I think it's
did
just
you have a mentor or a trading buddy when you first started trading, or did you just do it all by yourself like I did?
No, that's what another thing. Trading rooms and all that wasn't popular when I started. So at some point, I didn't have a mentor. I just learned from everything, books and what I see on the internet, and just learning every system and then trying to fit with what I like.
Yeah.
I always want to learn everything, and it doesn't work when you learn everything. So so just learn something you're comfortable with, and it's your strategy. Like you, I think you trade a lot with support level and everything, and it fits you. Like that's the way it is. Doesn't mean it fits somebody else or it's gonna. But like I didn't have. I just learned it by my home. I learned when I started. I went to New York and I learned from a guy that was working on the floor. I had like a meeting with him for a weekend, and he teach me what he was doing on the floor. So, but without that, I just learned by myself.
Wow,
right, Robert,
it's a tough journey.
It is. Robert, you seem like a pretty cheerful, joyful kind of guy, good spirit about you. Yes, and I can sense that. And my question is, how these markets, right? It's not easy. There's inevitably there's going to be failure, right? We're going to take losses. We're going to hit our DLL. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the cold streak of trading? Right now, currently some of our traders that we're seeing live here on TopstepTV, they're going through it right now. So how do you deal with that? How do you keep yourself in high spirits? How do you recover from that? How do you adapt?
I think it's the most important thing also with system-wise, just to stick with one. But for your mental, you have a losing day, you're going to have a losing day. Me, I always compare, let's say you go to a bar and you talk to girls, and a lot of girls going to say, no, you're not going to win. At some point, you're going to win. So are you going to be down for the whole night or no? So the day's done. Next day is a new day. Even if you lose an account, like I don't think it's a big deal. Like you lost an account, you put $300. put another 300. Maybe you'll make 10,000. So you're gonna learn. So I just think you have to. Once you're in a drawdown, I understand that it affects you, but it affects you when you're winning also. So let's say you have 2 weeks of winning, it's going to affect you the same way as your drawdown. You think you're the king of the world and you know everything. So it's just to reset. Me, I try to reset each day. It's not always doable there, but I just try to reset each day. I'm like, okay, I analyze what I did. I'm like, oh man, I didn't respect what I usually trade. Usually it's because I'm up in my P&L. So I'm trying more riskier trade, and I'm like, I should. That's another feature I like you guys, the lockdown, to lock your platform.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's awesome. Like, even when you're winning, just lock yourself out, take the winning. The next day you start back fresh. You have money in the bank, and get payout. That's the thing I wanted you guys to ask you, because I took payouts earlier and I see a lot of people not taking payouts. I'm like, why they're not taking payouts? What's the advantage of having a big account? It's my money. I want it in my pocket.
I agree. Dolby, why do you think that is? I know what he's referring to. He's referring to some of our bigger funded traders that they want to see the account grow and they wouldn't take the payout. Why? I'm with Robert here. Why not have the payouts? Why do you think they didn't take payouts? Is it want to let the account grow?
I mean, maybe they're trying to. Yeah, I mean, if they're trying to go for like a 6-figure account, I guess. Size up,
you just start back a new account and you have the money in your pocket and your account, and it's real money, because until it's not in your bank account, it's virtual money.
Yeah, to an extent it is.
I would say take payouts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's like 20% or 10% of your balance, take something so you're at least covering fees or treating yourself. Maybe making a guilty pleasure purchase. Like, I know when I took my first payout, the first thing I did was upgrade my computer, right? Because it's like, I need a nice computer to trade with. So I got $2,000 out and bought myself a new PC, right?
Yeah,
so it's like, I want to make that real. The other thing too is, like, you don't know if you're going to hit a drawdown too. So it would suck, hitting a drawdown and having nothing. It's like, at least if I blow up my account, I can look down and see my computer and be like, well, hey, at least I bought a new computer with the money, with the account that I made, right? So you can always get back into the trading combine too. So, I guess I would say 10 to 20%, man. Just feel some.
Okay. Yeah,
I love that.
Like me, I took the big payout and I got moved to the live account, but I lost it last week. Mm-hmm. But I could have been down. I was down. I was like, why did I lose that account? Because I'm seeing the live is good and everything. But at the end of the day, I was like, I got 24 grand off that account. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I lost the balance was like 10,000. I lost 10,000, but I still got 23K in my pocket out of $400. Do the percentage, and there's no investment like that. I'm telling you.
It feels good too. Sorry, 5 minutes.
Yeah. All good, Dolby. We got Top Quiz coming up next, but really quick on power players, Robert, we like to do this fun little thing where my man Eddie comes in. He's going to ask you, well, why do I do it for you? Eddie, why don't you come in here? Robert, Eddie's about to join in. Eddie, go ahead.
Robert, so nice to see you, and welcome to Power Players, my friend. I've got questions 1 to 21. They're fun questions. Have a little fun here. You pick a number, and I'm going to ask you that question, and if you give us a short answer, that would be great.
1 to 20? 7. Let's say lucky 7.
It's always 7, Eddie.
Okay, now we change these up every week.
Very good.
So it's not the same question. All right, here it is. If you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring 3 things, what would they be?
Ooh.
Oh, 3 things.
3 things. Deserted island.
A woman.
1. 2 more.
A computer to trade, because I always trade. I always look a computer for sure. So I can trade. And food. I would have to need to survive. So there we go.
I love it. I love it. Not bad.
I'm going to let you go with those answers, of
Fair,
course.
fair.
Yeah, computer with no power and food, whatever we bring,
Well,
all good.
with Starlink, there's power, maybe probably, but during
Okay,
that
we'll
time.
give you all that. We'll set you up. Power, internet, Wi-Fi, whatever you need. All right.
All right,
Thank you,
guys.
Robert.
Thank you,
Hey,
Eddie.
Sergey.
All right, guys. The buyers are stepping in here. That is Robert. I want to thank you so much for joining us
Oh.
on Power Players. We're going to turn it over to Top Quiz here. Powell has sat down and has started to speak at the Economic Club of Washington. It has begun. Eddie will be.
Got some stuff here.
He's got some stuff here. All right, Eddie. All right, take us out. Let's get. All right, how do you want to do this? You want to do this right here, Eddie? Let's hit us right now.
Yeah, let me just run through these real quick. The economy performed remarkably well last couple of years. He's also said that the year's expected economy to slow and inflation to continue to make progress, something that is is going to be happening. Second quarter of inflation does represent progress with 3 better readings. He does say now that inflation has come down, we're going to look at both mandates. He also adds that if we were to see unexpected weakening in the labor market, that would merit reaction from us. So maybe leaning a little bit more that we're going to see this a little sooner than possible. But eyes on the prize. Back to you, Dre.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's switch it over to Top Quiz. Again, Jerome Powell has begun speaking. Sounding a little dovish today. Seems to be the theme of this Monday so far. Dolby time. I'll see you later on this afternoon. Robert, thank you so much for joining us on Power Players. We got Top Quiz coming up next.
Howdy, everybody.
Hi,
Yes,
guys.
we are live, and it's not Jack or Bonnie. No, it's not, but it is.
It's time for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz.
There you go. It's time for Top Quiz. No matter who is here, but we've got Vanessa with us. The lovely Vanessa, now residing in the Midwest. How are you?
Dandy, how are you?
Dandy. Now, is that Midwest talk, or is that back to where you... Dandy.
I have no idea. It's just all I say. Awesome.
All right. Well, awesome. Yeah. All right. This is Top Quiz, and this is your opportunity to get that free reset. So what you got to do is you got to answer 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4 to be eligible for the random pick of, we're going to have 75 free of those and 5 for sure resets for the top 5 players. And speed is important to answer these questions. James, anything else that we need to add that I'm forgetting?
Just remember, the top 5 players who win will get a free reset. Everyone else who gets 3 or more questions right, you'll be entered into a raffle for a free reset. And have fun.
Have fun. That's what it's about. Take a time out from trading. Have fun. Don't get upset. Okay? If you get them all wrong, or if you get them all right, either way. All right, James, I think we're ready. We're going to zip through these as quick as possible. So today is the 15th. Yes, Cahoot. July 15th, 2024. And here is your first question of the day. What Italian city is famous for its system of canals? Is it Naples, Venice, Via di Canales, or Rome?
I'm gonna go Diamond. I think
Diamond.
I'm gonna go Diamond.
I'm gonna go Diamond, which is Venice, and you don't want Via di Canales, which I made up. There you go. Yes.
I was trying to think of
Oh, yeah,
Las
that
Vegas.
tongue.
I was like, what casino is that?
Yeah. So here we go. Our top 5. Romulus, not Remus, but Romulus. We got Trump wins again. Bob Wiley, Dan, I didn't stutter, and Tick for Tat. Top 5 here right now. All right. Time for that number 2 question. Our solar system is located in what galaxy? The Star Force galaxy, the elliptical galaxy, that good old Ford galaxy, or the Milky Way galaxy?
I'm gonna go with the Milky Way. I was like,
Not
oh my
the
God,
Ford
what
galaxy.
is
That
that?
we
I
used
don't
to have
know.
one of those. Yeah, we used to go to Wisconsin, get all the kids in the Ford galaxy. There it is. The Milky Way galaxy is correct. Way to go, Vanessa. You are 2 for 2. And how many other are 2 for 2? Raise your left foot above your head. There you go. All right. Chirogaster. Dan moving up to second. Bob Wiley. Live to be free 76. And Tick for Tat still sitting in that number 5 spot. Okay. Now we are up for question number 3. 1, 2, 3. What's the name of the music festival held yearly in Chicago's Grant Park? Is it Mudfest? Is it Lollapalooza? Is it the Chi City Local or Chicago Festus?
I might know this one. I think it's
Do you?
Lollapalooza. I think it's the Diamond. I think I've seen.
I think it's
stuff for it.
Lollapalooza. How many people think it's Lollapalooza? We're going to find out here. And the majority do say yes. Congratulations. Lollapalooza. No, it's
I'm gonna get
it
that
actually
reset.
it should be slash Mudfest. Usually it rains around that time, and the place is just a mud pit. Well, let's take a look. Chirogaster has still in the top spot. Bob Wiley, Jack's Gong taking the 3rd spot. Woozy Woo and Dubs 25 new to the top 5 here. And for our last and finale question.
I'm so excited.
All right, NBA question. Who's the only person to win the MVP Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year, and MVP of the Year? Was it Doc Rivers, Phil Jackson, Larry Bird, or Spike Lee?
I have no clue. I know the name Larry Bird. I don't think
Do
it's
you
him.
really?
He was a
Okay, well,
player.
let us know. So you can say that one if you want. Go ahead. Larry Bird?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess so.
There it is. I'm a little late on the diggity ding, but yes, Larry
Yes.
Bird is our. Can you believe it? Coach of the Year, Executive of the Year, MVP, number 33, the Great White Hope, Larry Bird. There you go.
Awesome.
Congratulations. You went 4 for 4 on a Monday when you didn't even think you were going to play. And I tell you, there we go. Let's take a look. Our third place, Boxing Beats out of nowhere, pitting in a third. Number 2 spot, Smiley Ass. Okay. Out of nowhere. And number 1, Jacob C. Where did these people come from? My goodness, not even in the top 5. And Woozy Woos and Bob Wiley hanging in there for the 4th and 5th spot. You 5 will get free resets. The rest, we're going to let you know if you were randomly picked this afternoon in Power Hours. So be with us here around 2:30. We'll get that out, see what we can do here, and announce that. But those other 75 will get the resets in the email by tomorrow. So there you have it. Vanessa, thank you very much for playing with us here today. You've been a fantastic contestant. And I guess I hope to see you maybe later this week then, huh?
Yes. I think Friday, probably. I think.
One of the dates, I think we got you back here, but one of these dates, yes. Coming up next here, yes, we do have, we've got power shoulder tap. Oh my goodness, how can I forget? Shoulder tap today. We've got Gabe and Nick going to be with Gabe and Mick. Gabe and Mick. Wow, cool. Might just sort of stumbling over my words here. Yeah, I know. It's all the moonshine I had over the weekend. All right, but anyway, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with shoulder tap. We'll see you, Vanessa.
Bye.
Yo, what's
We're
up,
back.
guys?
We're
All right,
back.
here we are. Here we are for Shoulder Tap. It's Gabe's first time doing this with me, so I think we might share the driver's seat here a little bit. Normally, it's Jack or Andre that are doing this, but I like fresh, change of scenery. And speaking of scenery, Gabe's got some great scenery in the background. Kind of matches your. I would imagine those are some blue light lenses you got on.
They
those.
are, yeah. They're my
Spectacles.
signature now. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, good to be on with you, Gabe. Here we are for
Likewise.
Shoulder Tap, where we're talking about the live traders. And Gabe, I can't help but think that background that you have makes me think a little bit about the trading card backgrounds that we use when we've got one of our live traders that we've been talking about. Typically, like one of the big swingers that they lose their account. We put the gravestone up in the background. It's kind of like yours is a little bit cooler, less eerie, but has that eerie element to it. So fortunately, we don't have any gravestones today. So we'll have a little bit of fun just chatting about a couple traders that I wanted to highlight today. We've only got two that I'm highlighting today. Before we get to those guys, though, I want to talk a little bit about some of our live traders from last week and some of the really nice weeks that they had as far as P&L goes. We're going to talk about Raphael here on the second card that I come up with, but he had a $21,000 winning week last week in his live account. I think this is Raphael S. I know he's been around on the leaderboard. I've talked about him in trading cards before. Definitely someone who can, take some money out of the markets, do a little damage, as I like to call it, but not damage to his account, damage to the markets as far as having a good eye and taking money out. A couple traders I won't speak about on a trading card today, but also big notable weeks from last week, Gabe. We had Pin up $18,000 last week in his live account. Eddie took $10,000 out of his live account. We had Chi take $9,800 out last week, and then some nice winning days today. So far this morning, we've got David in his live account up $9,900 trading the NASDAQ. I'm hoping that he locks in that winning day today. And then Garrett, we got up $5,400 or $4,400 this morning as well. So
let's go.
So we had some big weeks last week. I know throughout the week last week, I was, talking with Jack about it. We were actually having a pretty good week. Friday was pretty rough, and I think it was that PPI number that caused the tables to turn a little bit on the positive action we saw. Monday through Thursday, the group of live accounts had a negative week last week, which we never really like to see. But some of the people that trade bigger that had been contributing to the larger numbers, they got on the wrong side of that number Friday morning. I know Dakota was a big trader that we had who lost his account last week. So that accounted for at least 20,000 in losses, 21,000 from that wasn't the PPI number. That was Thursday, because we talked about him on Shoulder Tap. We had him on for the interview. So just some big P&Ls on the downside that contributed to a net losing week for the live accounts. However, we did have a net addition to the people in the live accounts, the prop firm, all those traders that we call up to live. We had added, on a net basis, we added more traders to the live prop accounts than we had called down or closed the XFAs. So we always like to see that. That is, a good feel for the pulse. Speaking of those traders in XFA getting called up or potentially not getting called up, Gabe, you've seen Shane S. He's been someone who was at one point 2 on the leaderboard, I think dropped down to 4 and then might have dropped down to 7. He had that $130,000 winning day across 5 XFAs. This is 2 weeks ago now. Yeah, staggering. He made 26 grand in each one of those accounts. I think everybody that watches regularly knows about him because I've been talking about the story, but
yeah,
after that $130,000 winning day, found himself in a bit of a cold streak, 8 losing days to the tune of about, what was the total? $104,000 in loss. Actually, it was more than that. I think it was $127,000 in losses of that 130 that he had made. So pretty much gave back everything. Very happy to report today that last I looked, he was up $8,500 across at least 4 of those 5 XFAs. So he's getting it back. Hopefully today's a confidence booster and he can, change the tide on that, once positive momentum that swung negative and kind of get back on the profitable train. So we'll be keeping a close eye on him. At one point, like I said, he was up 8,500 recently. He was up 9,500 at one point. So, being only $1,000 off your equity highs on the day or P&L highs on the day is not a bad thing, but we're going to need to see him lock in those profits. We don't want this to be one of those days where, I think we've all been there. We have, maybe one of our largest winning days as a trader, and then we give it back and not only turn a good winning day into hitting zero, but, often enough we see it where someone goes from big winning day, potentially one of their biggest winning days ever, and then they hit their daily loss limit in the end. Gabe, I always talk to traders about how, if you're having significant profits, it's pretty important to lock in at least half of your P&L highs for the day. So if you're up 10 grand, worst case scenario, if you keep trading, walk away up 5 grand. But that 50% mark is always a good rule of thumb. But as those profits become more and more significant, you certainly want to lock in a larger percentage of those. So, go up from 50, maybe think about locking in 2/3 at 66% or 3/4 at 75%. It's 12 o'clock here Central Time in Chicago, but it's 1 o'clock Eastern Time. So we got a lot of market participants on the East Coast wrapping up lunch. They've already walked away for about an hour. Now you've got, the people in the Midwest on the Central Time zone going away for lunch. So we'll start to see volume and participation decrease a little bit. So for those of you that are carrying, very good P&Ls towards the last few hours of the session, even more reason to lock in a larger percentage. So those are just kind of, my takes on, managing big winning days, but also wanted to share the story of Shane, who's, caught our eye over the last couple of weeks. With that, I think it's time to get into the cards that we had.
Let's do it.
Create. So if we could, I want to move in and talk about one of our live traders, Asanyo. Asanyo's in a live account. He's in 100K, trading out of Linwood, Washington. And I wanted to talk about him because, he's up $8,600 today. And very happy that he's having a nice winning day today, too, because it's still early for him in his account. All the metrics that I have here on the trade report reflect his first 6 days in the trading account. Whereas, today he's had a rough start. Average daily P&L, he's losing $1,000 a day trading on this account. Today, turned that around, almost doubled his account balance today alone, which is really, really nice. And, going back to the money management thing, I talked about, if you hit significant profits in a day, locking those in, it's very important to consider doing the same thing on a weekly basis. So let me break that down. Gabe, and all the traders out there watching, it's only Monday. It's early in the day on Monday. We're, well through halfway through the session for today. If you are up $8,500 on a Monday, it's very good to start thinking about, well, hell, I got off to a great start this week. Let me make sure that as I continue looking for trade opportunities later on in the week, I'm thinking about adding to that 8,500. But more importantly, I got a really good head start, and it's my job not to blow that head start. I want to stay out in front of the pack. Even if other people are, having big winning days come, end of day today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you got to lock in a percentage of those big significant profits of the 8,500. So, I say it regularly. Everybody's here in the futures market to assume risk, to get rewards, and to make money. But goal number one has to be capital preservation. And 100%. I think that this is a really good call out for, a trader, the trader that we're featuring here too, because they'd already, like I said, today, they almost doubled their account balance. So there's someone who had already, kind of eroded the account pretty significantly. And then, big profits today, almost doubling that account balance and getting back to essentially where they started or close to it. is what I would like to call, kind of a second lease on life. It's like, hey, over the first 6 days, we had really big drawdowns to the tune of $1,000 a day. That's, that's about 6,000 in losses from their starting point. You finally got back to close to where you started. Now it's really time to buckle down and say, I can't be risking that much on a daily basis. I'll rattle off some of the statistics here, but I want to dive into those trade reports, this trade report, because, there is one day in particular, and you can kind of see that up here on the boards where the statistics is, that kind of an anomaly that really played a large role or contributed largely to, Asanu kind of getting cut in half early on in the account. And so with that, I'll get into it when I get there, but 33% winning days, not too stellar right there. So I'd like to see an improvement in the winning days. They have, an average winning day of $3,800, where their average losing day is $3,400, and this is on a 100K account. So they have a $2,000 daily loss limit. We haven't revised the loss limit. However, their average losing day is $1,400 greater than what's allowed for in this account size with the auto liquidation tool where it fires off. Again, I'll get to that. But the best winning day here is, a little bit lower than the worst losing day. Best day, 4,000. That's really good. They've had a couple nice winners here. Their first day in the account, $3,600 winning day. Second day in the account, $4,100 winning day. But that worst day, and I'll just get into it right now, worst day was $7,000 in losses. That happened last Thursday. We had the PPI Friday. Thursday was the CPI. And, Asanu is trading. He's taking an average of 5 trades per day, trading around, up to 10 lots. He had a 10 lot on when that number came out Thursday. And because of the volatility, that auto liquidator, incurred quite a bit of slippage to the tune of $5,000 of slippage past the $2,000 mark. So this is just another opportunity to say, those auto liquidations, once that threshold is hit, it fires a market order, and it's only going to get filled at the best possible price allowed based off what the bid and offer is at that time. So 5,000 in slippage, which is, 2.5 times what's allowed for. They really got, caught good here, but it was a bad result.
Yeah.
So they got caught pretty poorly here. That is not something you want to be on the receiving end of. And it was certainly, detrimental to the account. Glad we're back. But I would like to, see some changes. We need to think about more awareness of the numbers. I can't say if, Asanu got caught off guard during that number on Thursday, or if they knew it was coming out and they still decided to, hold that 10 lot. Again, this is an example of slippage. We saw, a lot of slippage out of Dakota on that day. He had, quite a bit more slippage. He had 15 on during the number, and there was a $3,000 daily loss limit there, and he lost something like $21,000. So another even more massive example of slippage. Traders, be aware. And if you're sitting in an account that's got, $10,000, $20,000 in it, it's not worth risking it. I know a lot of traders like to play the gamble of, I'm going to hold a position into the economic releases. Hogue said it, JD said it, I've said it. My whole career, having risk exposure on going into economic releases, I am not ahead. I think some traders that don't have a sound strategy, that want to do a little bit of a gamble, they think, I might make some money. And, if I don't, there's that auto liquidator there. I just gave you 2 examples of massive slippage on the auto liquidator. It happens. And, over time, take it from people who have gotten kicked around, trading into economic releases. It is not worth it. Over time, odds are you're not going to be favorable, trading into those things. And it's pretty upsetting when I'll just come out and say it, piss away weeks of hard work and profits, taking a gamble. It doesn't make you a better trader. It makes you lucky. And if you don't get lucky, it's a big setback. And psychologically, it's pretty tough to come back from. So that's kind of, what I wanted to say on Asanu. But just another reminder, be aware of the economic releases. Even if you have a good account balance built up, it can really hurt you badly. I think he needs to also focus on, something I didn't mention, the per trade risk reward. He's at 1 to 2 on a per contract basis. From what we're seeing here, and I know last Thursday really, skewed the metrics here, but, only making $460 per contract per trade, where he's risking $1,050. That does not add up. And if you're only doing 36% winning trades, you've got a really steep uphill battle there. So some things for everybody listening to take into account, reflect on, and, think about it for themselves. Gabe, I kind of rattled off a lot there. I've been
all good stuff.
over caffeinated this morning. Is there anything you're seeing here on the trade report that you'd like to build upon or add here in regards to Asanu's trading?
Yeah, so I think a couple main key points to take out of this, from a learning perspective, no matter where you are in your journey with us here, I think that a lot of us tend to be in a hurry to make money. And I think that in a lot of cases that means sizing up, right? So, of course, everybody wants a dopamine rush, and news events are one of the best ways to get that. But if you're going to even take the possible risk of trading news like that, you got to size down. I mean, there's no way you go full at 10 lot into a news release like that. So, if you are going to even venture into the world of potentially having an order on or staying in a position, just be very conscious, not only to the time, as Mick was saying, but to the size that you're exposed to at that time. If you're going to trade it at all, obviously most of everybody you're going to see on TopstepTV are going to be, advising that you just stay out of positions, cancel any pending orders that you have, especially if you're looking to engage with stops, just because they are technically just triggers for market orders. So you want to be very conscious of the order types you're using, the size that you're using. But yeah, I mean, man, you hit the nail on the head with a lot of it. There's really not a whole lot else that I can say. I'm guilty of sizing up too quickly and looking to hit home runs. And I think that tends to do more harm than good for us, especially in the long term. Not a good habit to be building for sure.
Yeah, very well said, Gabe. I like what you said about scaling it down. That kind of goes to my last point that I have on the card here. Like after, getting, smacked around like he did last Thursday, scaling it down is, a very big thing. I know he didn't do it today and it worked out for him today. But those big losses tend to be, and they should be, somewhat of humbling moments for us as traders. So, when you get burned like that, it's definitely a good time to pump the brakes a little bit and slow yourself down. I know psychologically it's very easy to, first thing on your mind is like, how do I make that back? Well, if I have more leverage and the market goes my way, I'll make it back quicker. But that's a very slippery slope, and I've seen that do more harm than good over time. So, with that, Gabe, I say we move on to the next one. But
yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So I want to talk about another trader, Raphael, who everybody should be very familiar with. He's up $5,600 today. I don't know where he is on the live leaderboard, but I know he's on that live leaderboard. Big account balance, trimmed the account balance, but it still is, he still should be very high up there because that payout still registers of, what his total take is. We do payouts plus account balance, the trader's total take. Raphael built that account up to, what was his account balance high, Gabe? Do you remember? Looks like maybe 133 grand.
I think you might be right. Mine's loading. 133. Yep, was his account balance high.
133 grand. He goes and he takes an $80,000 payout, and right now he's sitting without today's activity. And again, I said he's up 5,600. That puts his current account balance coming in today was 95,000. So even after that $80,000 payout, he is back up above the six-figure mark account balance-wise, which is pretty freaking cool. Largely attributing that to, I talked about two people that had rough Thursdays, Dakota and then Asanu, who I just mentioned. But Raphael was on the right side of Thursday's trading. He had a $35,000 winning day, almost $36,000 winning day on Thursday. But check that best day out on his trade report, Gabe. It wasn't even his best day that he had in this live account. And granted, he carried over quite a bit of funds, from XFA to his live account. So he had a nice, juicy starting account balance. But, I mean, some of his notable days, and I'm deviating from the trading card just because I'm looking at the trade report. Like, this guy has taken some big days out of the market, live markets in his live account. June 20th, 44,300. June 21st, 11,000. The 27th, he had a $6,300 winning day. July 2, right before the shortened hour sessions, on the 3rd and the 4th, he had a $28,000 winning day. And then July 11th, like I just mentioned, $35,673. Like, this guy is taking massive bites out of the market, trading the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. He is trading size. Two things I really, really like here. Number one, he's still got that. I think he's got a $3,000 daily loss limit still. I don't even think we expanded that. Despite the losing days being a little bit larger than 3,000, I'm attributing that to slippage, trading the 10s and 15 contracts that he's got on. Yeah. So this guy is able to take huge bites out of the market while still keeping that speed bump in place on his live account. Very low daily loss limit, considering what he can make on a daily basis and considering what account balance maintenance level he's keeping and maintaining. So really good stuff here. And I would also like to attribute this to the time he spends in his winning trades. He is not someone who's, doing a ton of round turns during the day, averaging 3 trades per day, and he's got big hold times. His average hold times on his winners are 4.5 hours.
Wow.
So this is someone who's super selective, and this is a recipe for success. Super selective. They've got a strategy that works. They have conviction. They don't have the most massive win rates on their trades. It's only 36, 37%. But the risk reward is greater than 1-to-1 there, where they're taking down $4,100 on their winning trades while only risking $2,700 on the winning trades. And they're letting these trades ride out. So I always talk about it. I think it's an important growth phase and a necessary growth phase to move from the short time frame. Yes, we see a lot of traders, or not, I shouldn't say a lot. We see some traders who have very high win rates on short durations. But I really think that for day traders, you're going to have the easiest time making money, finding a higher time frame conviction, and riding out a piece of the trend, catching a piece of the trend for the day. That's exactly what Raphael's doing. And, he's on the leaderboard because of it, along with his money management. So I was really excited to see him having a nice day today and get to share this card. I know I shared him recently, but, worthy again of bringing this up and letting everybody have, additional visibility into this. Wouldn't you say, Gabe?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give Raphael a shout out, man. That's not easy to see that much size moving around and floating, and to stay in a trade for 4 hours on average. I mean, to the amount of fluctuations you're going to see in that, unrealized P&L over the course of those trades, that would psych most people out of trades, and probably including myself and where I'm at in terms of my journey. So, that props to you, man, for being able to stick through those and stick to your process and plan regardless. It seems like over time, if maybe you can get his win rate up a tad, and develop some more consistency on his just the performance of maybe reducing those losses. I know some of those losses, like you said, were just due to slippage, like the 7,800, 5,000, 5,900. If he can manage to keep those a little bit closer to his actual daily loss, he's just going to even be in a better spot than he is now. And he's already, making some really big waves in his account. So, but 22 days completed so far in that live funded journey. in that account and doing well at preserving capital, which is by all means our first responsibility. So great work, man. I'm impressed for sure.
As am I. I think that's a good spot to end it. All good points you made there, Gabe. This was nice being on with you. I hope we do it more.
Yeah, nice change of pace, but appreciate you having me, Mick. Thanks for driving, taking a little bit of the jitters away from me. But
well, you're driving next time.
Yeah, all right. I'll compromise. I'll drive next time for sure.
I look forward to it. Hope everybody has a really great day today. And again, it's early in the week, so if you're up money, make sure you're protecting those profits while we try and add to those profits for the week. And if you're getting off to a slow start or a negative start, pump the brakes a little bit. Don't think about making that money back. Remember, profits are a byproduct of good trades, so seek out the good trades. Try not to trade your P&L. That's what the pros do, and that's what we want everybody striving for here.
Fantastic,
Hope everyone
Mick.
has a great day.
Thank you. For everybody that's tuning in, just hang tight. We have group coaching coming up with JD and Robert up next, so we will be right back and take a short break, and we will see you very soon. Get your questions in the chat, by the way, if you have not to. There's a form at the top to get Robert your questions if you'd like to get some attention on a specific topic of yours. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. I have an echo coming in. Do you hear my voice coming twice?
I only hear it once. Maybe you get the YouTube
that's
up
fine.
still or something.
No big deal. All right. We've got your questions. Thanks for submitting them. Coach Robert is here to answer them. I'm JD behind the curtain. I'll be feeding the questions. So without further ado, what do you say we hit it, Robert? Anything you want to get into before we start?
No, I think it was a decent weekend, and it's been a fun Monday behind the scenes here, but we're getting things wrapped up, and we'll be ready to go for tomorrow.
Sounds good. All right. Let's roll right into the questions. First one comes from Alex. Alex says, I recently switched from Tradeovate to Topstep X, and there was an indicator for the initial balance on Tradeovate, but I can't figure out how to plot it on Topstep X. Any help would be greatly appreciated. Are you familiar with the initial balance indicator on Tradeovate, and is it available on Topstep X? I am
familiar with it. Yeah, I am familiar on Tradeovate, and I'm familiar with it on TradingView also. Just at this time in Topstep X, we're still working on the back end, getting the custom indicators in. There's a lot of them in there, but then that's not one of them. Like opening range and stuff, we want to get in there as well, which is very similar. Some traders like to use 1 minute opening range, some 5, some 15. But when you talk initial balance, JD, we're pretty much talking the first hour. Okay?
Correct. First hour of regular trading hours.
Absolutely. So in our case, this is Chicago time or Central Time. It's 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. And who is this? Is it Alex? Alex, since it's not there right now, I'm going to show you a really quick and easy way to get that going for you. I'm going to go through a little bit quicker. It's just a couple of steps, but you can always pause and go back. So since it's the first hour, this is I guess it's MNQ I'm looking at right now. Let's put it on an hourly chart. I'm just going to go up to the top here and click on an hourly chart. Very simple. You can also type it in. If I want a 15-minute chart, I'll type in 1.5 and hit enter, and it comes with a 15-minute chart. So if I want an hourly, it's a 60 and hit enter. It's pretty straightforward. A couple ways to do everything. So guess what? Here is our hourly chart. Well, since this blue mark right here, it's a little hard to see on the screen, but it's up and down. This is the 5 p.m. Central Time where the market opened, and we want our hour chart between 8:30 and 9. So now that we have 2 bars right here, one of them starts at 9, one starts at 8. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the correct information, the correct one. So there's our 8:30, and there is our 9, and there's our 9:30. So we have our 3 candles right here. Okay, so let's go and take the first. Well, it's 3 candles, but it's the third one. But this is actually the one right here. It's 8:30 to 9, 9 to 9:30. So there's 3 in a row. This is the second one. Boom, boom, 30-minute, 30-minute. That's where it is. Now I'm going to do something interesting. I have chosen the ray tool, this horizontal ray. Just means wherever I click, it's going to start it and then extend it to the right. But I want to get it perfect. So on the left, I have this little magnet here. I'm going to turn that on. Now when I mouse over my second candle, this is 8:30 to 9, 9 to 9:30. I'm just going to mouse over the top, and you'll see if I get it close. Watch up here. It snaps. It's just a magnet. So it's going to give me the correct price. So guess what? There's our first one, and we hit our ray tool again, and there's our second one. And now you can do all kind of fun stuff with this. You can go in and this is the top of it. So I want to make that green, and I want to put a text on there that says IB high for an example. And then notice it plotted over here on the right hand side. Pretty good. And then we want the bottom one. I'm just doing this so we can see it really easily. Just how customizable. We want to make the style of this line red, just to be consistent. And this will be IB low. There it is. There's your initial balance. Although the indicator is nice because it will be on there, and just every day it will just, hey, that first hour close, it's going to put those lines on there for you. But this is what we can do right now. If I didn't talk through it, it'd take me 9 seconds. All right. So there you go. That's a quick and easy way to take care of it for right now.
Nice. That's a great workaround. You might even consider just drawing a box and highlighting a different color if you wanted to. So
that's exactly JD.
Based on this, there's quite a few different ways to do it. Yep.
Draw a box at the top and bottom like that. Bring this across. And then obviously you can change the shading if you want. You can see the inside of it, the style of it. There's the border, put a different border color on. There's a background. It'll make it more transparent, less transparent, whatever you want to do. Multiple ways to do things like this. And if you don't like it, you can right click and remove drawings. Gone.
Perfect. Thanks for the question, Alex. Appreciate the answer, Robert. All right, next question comes from P. P wants to know, what is your best setup? Pretty subjective question. A lot of it has to do with the market environment you're trading in. You're trading in a trending market, a ranging market. Are you biased to a particular side of the market? But what's your bread and butter, Robert? What do you go to?
So the straight up, what's your best setup? P wrote that. The one that works. And that is going to be, it's a vague question, and then that's a sort of a vague answer. And JD, you hit nail right on the head as usual. It's going to depend on the market. If you are trading something that's fast moving, like you're seeing the NQ here, and you're trading a smaller account, you may want to stay away from it because your parameters may not fit for you. It's got to fit your personality, fit your character, fits your time. If you can only work on the overnights, if you can only trade, we call it overnight because of the central time, but in the wee hours of the morning when the Asian session is going, and you want to trade cattle, I'm going to be sitting there for a while. So it's really going to depend. If you ask me personally, I don't go through the whole thing. We hear it all the time on the show here. I like to play the breakouts. I like to see the market move one way, like this, then the other, and then I want to get breakout up here. And you can see it went up and down, and I like to play the break up here and the breakdown here, and just take pieces when it goes over it. Does it work all the time? No. It works often enough for me, and if you can read the price action pretty well, and you can do pretty good taking pieces out of the way. I'm a big proponent, and it's just me. Everyone trades different. I would, instead of going for a 100-point trade, I'm a guy that's going to take 10-point trades all day long. Different style. You just find what works for you.
Perfect. All right, let's just keep rolling around.
Yeah.
Along, I should say. Next.
I mowed that lawn yesterday. So.
Next comes from Ray. Where's the best place to start? 15 lots or 5 lots? Well, again, subjective. I guess that depends on the size of the combine that you're trading in, or the size of the account that you are trading in. But
yeah, is
it better to start big or small? I'm of the school of starting small, building a cushion, and expanding from there. So if I'm starting a 50K combine, I'm not jumping in, going max position size on my very first trade. I'm scaling in. I might even consider using micros to start. But yeah, again, building that cushion is something that's very important. What's your take on it, Robert?
It is very important. 100%. I'm a proponent of starting small also, but we don't know really any history on this trader. Like, what is the best place to start, 5 or 15? It's need a little more information than that. If you're a new trader, definitely start small. Switch to micros. It's not specified micro or mini. It depends on the instrument. Not only depends on your count size, but how far, how close are you to your loss limit, or how close are you to your profit target. There's too many times where we've been, oh man, I just need another $50 to make my $3,000 profit target. Let me just punch in 5 lots and take a stab at it. You swear, by the time you click that, the market dumps on you, and next thing you know, you're down $800. Just it's not worth it. Get a style. Get something that works for you that you can do over and over, rinse and repeat, and just make it work. Do it with 1 micro. This is the thing I always say. If you're an NQ trader, trade 1 micro and make $20. Because if that was a mini, that would be 200. And once you have 5 days over 200, you can start taking payouts. So get good with a micro, make $20, then 25, then double it, put 2 on there, make 50. That's the hardest step, is to go from 1 to 2, because you're doubling your risk. Yeah, you're doubling your profit too, but we have to think risk first. So after that, when you add them on, you get used to it. Also, if you are really comfortable trading 5, and let's just say instead of 15, let's go 15, because you asked a question. You must have a 150K account, or you have one built up. But let's say you're going for 15. You need the scaling. You're going to hit the scaling plan after that. So you can't trade 15. So what I would say, JD, and maybe you can agree, is that you want to trade the way you're going to trade at the hardest rules, right? If you need to, why would you want to change it up? Imagine playing baseball and practicing with like an aluminum bat, and then you go to the game, you can only use a wooden one, or the other way around. So if I'm going to get used to 15 lots, maybe I can scale in and out. Maybe I'm going to scale 5 at a time or 2 at a time. Well, you can't do that once you get to the next phase, right? You have the scaling plan that you have to do. So I would suggest trading it the way you need to pass. I don't know if anybody, you're going to run a race. You're not going to run it backwards the whole time just to run it forward, or vice versa. Just keep going the way you need to go to get to the finish line. Slow and steady.
Wow, that's really great advice, Coach Robert. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm still hearing this echo in my ear. I'm hearing my voice twice. It's really annoying.
Take 1 ear up, one ear thing off me.
Not a bad idea. All right, next question comes from Dan. Dan wants to know, while trading intraday NQ, what time frame should I look for to draw zones of support and resistance? Well, I'm of the school you could find those support and resistance zones on any time frame. So I would recommend first starting with a top-down approach. Start with the daily, move down to a 4-hour, 30-minute, 15-minute, 5-minute, and see what kind of zones line up with each other. And those are going to be your key areas. What's your take on support and resistance zones, Robert? Do you even look for
I
support and
do.
resistance
Yeah.
like that?
You might get stuck on there, and I'm going to throw a wrench in this whole thing. I'm like, what if you don't use a time chart? You're looking at a 500 tick. So to answer the question, Dan, what is the best time frame? 500 tick that doesn't have time. I'm just saying that as an example. I'm not being facetious or anything. Or try 100 tick. Maybe you're starting at 1,000, then go to 500, and you're working your way down that way. Very, very possible. So try not to like pigeonhole that and be like, yeah, I have to do this. I have to do this time frame. However, if you are using that top-down approach, you just start larger. It's just, and it is a personal preference too, as well, and it's still yet kind of a little bit more vague on the question, because it really does matter. Are you looking for long holds during the day? We want big spots. For me, if my trades are only like 5 minutes long, I don't even look at 4-hour and daily chart. I'm going to be in and out of a trade before we get a tenth of a candle printing, and I don't use time anyway. But here's a tick chart. So I don't know. Can you spot some support and resistance levels here? That looks pretty good. And there's your typical wick up that you typically see happens on NQ quite often. And here we have another place down the bottom. I'm just mouse overing. It's 20,590. I'm just gonna draw a line. How do you think of that? Look at that. That's a pretty good support resistance level right there. It's support. I don't really call it support until we kind of hit it again. Just Amory, I think, is in the same vein as that. It's gonna, if it just pops up and goes down, yeah, it bounced off of it. But what did it do before? If it didn't hit it and that just broke out and then came back down, well, now you're gonna have to wait for it to come back up and see if you're hitting resistance on there, or see if you're hitting support on there. So, and it's pretty, I don't know, it's pretty clear to me. I'm just showing it. So let's do one little thing, JD. I have my drawings on my chart right now. Let's click on an hourly chart. What do they look like? Huh? Look at that. Yeah, right here. Boom, boom. There they are. They're right inside that candle. Can't even see them. 30-minute chart. It gets a little better. 15-minute chart. So see how I don't like time? Look at that. 5-minute chart. That's really tough to see, in my opinion, to see those support and resistance areas. Yep, we can go back a little further. We have a little larger one right there. And these are lines. So I should be drawing zones, because we should really focus more on zones. But I think you can see it pretty clearly. But you know what? I do like non-time based charts, because to me they just make a little more sense.
Yeah, I should have known you were going to go for the tick chart, or maybe wait till we get the range charts. You'll never see
range bars. You're not going to shut me up.
Robert going back to a tick chart probably again. All right, one more question. This one comes from Justin. Justin says, with the phone app, let's clarify that right now. It is not a phone app. It is a mobile-friendly website for Topstep X. Is there a way to link the trade tab and chart tab? Had many times where I flipped the chart tab to the NASDAQ or gold and took a trade, but nothing appears on the chart. I look at the dome and see it's on a different ticker. So linking charts to the dome on the web version.
Yep, that's exactly.
There's a video for that too, isn't there?
Exactly, Mr. JD. Yep. I just threw that in the chat, and I just said, while you were reading this that question, I was going to post a single one in there, but there are a couple that you can use, because one of them is linking things on the chart. And one of them just goes to the overview of the mobile versions, and then there's one that shows you how to sync your PC and mobile. So I just posted the link to Topstep X tutorial. It's the 5 minutes or less. I put it in the chat, in the YouTube chat. Then, of course, we always have it on the left-hand side here. We click on support, and we have the Topstep 5 minutes, Topstep X in 5 minutes or less tutorial videos that will show up momentarily. And this is me, because I have several things running on the side over here. Excuse me. So it'll be right in the 5-minute tutorials. Come on, load for me. That's what they are. I didn't see those. I saw somebody else pull them up earlier today. So, and it's working. There's feature voting. Cool. Let me switch over just out of curiosity here, because I want to see it. Let me go to Sim. Oh, guess we'll have to check on that link, JD. That's where they are.
Interesting. I'm looking at mine right now too.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. Somebody pulled it up. Could be me.
Yep, it's cleared out on my front end also. Okay, we'll get that cleared up as soon as we can.
Absolutely, make it up. But you can see my YouTube link there, right there.
Yeah, we have the entire library on our YouTube channel. And Coach Robert, every time a new feature comes out on the TopStep X platform, Coach Robert will be making another TopStep X in 5 minutes or less tutorial video for you to walk you through the process for using all these new features. So stay tuned for that. All right, next up we have NJ Rich, New Jersey Rich, maybe? When I hit my profit target for the day, but then there's another good trade setup coming, should I walk away? The timeless question, right? When do you throw in, I shouldn't say throw in the towel, when do you bag your profits for the day and call it? Well, if you hit your profit target, I personally would be walking away. As soon as I hit that target, I'm done watching. Maybe I'll start doing my journaling or whatnot for the day, but I'm definitely not putting on another trade. It's a matter of personal opinion, honestly.
Yeah.
And is this, what kind of setup are you looking at? Are you willing to risk a portion of your profits for the day, just taking another shot at a trade? Again, it's personal preference. But Coach Robert, do you set a personal daily loss or personal daily profit target for yourself and loss limit?
Yeah, the loss limit is first, obviously. Yeah, the personal, but the daily target, I mean, it's so I'm going to talk about me prior to Topstep because that's how I made my income for about 4.5 years before Topstep. So the answer to that question, JD, is yes, because I really needed to live. And, you know, if somebody's doing, let's say they make $50,000 a year, that's $250 a day. So it's got to be somewhere around there, average. You know, this isn't extrapolation here. This is just math. Like, we're not saying, hey, look how much money you can make, doing it backwards. I need to live off this much money. What do I need to do? Now you can kind of average it out. So for NGA Rich, if you hit that profit target and you want to take more, is that on your rule? Is that written down on your trade plan to say, yeah, I hit my profit target, let me just keep trading? We don't know if it's going to be a winner or not. If you hit your money, you hit your profit target and you take your money, why not? We get a lot into trouble when, yeah, this is great, but man, look at that thing run. Let me just punch it in one more time. Greed. Hello. Getting greedy. You're not going to run a marathon and you cross the finish line. Yeah, let's go another mile. It's just, I don't know. I don't subscribe to that sentiment, to be honest. I'm not going to tell anybody not to. It's just an opinion on it. JD's of the same opinion. And I think if you ask pretty much all of the team that does this trading, that's like, hey, look what I just did. This is awesome. This is great. Lock it out. If you're in Topstep X, lock it up and close it out for the day. Maybe use that time instead of just trying to take another shot at it, because you don't know if it's going to be a winner. You don't. And I believe Toby did this. I believe he was one tick away, and I don't want to put a word in his mouth. He can tell you about it. I believe he was one tick away from passing and then ended up failing. He was just like, yeah, just one more. Boom. And it just didn't go his way. He's like, are you kidding me? And then he'll do his story, but I believe that's the case. JD, you probably know it as well, but and he can certainly clarify that up.
What a heartbreaker. One tick away, and then you blow the account. So keep that in mind, because that's a real scenario that happened to a member of the Topstep team here.
Yep.
There are times where it's just see profit, take profit, you know, when you're ranging sideways, volatility is low, you're not getting too many opportunities, see profit, take profit. On days when it's moving big, your risk of getting run over compound, you know, so keep that in mind also. All right.
Right.
Up next, we have Chris. Chris wants to know, if I open a 10 contract MES position and scale out 2 MES at a time, is that one trade or 5 trades? Well, on your Topstep dashboard, that would come out as 5 trades. I know you spent a lot of time in support, Coach Robert. How did you explain this to traders when they asked about it?
That's exactly right, because it's a trade, and how much is a trade? How many contracts are there? You know, so first you're taking one trade, one position, one buy, one sell, and it has a quantity to it. That first one is a quantity of 10, and then you're doing 2, 2, 2, 2 on the way out. So that's an additional 4. You have 5 trades going on. Now you do round trip trades as well. But I'm going to take it one step further, JD. I'm going to play with my little chat GPT thing that I made, a little GPT mentor. I put it out there before, but it's now out to the world because it doesn't cost anything anymore for these things. So I'm going to click on it. Did my screen just go blank? There we go.
You got it.
There we go. So I will put the link in here as well. I am literally just going to type, I copy the message. I'm going to paste it right there. This is a little thing that I built. It's free. You can use it to your heart's desire. And that's what it says. That's the exact question. So now the first thing I need to do is type agree. And this is a fail-safe. Aha. It is for entertainment purposes only. I type the word agree, and it gives me the answer. There we go. Thanks for agreeing. When you open a 10 contract MES position and then scale out 2 contracts at a time, it counts as multiple trades. Specifically, you open the 10 contracts and then exit 2 at a time, it will be considered 5 separate trades. Gold star for JD, way to go. And then it gives you a breakdown of it. And then it says in total of 1 and 5 here, the executions, but you have 5 trades. Let me know if you want any other questions, clarification on anything else. So what I will do is I will actually put this link again in the chat, and please feel free to, again, use it as your heart's desire right there. And here it is.
What an excellent
Copy
tool. That's great.
and paste. Yeah, really quick. It goes over. You can ask it questions if there's something on the help instead of searching help areas. I have it linked in to a bunch of things. You can actually put on here and say, like, where can we get more information? It'll link you over to the Help Center articles. It'll actually link you over to TopstepTV. And you go, oh, well, who's on TopstepTV? And it'll give you bios of all of us. And I didn't type them in. That's just the GPT doing its job of saving us some work. So I put the link in there. Feel free. Have a ball. And we'll keep. I've had traders submit things in Discord and say, hey, this doesn't seem quite right. And I bet you can actually just morph it. You don't write the answers. You just give it the instructions of what to do. So works pretty good.
Excellent. Great tool. Thanks for that, Coach Robert. Real fast, one more. This is kind of a loaded question, but how about we just give one quick answer each for this one? Sergio wants to know, how should I manage my risk reward in a 50K combine to pass in 1 month? My first piece of advice personally would be to give yourself enough swings of the bat. You've got a 2K max loss limit in a 50K account. So break that down to, you want to give yourself at least 10 trades, 10 opportunities to swing at the ball. So I'd break that down into daily risk of $200 and play it from there. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
Yeah, the same thing. I would just cut the second half of that sentence off. How should I manage my risk to pass in 1 month? I would just cut the end of that off and say, how would I manage my risk to trade better? Because if you manage your risk well, it might not take you a month. You can pass in 2 days, and then the third one is over the line. So you can. I don't suggest trying. You're just going to swing at the fence. Get a style. So, but if, just like JD said, if you need to make X amount of dollars, you're $3,000, and you divide that up into how much you need per day, work on it and see how much you want to risk based on how much that reward is going to be. And what was the other quick one there, JD?
That's it.
We're up on time. Yeah, we're time. Good.
We're
Good.
out of time, yeah. So that's it for group coaching today. Thanks again for submitting your questions. We'll be back again tomorrow at 12:30 Central Time. Stick around, though. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with Strategy Lab with Anne Marie. She's going to be joined by Coach Robert again. You got another full hour of Robert. And Dolby Time will be joining also. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
Flash screen. Welcome to Strategy Lab. Anne-Marie in the middle. I almost took the water at it, but I would have sprayed it and messed my computer up. I would have been hell to pay. What a day. What a day we got. A little tech thing is going on here. But thanks for hanging with us. I know it's a little bit more of a blank screen, not a lot of data up there, but we're working on off the backup box. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Dobie, how you doing? Anne-Marie, how are you doing? We got a great show. We're just talking about a couple things we wanted to discuss. But Dobie, before we go, can you clear something up for me? I talked about it. I don't know if you're at lunch or what, but it's what I did. Were you or were you not, I can correct me if I'm wrong, like one tick away from passing and then losing the account? Is that a true statement?
Yep. Yeah. That's exactly right. So this was a long time ago. I was trading crude oil, and I was trading a 50K account, and I was at like, what did I need? I think it was like $52,999 or like $98. I literally needed one tick to pass. I had it set at like +1 or +2. And I was like, I don't need to trade my setup. There's no way in hell I won't be able to catch one tick on this trade. Lo and behold, it shot straight down 15 ticks. So now I went from being down one tick to being down like, I don't know, 16 or 15. And then from there, wheels came off and crashed the account. So lessons learned. Just always got to focus on that system. Yeah. Always got to focus on your system. The market will find a way.
That's. I didn't have one tick, but I've been $200, close $200 to it, and blown the account out. I also had a day.
Came through.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I came through on the group coaching. Somebody was like, "Hey, I hit my profit target for the day. Should I trade more?" I'm like, "I think we should talk to Dobie about this one." And I wanted to make sure I was accurate in saying that you were a tick away and then lost it. So thank you for clearing that up. Strategy Lab. Anne-Marie, we got stuff. You think that there's a bounce going on here? Are you talking NQ or talking ES? We'll pull it up on the screen.
I'm talking about the NQ. I'm talking about the NQ. So I've got two profiles here that are visible for us on Topstep X. Let me show you the indicator. One is called the volume profile fixed range, and one is called the volume profile visible range. Let me show it to you, volume profile visible range. So this is the visible range here on the right, and this one on the left is the fixed range, and I took it from about 7:30 this morning to now. So why might I be considering the trade now? A couple of reasons. The big one is that we just left the edge of the day's value area low, and we're sort of dancing around that zone. And this happens to be the VWAP of the closing NQ. And so those two pieces together tell me, hey, if you go in one at a time and lever in just so long as you do not break the low that is being formed, you're going to be in great shape for a bounce. And that bounce could easily get us up into maybe that 590 area, which is somewhere around that value area, the value area low. And if it holds, it's going to go back into the range. So here, because it's already bouncing just a wee bit, I think, because I am trying to catch a bottom, I am going to sell one of them and just leave one on, capture a little bit of profit, and let the other one move up, stabilize some more on the 5-minute, because if you're like me and you like the ranges, the fact that it did not blow out of this 5-minute high range tells me that the chart might base just a little more. So I'll add on that floor. I just don't want it to get any lower. So that will be my stop. And so what I wanted us to talk about today was the different ways we can use volume profiles to see, here's where my value area low is, what should happen, and here's where my value area high is. and what should happen, right?
I love the should. I love the should, and I love volume
Yep,
profile.
disclaimer.
Glad we're going.
Yeah.
Glad we're going through this, and we'll go through each one. Adobe, I don't know if you use it, but mine looks different than Emery's, and we can go through the components. Toby, if you use it, do you want to go first on this? Or do you not use it?
I do not use volume profile. However, I used to use it, and I think I was using it, I'm going to say incorrectly. So I'm going to approach this more as a student than a teacher. My issue with volume profile is that I found myself justifying counter trend trades a lot easier because they were always in discount according to the volume profile. So I think they
maybe you were looking at that. Yeah, I think maybe you were looking at that a little bit skewed potentially.
100%. Well, yeah, I think if you like have a bias going into the market and then you throw on something like volume profile and you're in an uptrend market, then you're always going to be able to find a way to get short because it's always going to look cheap on the volume profile. So I think like a lot of indicators and tools, there are definitely some nuance involved. You have to understand your market state, your trading system, if you have any biases, anything like that. So I found it tricky for that, but if we are in a true range bound market, then yeah, it does a really good job at finding where price is not spent a ton of time trading at as far as volume goes. So I think it can be useful, but I'm interested in learning about volume profile actually and how y'all use it.
Sure. I'll give a little share on the way I have mine set up. It's set up a little different. I think you guys have the default settings on there. So I'm going to go through just the setting for. I'm going to actually take it right off my screen here in the start again. Excuse me, had to sneeze there. Wow. Okay. We can find it in two areas. We can have it on the left-hand side as a drawing tool. Or we can have it as an indicator. And there are two types of indicators here. One is the volume profile fixed range, and the other one is the volume profile visible range. Let me put it up here. And we have visible range and fixed range. Visible range, if I put it on my chart, it's going to take all the pieces of data that's visually on the chart and calculate it in the volume profile. I don't generally like that because I want to see a wider chart and then look at a certain area and then it's calculating all the data from prior, which I really don't want to see. So I like to use the volume profile fixed range. If I'm going to click, let's just get it on the chart. Click. Now it's active, and I need two locations. I need where I want it to start in time and where I want to end. I like to see it all the way to the end. So I'm just going to randomly click in, it's about 1150, and I'm going to move my mouse to the right, and I'm going to click again. So it's going to capture the volume in this area, and again, I'm here from 1150. Let's make it make a little more sense, and let's just put it at noon. And there we go. We are at.
I think I like the fixed one more, Robert, just personally.
Yeah. Yep. The one thing to remember on the fixed one, though, Joby, is that as the candles continue to plot, you do need to select it because it's a fixed range. So imagine if I plotted it just in a certain area and the market keeps going and going, it's not going to add with it because you chose to put it in that range. And there's a reason for it. So let's go through this real quick on the settings on it. This is going to depend on the trader as well. This row size is how thin these ticks are in between. So it's at 250. Let me put it at 50. You'll see the difference. These bars get really wide. What if I put it at 10? See, they get really thick. Okay, so I would like to have it a little more granular so I can see the ebbs and flows a little better. The value area, like in reset, we have value area. The most volume, the calculated volume I'm having, I'm going to mouse over. It's around 20,654, and the bottom is around 20,546. That is the range that I'm viewing the volume in at each level. However, I'm choosing to show 80% of it as a different color to highlight that shows me that in this particular area, that is where 80% of the volume has been. Now, this is kind of interesting because you'll see these different formats. You'll see them look like Rocky Mountains. You'll see them just kind of run out and run back. And those are really hard to trade. That's a range day. It just keeps floating back and forth. But if you have a whole bunch of spikes and then a couple lines come out and then a big valley, you can tell that the market has passed through that area pretty quickly. And then, of course, you can change the styles of them. Right now, I have it showing on the left-hand side. But if I choose it to the right, it's going to put the volume profile on the right. I don't really like that because I can't see my candles, And then you change the transparency of it. You can do that. I just think it gets in the way. So I like to keep mine on the left-hand side.
Me too.
And then we have the width of it. So this is only 15% of the box. If I like make this 40%, and you can see how it gets wider, and now 50% of the area. So some traders like to do that and like to keep it just kind of a little bit of, you know, lighter color in the background, so they can just glance at it, their chart, their candles stick right out. But again, it's all up to you as to how you want to keep these, get this used. And what's really good about it, the POC right here, excuse me, before I move on, there's a yellow line, this POC, point of control. That is the price level where the most contracts were traded in the area I've selected. Let's do one quick thing. I'm gonna kick it over there. Maybe I'm gonna just take a top and a bottom. All right, and we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do this one more time.
I like how you have all your favorite indicators starred there.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I love doing that.
Thank you.
Makes it super easy.
Yeah, you just mouse over it. So we add in one. All I'm doing is I'm just going to my volume profile and I'm selecting peak to peak, and then I want this peak to this peak. I'm gonna do. We'll do 2 more of them. This is Strategy Lab, by the way, and we'll go from the bottom peak to the top peak, and then we'll do 1 more. Top, because this is the one I wanted to show. All right. So what are we looking at? Move this to the right. What are we seeing on this? Well, we have 5 plots getting the tops and bottoms of this. Let's call it a range. We have the top 20,666, and the bottom of this is 20,586. All I did was I clicked the top and the bottom, and what it's showing me is it's showing me where the contracts of most volume is. 80% of all the contracts here in the area is around noontime to 5 minutes to noon. It was in this highlighted section right here. We can take this and extend it out, and there we have it. Now, guess what? It's a little hard to see, so I'm gonna move my mouse over it so you can. Let's actually do this right here. Dobie, I'm gonna kick it over to you in a second because I want to hear your thoughts on this.
I have a PSA when you're done.
Great. And what am I doing? Talking too much?
No,
All right. So this area is right here, 1225. But I'm going to remove this yellow box because it's hiding a little bit. Notice this is a dark blue color. It is outside of my value area. And what is that telling me? It's showing me it's historic. I mean, this is called lagging indicator you want, but it's historic. We'll know where things are going. Just means that we ran out of steam up here, right? We ran out. We don't. Otherwise, there'd be more volume at these price levels. So in my opinion, we ran out of steam. Here it is. And let's just plot that over. And guess what? As the market dropped off, we started losing steam here. These area wasn't full of steam either. And we started building up, and it kept going down. Point of control, the level where the most contracts are traded. It's stagnant. It stayed, popped up a little bit, and then just kept dropping. And what if we put it on for the whole time range? I'm willing to bet that we are now down at the bottom, and we are. It's gone to the lowest point. So Emery said this is a bleed off, might be a bounce down there. Very possible, but this is a good way, in my opinion, to use the volume profile into different areas. You can use it on different charts. I have a 500 tick chart just for demonstrations. I don't like time charts, but I think it works out pretty well. And all you're doing is you're plotting the areas on here and showing which levels had the most volume on them. I strongly encourage volume profile over candle volume bars. So that's my spiel. Dobie, what's the PSA?
PSA, if you got an email and it's for an XFA account, it's a bug. So ignore those. That is a bug that got sent out. It's an XFA email bug. Yeah, it's a bug. Don't worry about it. Just ignore it. We are looking into it.
Unless, of course, you were already due to get an XFA.
Well, yeah. I mean, you should know, though. So if you should be ready. If you're ready for that email, you should know it's coming. Otherwise, if you got that email and you weren't expecting it, definitely an error.
Gotcha.
Definitely an error. And of course, if you have further questions, you can always contact the trader support team. But most of the time, people know what's going on. Also, I am not familiar with what is going on with Rhythmic. Also, Natty, yes, there is a leaderboard. We're just running a low tech stream today because it's a Monday, and it's a very chaotic Monday indeed. So lots of issues in all sorts of fun areas, but let's get back to the markets because that's why we're here. So going back to volume profile, I think one of the things that I really like about volume profile is
I want Dobie. I might point out one
control
thing on yours that you can go through. I'm sorry, you have the yellow and the blue. I didn't cover it on mine because of the same color, and that's the up volume and down volume. If you want to cover that, because it looks different, and mine are the same color, so I just happened to catch that. Let's make sure they understand.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Value area up, value. Is that by like what volume is for? Is that like split into buy sell? Is that what you're referring to?
That is what I'm talking about. So we have little tiny things on the blue side.
Yep.
Exactly.
Oh,
And there's more volume on the yellow, which is more volume on the downside, which is a good indication that we may be heading to the lower side.
Oh, very cool. Okay, I like that. Okay, so for blue, it is buy, yellow, it is sell. Of course, you can go into settings and change that. That's a value area up, value area down. Kind of cool if you could like show that as like a numerical ratio. But some of that was like kind of 50-50, but I would definitely agree that by the extremes, you can kind of see, like for example, you got more, I'm in the Dow right now, but you have more buying on the lower side, and then it kind of flips to the top where it's more yellow than it is blue, but the bottom is more blue than it is yellow. So that's actually pretty cool. I was just going to say, I like the point of control. I think that's a really useful piece of information on the day.
Yep.
Because that can kind of tell you just how much of a coin flip your trade is really going to be. So that's kind of an area that I typically try to avoid in my trading personally, is right in the middle of the point of control, because you really have no idea what could be going on. So I like trading the extremes, and if you do also like trading the extremes, you might find the volume profile helpful, because as we get to the very, very edges where we start seeing less volume traded, maybe we're even outside of that like 70% main body, that is where you could start perceiving a discount for longs or for shorts. But if you're me and you had a bias 5 years ago, then you were just getting smoked every single time because you took that as a sign that this is a cheap area. I can just do whatever I want without market context. And that is not the case. So this does need to get paired with probably something else to make it a little bit more definitive, but it's not going to necessarily tell you whether to buy or to sell.
Yep, good gun. It's just a tool. Anne-Marie.
My thought there is that, and so mine looks also quite different, because what I'm looking at is positive delta and negative delta. And so it's going to tell me where the selling pockets and the buying pockets are sitting. And of course, if I'm looking at a 30-minute, now here's the thing. I had the very strong feeling that we were going to bounce off of this low, but it came in and violated the 5-minute low. So now I'm trying to take a short off of the 5-minute high region. And I feel like that's a pretty crummy trade, if I'm going to be completely honest, because I think there's volume building down there. But here's how you can look at something and go, all right, see how this is framed out all blue, and blue is buying. And if it drops down into there like that, if it drops down into there, you know that the buyers are going to try and get themselves involved, because there was nothing but buying, particularly if it can get up and over the negative delta patches right here, and it can continue. So if you're staring down price and congestion, you're going to end up seeing that, hey, that is a pretty good shot that I have for taking a long or taking a short. And all you have to do is make sure that you're sitting on the edge of the formation, right? So now I think we're sitting at the edge of the formation. That's where I think we ought to fade from. But when we listen to Dee and John and everybody else that really knows volume profile very well, and they use the time price opportunity tool, we can actually look at this on a simplistic space and go, okay, where is my value area high? Where is my value area low? Where Where do I need to see buyers? And then you wait for them to show up, which is the thing that a lot of us don't do, right? So let's say we're sitting over here in this edge, and we have this sense that, hey, there's going to be some buying pressure right around here, right? They're going to come in somewhere in this zone.
Where is that?
Right.
What
It's
level there?
right around the 20,578 area is the nighttime congestion zone. Okay. And so we're looking at that. Very often we'll buy the top and go, okay, I know it's going to bounce somewhere here, but we don't think about the risk event. So we either end up going in, too big, too small, or whatever in the wrong way. Usually it's too big, and we'll stop out, and then the chart will go exactly where we think it needs to go. And I think, was it JD that was talking about having patience, or was it you that was talking about having patience in the last session? We were just talking about patience.
Yeah, he was
Right.
probably telling me that
both of
patience,
you.
how it
It was
goes.
probably both of you. Right, you just got to be patient. Oh, the question was, how do I pass the combine? How do I manage risk to pass the combine in a week, or whatever it was that the question was?
Month, yeah.
Month,
Yep,
right?
yep.
And so you said, hey, listen, you should just say, how do I pass the combine managing risk and not worry about anything else zany? And so it really is just waiting it out for the space where you go, okay, definitely nobody's selling there. Let me see if I can pull back and wait for that edge. And sometimes it's hard to wait for the edge, but the volume profile event, when you see it stagger like this and you're looking at delta, you can go, okay, if I get up here anytime this afternoon, everybody sold up there. So my first trade is going to be, can I look at the edge of a 30-minute candle and put a sell order in there? Because everybody wanted to sell there. Now, it might be that they're going to buy and go through that, but I'm going to sit right on the edge of the risk, and my stop can be very tight. If it continues to the north, I'll just get out of the trade. Just like we're watching this part of the profile transform just a little bit because buyers are now in play. And you can see that with the visible, take a look at this visible volume profile here. It was completely yellow, and now it's saying, hey, listen, above this wick, they're buying. We have a bunch of sellers that are sitting right around here, so you want to take some profit, but if it holds, you can stay long. And that's how you can read these candlesticks and the visible volume profiles to give yourself a structure that goes, oh, okay. And see, if you look at this is a 30-minute over here. Here's my 5-minute visible. And you can see, here's what they're telling you. All of this is selling. So it's still telling us, hey, you could bounce all the way to 615 and still have yourself a fade. Moving down to the edge, you've got to get over a lot of sellers to get back to the VWAP. It's really, really interesting.
Excellent. You're using it in conjunction with the VWAP there. And this is, folks, it's just another tool, right? I think all three of us, though, maybe start using it a little bit more as you learn a little more into it. Just to give you, I think it's a super good idea for your range trading. If you go up to the top of that range and you find out that the last 30 minutes, there was a point of control there, and the volume profile is, peeked out onto the side, just kind of almost like a sideways, Mount Everest coming out to the side, and there's your volume point of control, yellow or whatever color you make it, the level that most trades were traded at that point, most volume trade at that level. And then there's another one in the last 30 minutes, and it's at the bottom that's a really good indication that by the time that market comes back up to your top level that you're looking at, and you have all those point of controls and all that congestion up there, it's probably going to get absorbed. We have to use probably because we don't know. It could blow right through it. Who knows? But it's a more probability that say, man, this thing just jumped up there. And that's what I showed in the very, very beginning. And there's my screen right there. This yellow box that I drew, this yellow rectangle, is exactly that. We have the giant one on the left-hand side. It's covering the entire day, top to bottom, all the way to the current time. And then I put one, all I did was plotted these on each up to down and down to up to down. It doesn't matter if it's going which way, if you can do them either way, but it's just telling you I wanted to trade it from every time it came to the bottom, went back to the top, and then the top to the bottom. I got each one of those waves, and then right where my mouse is and that circle is 12:24 Central Time, price around 20,610 to 20,650. Guess what? There is not much volume up there. Not much trading. It just blew right down, and you can see the time on it. There's a tick chart, so it doesn't calculate time, but it didn't take very long to drop all the way down there. 3 minutes. It went from the top to the bottom, where earlier it took 19 minutes to go from the bottom to the top. So that tells me potential for continuation. They were absorbed. All those orders up, they were absorbed. And if you know how to read a DOM and you put a DOM next to it, you'll just see them start to feed right in. It's like, oh my God, there's no more orders over here. There's no more sellers at this. I mean, there's no more buyers trying to grab this thing. The sellers just took over. It dropped it down. And now we have a low volume area that I circled. And we're just going to keep an eye on that. Because if we end up breaking up there, like it is right now, if this was a low volume area because there were no orders previously, and we're talking 12:25, so an hour ago, we may push right through this. So this would be a really good spot, Toby, for if you're doing a range trade and you say, hey, look, here's my ranges. And then all of a sudden it breaks out of that range and you look left and say, well, whoa, hold on. I have a really low, it just ran out of steam and it dumped right down. Yeah. Look at this thing go right through. That's a really good long right there. That's like textbook. We can see the point of control building down, all these yellows, all the yellow horizontal lines. And then what? The last two didn't do anything. The next one that I plotted from bottom to top, what did it do? The most volume jumped up 20 points. And then it broke out and that entered into my top rectangle box, which is where the low volume, where it dumped significantly quick. And what did it just do? Like clockwork. This is a textbook. I'm so, we're gonna have to clip this. This is a textbook layout of using volume profile on these ranges. It's not a time chart. It's a tick chart. You can use time charts too. It's just little. If I did this, I'd have 3 volume profiles on there because look, it's only been an hour. It's an hour and a half, so I had a half hour. You know, so that's why I like
every hour. Every hour you do those.
Nope, it was just top to bottom. Nope, the very top to bottom. I just picked the first one. It was time. So the top of the first pivot up here at about 667. And I drew it to the bottom of that next pivot. And that was 3 minutes. So go through them. The first one was 3 minutes. The second one was 4 minutes. The third one was 10 minutes. The fourth one was 10 minutes. The fifth one was
I see.
5.
Okay.
So that just dropped it off really quick. So it bounced back and forth a little bit. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Then 4 minutes later, it recovered the whole thing and you have that low volume area. And I highlighted it with the top rectangle, took a look at it, and we saw the volume starting to come up. We lost it at the bottom of our last plot. We can see I have, look at the light blue on these, right where the point of control are. But the last one, what did we do? We lost it. There's nothing down here anymore. There are no more orders, nothing to absorb it. This whole bottom section is missing. It's a light blue. And what did it do? Ran out. Buyers took over. It started populating. It moved the point of control higher. And as soon as it got over this mess that we were looking at earlier, what did it do? It went directly through that low volume area that we have. So it's a really good, this is textbook. I'm so glad we caught this the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And it shows up also in the formations on the fixed volume area that we had right here. So this long told us, hey, listen, as soon as it gets up over here and it's in blue over here, which is buying, and blue over here in the fixed formation, you knew you could ride it straight up and it rode right into the POC, the point of control, at which point it's fading, but it should come back into a higher low because everybody's in a buying space here. So to find that higher low, you look at the zone that says, all right, where do I see a lot of heavy congestion in the chart? Where do I see that? And we can see it over here at the 617 area, over here, maybe at 620, and then back down here at 610, 615. But all of that says you go in with one contract, right? And as it stabilizes, you can add to the position. So for me, I'm just waiting for the stabilization of the chart. I can look over here on the 5 minute and I can see, all right, here it is coming into this edge. I think it's going to the VWAP, right? My suspicion is that it's going to the VWAP under all of this bullish pressure, but I don't want it to lose all my prior support action that I can see on both the visible volume profile and the fixed range volume profile, right? All of it's saying buy the dip here, right? The top edges, notice how when we first started looking at this, there were patches of downward delta pressure sitting here. They've totally disappeared because the buyers have come in to save the day.
Yeah, we're at what point of control right now? I guess it depends.
We just lost it.
What your range is, yeah. I have it kind of at point of control for NASDAQ 20,626. You guys got me hung up on these blue and orange or blue and yellow color bars here. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. I think this is kind of interesting and is maybe part of the personality that is NASDAQ. But something that's interesting, and we're going to compare this to the Dow in just a moment, is so the blue is a ratio of buying to selling. So you would think that as NASDAQ breaks 20,741 at around 10 o'clock today, we would expect more selling. No, actually, almost all blue bars on the very, very, very far left side. So I'm looking at something that is a little arrow somewhere. I'm trying to point it out on my chart. It's like the very upper left here. It's like up here, right? This is what I'm looking at.
Yep.
The very, very upper left of my chart, right? This is our blue bars. This is all buying. We're on new highs, yada, yada, yada. And then we come down to the bottom, let's say around, 110 today, this little 5 minute range. And it's mostly selling. Well, that's kind of strange. Wouldn't you think that it'd be more buying down by the bottom of the volume profile rather than more selling? Because that's more aggressive selling. And then up here, at the previous 10-15 area, is more aggressive buying. But check this out. If
you know why?
Wait.
I think you're
okay.
reading that the wrong way.
Go ahead, Toby.
Wait, but if you go, let me finish my idea. So if you go to the YM, it's the exact opposite. It is range bound, and you have more selling at the tops, and at the bottom, you have more buying. So it seems like YM is in a better range or maybe following the volume profile a little bit. I'm not sure how you want to interpret that, but I think that's kind of interesting that the NASDAQ is showing extremes with buying pressure at the highs and more selling pressure at the lows, whereas the Dow is having buying pressure at the lows and selling pressures.
Can you go back over to NQ, Toby?
Yeah, let me pull a chart.
Yeah, there you go.
I was going to do both. I got to remove one of these.
Oh, that they're linked. Yeah, they're linked up.
Yeah, I got to remove one.
Okay, so see the area you were talking about above the high part, and you said there were a bunch of buyers in there? You can highlight that area. We put
more buying orders. Yeah, for what, NASDAQ?
Yep. See that's what you said earlier, right? The NASDAQ, it broke up the top, and so a buy, right? But a buy could be a bunch of shorts that tried to short the top, and it broke through, and they had to buy to get out of their trade too.
Could be that too.
Yeah.
And see, I think that's the difference that the YM looks the way that it does compared to the NQ, because there's a lot more speculation in the NQ and a lot more trend following in the YM in terms of saying, hey, listen, I'm going to buy that dip or I'm going to sell the top of the range. So people aren't trapped there as much. They're just running rotation, whereas the NQ guys are a little bit more speculative in their approach and will zip around and get caught on one edge and expand out and over and then try it again.
Right. Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. It's a cool tool.
Yeah, it's a good connection. And there's those multiple ways that you can show it. Like if on your screen you have the blue and the yellow, in your particular case, we're going to go to the value area. So you have a red point of control, and then you can see how the blue and the yellow are slightly brighter than above and below that. And I don't know, do you have it on 70%?
That is,
what is it?
What is it? That's red is point of control.
On
I
inputs?
think it's width. Width of box,
On inputs.
I think.
No, the input part.
Oh, it's inputs.
The width of it is the width left and right.
Got it. Yeah, value
there,
area.
you got 70, right?
Yeah, I can do like 80. I can do 90.
Right, and that's
then,
per
yeah, it
trader.
just takes up more and more space. Yeah.
Yeah, because all that's doing is it's saying that's my value area, and you had it set on 70, so 70% of all the volume. I like 82, and someone has said that in the chat. So you should do that. I'm like, no, do it any way you want. I like to do it 80%. It's just something that works that I can see and understand. Some people like to use like 61 because of the fib number. Totally fine. Whatever you want to use, that's totally fine. So on yours, to point that out, you have your point of control level, the most contracts traded, and then you have the blue and yellow left and right. That's the buying and selling, but they're brighter in the middle because that's highlighting your value area. You can actually change the colors on the top. You can have blue and yellow for the value area, and then on the tops they're grayed out. You can change those colors to purple and orange if you want. So you can really customize this to make it stand out. Something you want to see and something you don't want to see. Yep, there's your up volume, down volume. Exactly. There you go. See, so you can do green for up and red for down, or whatever you need to look. It's a really cool tool, and it's just, I don't over talk it, but it's still just a tool. It's just going to give us a potential idea, like we talked about earlier. We don't know if it's right until it happens, but I really like it. There's only two things that I use with these things. I have a little code thing that I do. I like volume profile incredibly. I really. It's always on my chart. I'm looking two over charts over here. It's always on my chart, volume profile, and I think it tells a story pretty well.
Mm-hmm. It is cool. Also, if you can't get access to like market profile, volume profile will look, I think, pretty similar. So it can kind of be like a poor man's market profile as well if you don't have like T4 or Tradeovate. So you can use that. And it'll look really, really similar to market profile. You just won't have the lettering or like the single prints and stuff. But I think it'll look similar enough that you can eyeball it.
Yeah, it does. And you can see those the peaks and valleys. Look at you have your point of control. And then if you go slightly up a little bit, what's the trough there? On the left-hand side, I can't see it on right about there. See what's that level?
20,686.
Great. So if we reach that area, potentially it's going to blow right through that low. It's called the low volume area. And if you see a bunch of those, it's because the market gets absorbed in one spot and then it drops quickly, and it starts getting absorbed again. It drops quickly, gets absorbed again. You can see those pretty clear in the TPO also because they're going to capture that information, and you'll see them right on the screen with the bids and asks and what was filled. So it's a really cool thing. You can see, wow, it went faster through on the downside than it did on the upside. Well, that's information. Doesn't mean it's going to do it again. I mean, of course not. But it's information that we can use. So we talked about that one earlier. It's really good. I highly recommend this one. It's not that complicated. It's where they're mostly traded, the volume difference between the buys and sells, and where were the most percentage-wise contracts traded. And just keep moving it over. I just like drawing them on those ups and peaks and valleys. Every time you goes up to resistance and drops down to support, draw another one on the fixed range and start lining them up. You'll see those point of controls starting to rotate around.
I think it's a great tool for newer traders. If maybe you don't have an indicator yet that you really like, or don't have a framework that you have kind of set your heart on, I think volume profile should probably hang out on your charts for a little bit until maybe you either move on from it or embrace it entirely. But I do think it does a really good job, at the very least, kind of showing the auction process that is trading, right? Because so, I mean, that's what trading is, right? We have buyers and sellers. It's a two-sided auction. And the volume profile does a really, really good job of showing that. So if we're at point of control, that means a lot of people are willing to do business at that one price. But as you get higher and higher and higher, people will start let's say, not bidding or participating in the auction, and then you start seeing smaller and smaller volume. And that's how you get kind of like that hill, or you can get a double distribution, a single, triple, whatever you want. I think that's what it's coolest for. So for newer traders, I would definitely suggest throwing it on there. It's pretty. I think it stays out of the way. It does a pretty good job of staying out of the way, and it should be able to provide some useful tools. Yeah, at the very least, point of control is great.
Yep, absolutely. And then you can use it with what else you like to use for tools. Like I'm going to go to Anne-Marie, and how do you use this with your VWAP? You start seeing them building up, and there's a point of control right at VWAP. Say, ooh, this may be bouncing off of here. We're going to take a look at that. So is that what you do? You want to talk me through that?
Yes, I do. The one thing that I did that really I shouldn't have, I have a tendency to be very overly quick on the trigger when I sit in the live space. So it just is something I shouldn't have done. But we do see this. Listen, if you're under the VWAP and you bounce into the volume point of control, right, the POC, which is going to be that red number, it usually is going to sell off into either a higher low or a lower low. And so for me, I took the trade all the way up. Great. Gave it all the way back because I tried to stay long without thinking about that big picture of what happens with the point of control. And so that's something super important. If you are coming up into the point of control and your VWAP is above you and trending down, it is going to sell off more than likely at that point of control. Even if the chart has bullish pressure behind it, it's going to sell into those spaces simply because that's a reflexive move. People just go, I don't want to get involved in the POC. I'm leaving. Wherever the POC is, I'm not trading there. Mm-hmm. So they'll trade into the POC. They'll begin a trade out, moving away from the POC, and they'll trade away up high and into the POC. And so everybody's exiting trades at that point of control if they're looking at those formations. And that's the one thing I didn't do. And it certainly is absolutely key. If you're under the VWAP and that VWAP has slope, the moment you slide up into that point of control, sellers are going to come around because they just want to get out. If they're buyers, they're going to get out. If they're sellers, they're going to get out because they're like, I'm not playing in this garbage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Something I totally forgot to mention as well is that the volume profile actually exists in your dome as well. So
yes.
So if you don't want it on your chart, and maybe this is why I've gone away from it because I'm just used to looking at the dome. So if you look at if you want to pull up my screen, I think even Anne-Marie kind of has it too. But yeah, if you want to, yeah, there we go. Because I got my resolution's pretty good here. So I can make this bigger, but on the very far right-hand side where my mouse is kind of hovering around is actually volume profile. The exact same volume profile you'd have on your chart is actually in the dome. And so you can kind of scroll up and down and see where the biggest volume has been traded or even the littlest volume, right? So if we scroll further down, it's like, 40,420. How many is traded there? Oh, it's like only a handful, right? So you can kind of see the volume profile actually take shape in the dome if you don't want it on your chart. Oh, a second thing, since I just mentioned auction process, I did add in Hoag's playlist from our YouTube. He has a Trading Foundation Week 3 auction process playlist. It is 4 1-hour courses all on auction profile, the process, technical analysis, volume, and open interest. So very cool stuff. Little follow-up studying. If anyone wants to do any further look into the auction process, volume profile, he probably even dabbles in the market profile in there as well, which is a slight variation. So I'll put that link in chat so y'all can check that out.
That's awesome. I'm glad you pulled that up really quick there.
Oldie
did you have any comments? Yeah. Anne-Marie, any comments on what Joby just said about the dome? I'm glad you put that in there.
Totally agree.
Joby, but
yeah,
you see him building as it goes. Okay. All right, so where are we at right now? We have, let's do, Adobe, you're on your screen. You want to take a quick run around the markets?
Yeah, let's do it. YM is currently trading at 40,544, and I don't know what's going on with my keyboard. It just wants to draw charts. Just draw stuff everywhere. Please stop. I don't know.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
locked.
Look, weird day today.
Look at the left side. At the left side, you get the tool locked on.
Oh, that one.
Right
Okay.
there. Yeah, it's going to say it's the drawing tool and make it quicker to draw lines. I have videos on this, you know.
you do. I know. I just, all these little buttons and stuff. I don't even know how I pressed it, though. That's the problem. I never meant to press that button.
Your cat. You got a cat.
The cat. Probably, actually. That's a good point. So currently Dow's trading at 40,558, bounced off of 40,440, which was a double bottom. So now we're kind of floating higher. My target is 40,600-ish, which would be the top of the 30-minute range. NASDAQ, after rejecting off of 20,800, has come down a whole lot, almost 250 points from the highs. Now we're kind of trading around 20,600. So about a 200-point drop from the high to the present moment. So a lot of action in the NASDAQ. Gold peaked out at 2,444. Wow, that is... Man, gold is cruising to the upside. So is this a risk play? Is that what we're kind of thinking because of all the...
I think so. Interestingly, it's moving in the same direction as the dollar. So that's a little bit weird. But yeah, I think it's just a risk play.
Yeah. And crude has actually come down quite a bit as well. Was trading up to like 84s earlier last week, and now we're down to 82s. So down about $2. It looks like it might be getting range bound again. Currently hanging out at the highs of a previous daily range that I had. That was between June 19th and June 28th. The high of that is 82, and we are currently right around 82. So markets are moving. It's been a fairly busy summer, actually. So the trading's been pretty solid as long as you're on the right side of things.
Yeah, that's really good. I have a question that came through the chat. I want to make sure I answer Jesse James because it's about super trend and asked do you think super trend is effective? Yes. Anything can be effective depending on how you're using it, which market, the time of day, risk tolerance, and everything else. I don't use it very often, because I'm not a trend trader. I'm more of a breakout, so I actually use it opposite. So if you have on the bottom of super trend coming up, and the market falls through it, I'll take those as a breakout or breakdown instead of waiting and holding onto the trend. So there's different ways, and you can change the deviations on it. 1, 1.2, 1.5, whatever. So yeah, it's a good question, and maybe that's something we can do a couple of different types of trend trading tools since we're looking at breakouts and volume here on the next strategy lab.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're still just bouncing right around that main one. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, the big takeaway is there are a lot of ways to make money in the market. The key event is always, can you see something that's repeatable? And can you be consistent in the execution of what you perceive to be repeatable? And if that answer is yes, remember, the only thing that separates the professional from the amateur is consistency. It's the only thing. So find something that's simple, that works for you, that you can repeat over and over again. And this is really one of those tools. You just need your VWAP and you want to pay attention to these value areas. When you see the guys and gals put up their numbers, our coaches and such, and we go value area high, value area low, this volume profile tells you what that number is by and large, because it is it's highlighted there for you. And if you move out of the range, you continue until it exhausts. And if you move into the range, you're likely to move through the range or at least into the POC. And so those sorts of simple support/resistance formations, great area for you to just hone in and go, can I find something that's repeatable here for me, that I can manage risk and that I can trade?
And that right like that, it's gone right back to that point of control of 20,600. And we can see if we can do a quick toggle over to my chart there in the background, I appreciate it. And how you can see how they all lined up, these point of controls. This is the large one. If I mouse over it and click on it to highlight it, we can see on the bottom right, I can just drag. I want to keep that large one since noontime and go all the way to the end. Where is it? 20,600, right in that area. What did we do in the last couple of peaks? Stopped at it. Same area. And where is that? Right between our liquidity at the top, our up and down real quick, and then above all of our congestion down the bottom. And you can see them lining up all the way back to like just 10 minutes after noontime. And once those were all absorbed, it stayed down below. And the point of controls hovered. As soon as it pushed back up again, we started stacking them up, and we are right back in the middle of it. I just think it's a really cool tool. Is it the end all be all? No. We comments and say the indicators are lagging. Yeah, they are lagging. But we had so many new traders in here, and it's just something as a guide. It's not the end all be all. It's not like you're going to slap this on your chart and be like, oh, it's at the high. I'm going to short it to the point of control. That's not the case. It's just another little guide.
Work.
Yeah. So we like to keep it a little bit simple and just try to demonstrate some things for traders, because there's a lot of traders, and a lot of traders are new. That's what we're here doing, is educating. This is what's called Strategy Lab. So we're going to do the best we can and share whatever we think is there. So, and I hate that term, lagging. A candle's a lagging indicator. A DOM is a lagging indicator. Well, then it said 20 contracts. Now it says 25. Well, that was a second ago. It's lagging. I just hate that term. It's just,
right.
I don't know. It gets me going all the time. Like,
I feel the same way.
Anyway. I think that's it. Dobie, did you have any 30-second thing going on? Because we got to get out of this show here.
No, we kind of briefly ran over volume profile. It's an extremely powerful tool and indicator. It's a framework. It's a way to view the market and see, and perceive value in the marketplace. As Robert said, it's not perfect. I don't think anything is perfect. It's not going to make you a millionaire overnight, but it is very, very strong. You could probably make an entire trading system just from volume profile. There's a lot of information there, and we scratched just the surface. There are entire books written about volume profile and strategies. So if it's something you like, definitely check it out further, go deeper. But like anything in trading, really only scratch the surface, and there's like a whole lot of stuff underneath to kind of investigate and check out. So if you like it, hopefully you do some more research and dig deeper.
Absolutely. It's always a learning experience. Anne-Marie, always a pleasure, your insight, and we use that with VWAP. We all do things different, the way it's set up. A great suggestion. Dobie, thanks for jumping in there too, and jumping in on the spot. So what does this do? That's amazing. We get another hour, don't we? Yeah, we do another hour of Dobie coming up on Power Hour, #Power Hour. Andre, I almost read the name wrong. I don't know how I get that, but Andre, he's going to be taking over the driver's seat keys. I was like, Andre, whatever. I'm tired. And Zach Anthony is going to be on with us as well. So stick around for that. I'm going to drop my own link in the chat. It's a link to a Google Drive. I share a whole bunch of stuff in there. Anything you see in there, you can take it, just download it. You can't change spreadsheets in there because it's a read only. Download it and have a ball with it. We will catch you on Power Hour.
Thanks.
All right, let's do it. Power Hour, or Power 50, as the chat likes to point out. Sorry about that. We are back up and running today. Welcome to Power Hour here on TopstepTV. Oh, what is that? My goodness. Sorry about that. We got the man, Zach Anthony, in the middle. My partner to his right, Dolby Time. What is going on, Zach Anthony? How we still going today? How you trading?
How's it going, guys? Yeah, we've had a good day. Up about $1,000 on some funded accounts, and I was telling Dolby in the chat, I got some ideas, and I want to get some of these combines over the line. So I'm definitely looking for trades.
Right, excellent. Yeah, what kind of trades have you taken today? And tell us about them. And
yeah, I could go over my my trade. Yeah, I'm up 1,000, and my best trade for the day, this is the one that really got it over the line, was this short right here on NQ. There's a few things here. I was bearish for the day even after this big move up, just because if you go to the hourly chart, if you see right here, this has been the main signal on why I'm kind of staying bearish. We have a huge SMT divergence between ES and NQ. So for anyone that doesn't know, that's a divergence between the indices where, in this case, NQ made a lower high and ES made a higher high from its all-time high. So I also think that's pretty significant that this happened at all-time highs. Mm-hmm. And we've rallied so much. Even if we have a stronger pullback onto the daily chart, it doesn't mean we're not in a bull trend. I think I don't want to call it top at all, but I just think we might be able to see some more downside over the next few days. So yeah, I took this short right here. When we go back down to the 1 minute, we were just breaking structure, really displacing down. And then once again, I used SMT divergence to just get my entry, because right here, NQ kind of made equal highs from 1149 to 1159. And if you see that time over here on ES actually made a higher high from that time. So even down to the 1 minute, I use this as a signal for reversals. And yeah, I just caught that price leg down. I also, was using Edgeful stats from the data platform Edgeful, where we know that we have a higher probability of filling gaps. And we had a gap that we could still fill on NQ. If you see, the Asia low was right here, and we ended up going all the way down there. Price Asia low is at 25.49, give or take a few ticks. Yeah, we came right down there. We've been bouncing since, but that was my overall draw on liquidity or target for the day. But I don't need to hold the trade all the way down there. If I can just capture a piece of that move, it gives me higher probability that the trade will play out, even if we don't reach that full target. But that was the overall directional bias.
Okay, I want to get back to that real quick. Dolby Time, I see you are in a short. Tell us about the trade.
Short, 40,594 in the YM, basically the top of the 30-minute range that I have, maybe even like a 1 hour range. So we're going to see if we can just get this back down within, just say, 40,500s or so. So to me, it's a cheap trade, top of range on a large time frame scale. So if we can reject this and get back down again, I think the risk reward is really, really nice. And we'll try to short more above 40,600s if I can. Total risk on the trade will be about somewhere between $200 and $300, with a profit objective, I would say, of approximately, let's say, about 500. So somewhere between like a 1.5 to 3 hour trade, I think is possible here. So we're just looking for this to kind of maybe touch 40,600s and just roll over, maybe get back to point of control. And Duke is already fading me, which is fine. If I was on the reversal challenge, I don't know where I would be right now.
We'll talk about that in a little bit. Zach Anthony, I wanted to touch on something you just said. You said you don't need to take the entire move. Did that change a little bit? Because I remember when we first got on, it was, you're looking for these 200-point moves and stuff and 200-tick moves, and now it sounds like you may have adapted a little bit.
Yes, sir. I've adapted a little bit. I mean, I'm still implementing a higher risk-reward system. I go for like a minimum of 2.5 to 4R, but that's all being done on the lower time frames, like using 1 minute structure. So just nowadays I'll trail my stop more often. And listen, if I can get 3R on my first attempt at a trade, it's like I'm just going to take that off the table. I've been kind of playing around with actually using lower size lately and increasing my trade frequency. And it's been interesting because what I've been doing, I hear Michael talk about this a lot, where he says like pad the account at the start of the day. And that's kind of what I've been doing. Like I take some low hanging fruit, easier setups, smaller size to start the day off, like build a bit of a buffer in the account, and then just try and build off that profit. It's been working really nice. Like like I said, I made about $1,000 today, and I was trading micros the entire day. So
Beautiful. Beautiful.
yeah.
That's good stuff.
All right. Well, normally about this time, I'd say look in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, but we don't have the overlays today. We will be back tomorrow. But Dolby, what would it say in the upper left-hand corner of the screen right about now?
If there was something in the corner of the screen right now, it would say #PowerHour. What is that? You say we are all over Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, or tweeting or zeeting, whatever you're doing these days. I don't know. So please send us your trader wins, battle stations, profitable trades, whatever you got. Share it with us on X, and we will take the best and we will share it on TopstepTV. This is a way for us to interact with you, for you to interact with us. So show us what you got, chat. We love to see it, and we will post it live, real time on TopstepTV on Power Hour.
Beautiful. Absolutely. All right. Dolby time is short from 594 in the YM.
So far, so good.
Take a look at the tilt here. 70% long in the NQ, 67% long in the ES, 67% long crude, 66% long YM. Everyone's long. See how that plays out. What a crazy day today. Made new all-time highs in the ES. Then followed with selling, made new lows after that. And here we are kind of in the middle, up against VWAP. VWAP 56.93 in the ES, currently trading 56.93 half. I just saw a little bit of wiggle there. See how this plays out for the rest of the day. We had Powell speaking today. He sounded dovish to me, but the market continued to sell off during those comments. So, buy the rumor, sell the news type of thing. We'll see again. This morning we had Moody's and Goldman saying could have some rate cuts as soon as end of July. Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out moving forward here. All right, starting to see some buyers here, ES and Q.
Yeah, I am long NQ.
You are?
Yeah, I've been long at 20,600 and 3/4. It looks like we're going to hit my TP pretty soon. I'm going for 4R here. My stops have been at break even, so I've just kind of been chilling, letting it ride out.
All right. Dolby time, the reversal challenge was a smashing succce. Shout out to you.
Smash that reverse button.
We're going to do that again on Friday. Yeah, it was pretty good, Zach. Dolby time. He said he's been trying to get that off the ground since end of 2023, and here we are. Finally did it in the summer of 2024. All right, buyers still moving here in ES and NQ. What is your stop in YM, Dolby time?
635.
Okay.
I'm going to see if we can I got one last sell order at 40,628, which is kind of the bottom of the highest 5-minute candlestick. Every now and then that will touch on reverse. So let's see if that ends up playing out. But it's just been all green candlesticks right now. So the short's not looking good at all. Clearly, I'm not aligned with the market. I'd be much happier if I was long right now. But I am not, because I thought being long up here would be too expensive. So I might end up paying the price there on what I thought was a cheap trade. Andre won the reversal challenge with a P&L of, 1,400? Really good stuff. Yeah. I mean, thankfully we had a trending market. But really solid.
Wouldn't it be hard to do in a trending market? I feel like the reversal challenge, you almost want like a big range or something.
I mean, what do you think, Dolby? I mean, we did break out to the downside. We just kept selling off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe we get the range. Maybe we have a range-bound trade on Friday. We'll see how that changes. But yeah, it was. We just kept selling off. It did work.
And Dre just wrote it. Just wrote it all the way down. It's like I don't need to press this reverse button.
Yeah, you wrote it.
Go
I don't need to press it. Let the market do the work. Andres. Yep. Genius stuff. That was good stuff. That was good stuff, Dre.
All right, Zach Anthony looking for a 4R here. What is your price target here?
Target is 26.51. I've trailed my stop loss to 26.15.5. So we've locked in profit no matter what. But obviously I would prefer it to hit my full TP.
Absolutely.
Just looking to target this high right here, this internal high.
at the calendar. Nothing on the calendar. We do have daily speaking after the bell, 3:35 Central. That is again after the bell. We had Powell speaking today. Some in the chat said nothing burger. Yeah, more or less.
See what happens.
Yes, we'll see what happens. Indeed. In mind, yep, we got the Moody's and Goldman stuff. Oh yeah, quick 10-year quote. I want to take a look at that and see how the bonds reacted to some of the news coming out here. 10-year quote, 4.23%. So yields rose a couple ticks, but still definitely lower than what we've seen. All right, we're still seeing buyers coming in here, pushing it through VWAP and the ES. And Q right up against VWAP. Yep. Talk to us, Zach. What are we looking at?
Just trying to keep my patience. We're almost there. Trying to hold out. I'm not going to be a dick for a tick. I will definitely close this soon if we start reversing, but trying to be patient. We're almost there.
I got short a second one at... Where did I get short a second? 621s.
621. Average price of?
2 at 608. We'll add one more at 628, which is final destination. Or the final destination for this trade is 635. So we'll see. We're getting kind of in rarefied air up here. I mean, we did not trade a lot of volume when we were up here last time. So we're kind of just hoping this reverses back down again for the range to range trade. Did the bottoms, did the tops. Let's see if we try the tops again, then go back down again.
So you don't mind if it starts going against you a little bit with the way you average into trades, Dolby. I mean, you almost want it to happen. At least a little bit, right?
A little bit's okay. Yeah, I mean, like when you're trading like a 30-minute range or a 1-hour range, like the runs to the outside can be pretty wide. So it can be favorable to actually add in on the extremes just because you're hoping it gets back in. And you take like sometimes like half the risk as you would on your initial trade. So you kind of get in on a discount.
Yeah.
So you might lose like maybe a couple more ticks here and there. You get stopped out on like a momentum trade, it strips your face off. But if you do happen to hit it, you have such a good position with size that it really makes up for all the times that you don't land that. So it's just really about just being patient and just making sure you take the trades and let stuff play out, because you want to sit in these trades for a long time. But my total risk on this trade will probably be around, I don't know, maybe $300 or $350 with 3 contracts, which is kind of cheap for the money that you can make on that. Because if we went range to range right now, it would be like a 10-to-1 trade. It'd be really, really good.
So yeah, I was actually going to ask, do you usually go for the higher risk reward as well? Are you like me, like lower win rate, higher R&R?
No, definitely more R&R and less trade frequency. So I really want this stuff to play out. So I'm in 2 right now. So I try to take half off like in the middle around like 530s and then take off the rest at the bottom of the range. But if it keeps on pushing higher, then it's kind of a moot point. I'll just get stopped out and I'll lose, $300 or something.
Yep. By the way, guys, I trailed my stop a little bit higher. So I locked in about $400, $450 on that trade. I didn't like the way we were pushing down on this 1 minute here. So I got it out. I trailed it up here at about 100 ticks profit. So about 2R.
Very nice. Yes. All right. We did see a little bit of selling in, like Zach Anthony said, in the NQ and ES. See if the Dow wants to roll over as well. Talk about gold here. Gold. Go ahead, Dolby.
On my third. No, I'm third. No, I'm 3 short.
Average.
I don't know. Trash. 40,614. It's just all green candlesticks. I need a prayer at this point for this to turn around.
Short 3 from 614.
Yeah, if we can get back to my entry, I'll move my stop down to like just above the previous high on the 1 minute, but I'm just getting smoked. I am getting absolutely crushed on this one. Reversal challenge. I would reverse the reverse button. Yeah. Oh well. This one's probably not going to pan out, but hard. I mean, it's hard to trade this one. I mean, the 5-minute range was really good, but the momentum to the upside is just so strong.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tricky trade today. Speaking of that, looking at the live funded P&Ls, there is some red on the board today. D down 264, MP down 2,800, Jason P what is up almost 2,000. Pinson, DLL. Jate up 8,500. Raphael up 5,600. David W. These are some new names. David W. Up almost 10 grand. Locke, wow, new name as well, up 3 grand. Garrett C. down 6 G's. So mixed board today, but definitely there's a lot of red out there. It's been tricky. All-time highs in the ES, just to see it sell off and make new lows on the day. About 40-point range in the ES. So definitely not easy.
Just all green candles. Wow, man. Buying in the YM is so strong.
All right, D is up 264. Sorry about that. D is up 264. Nice. Should be green, not red. Thank you, D. Speaking of D, tune in tomorrow morning at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. London Time for D's London Session Show. Our debut. We are excited for that. Yep, D, I got you. Up 264, not down. Let them know.
Oof. Oh,
come on, sell this thing.
Hey, it's a little bit red. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, I see.
I wonder if I could have just waited a little bit more. I was trying to take notes, and what could I have done? Well, back to my entry, so that's kind of nice. And move my stop down a little bit. So now we're only risking 340.
See, that's the benefit, right, of averaging your entry.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit closer, right? But here's the thing, though. If it touches my entry and then just bounces, that just feels so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
I know that feeling. I've been there.
Yeah, and something I'm kind of like interested in taking notes on is, you know, we spend a lot of time like moving winning trades to break even, but taking full losers. And I'm kind of curious what my stats would be if I go to break even on trades in which I'm like down money. That's like the trades that spend more time in the red versus the green, right? So like this trade, for example, I spent a lot of time in the red. So would this be a trade that I would get flat because it spent more time in the red than the green? Whereas like a different trade would be, oh, my trade is doing so well, let me move my stop to break even so I don't take a loss. You know what I mean? But those are the ones that end up kind of like running in your favor, whereas the other ones,
yeah.
You know,
here, you know what? I have a theory about that because I feel the same way, and I'm starting to think because I'm a break-even trader. Like I will put my stops to break even quickly, and I feel like our brain remembers the times where it stops us out and then runs. But it might not necessarily be happening as much as you think. You know, that's why it's important if you journal. I feel like that happens, like because I remember it so clearly, but it actually doesn't happen as much as I remember it happening. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I think you're right. I think that's how the brain does work. But yes. So you go to break even more often than not, Zach? Or almost every time?
Like if my trade starts going a little bit above 1R in profit, I'll often go to break even, or I'll at least reduce my stop. So I'll like put it, if I'm in a long, I'll bring it up a little bit to some more recent structure, or I'll go break even.
We're just going to sit in this.
Adobe.
Yeah, I would love to know that. Like some of those stats, and like it's like a bias, right? Like we only like we try to go back in time and like remember what we feel, and it's like it's never quite right. You know, it's like keeping a journal and all the stats and stuff is so important. See, now I kind of wonder, like, should I? Yeah, good point. Or hey, Topstep Exodus too.
And actually, I need to start using that. I haven't had time to look at it yet, but I've seen some pictures and it looks pretty good.
It is.
Yeah.
I think more to come.
This is interesting. I need to take a screenshot of this one.
Okay, am I seeing an SMT divergence again?
What's SMT?
The SMT divergence, it's what I was talking about before. So it's a divergence between ES and NQ. Based off the price action. So like I showed up here, when NQ made the all-time highs from July 11th, and if you see here, we put in a lower high technically, right? If I go to ES at that time, same time, July 11th to the 15th, today, ES made a higher high. So that's the divergence. It's a price action divergence between ES and NQ because they usually run in tandem with each other. Like there might be minute differences, but the price action is pretty similar. So when you see a divergence like that, that's that far away, we use it as a reversal signal. Obviously, that's not the only thing. You can't just look for that and trade it. But when other confluences line up, especially if it's happening here on the higher time frames, that's what kind of why I'm leaning more towards shorts. Again, that doesn't mean today, but just maybe over the next few days, I think we could see a bit lower of prices. Not anything crazy. I'm not being like a bear at all-time highs, just maybe a bit more of a retracement. But I use it on the lower time frame as well. So I'll use the higher time frame SMTs to kind of gauge overall sentiment if it's there. And then I can use them down to the 5 and the 1 minute for entry signals for like the immediate.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how your system just has a lot of like clear visual areas, which I think is great if you're like a visual trader. So I mean that just makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, the price action is key for me. Yeah. I did get short, by the way. I'm gonna reduce my stops already, and I'm gonna go break even pretty quick. But I'm short NQ from 2629.75. I'll mark it up on here.
All right.
And my position was just sitting in the green right now, so we're still gonna wait. It looks like we're kind of getting a nice little rejection here. I'm not going to move my stop yet, so I'm still a full risk on. If we can get down to like 40,570s, I'd probably go to break even. I'm looking for my first profit target. It's going to be the midway point of this big old range here, which would be 40,540. So we could be in this trade for quite a while.
All right.
Quite a while. And then if we can get 540s, I'd want 440s. Yeah, so it's middle, extreme, and then out of the range. I doubt we would get out of the range at this point, though. It's pretty late in the day. So I think the best we could hope for is maybe a retrace back to the middle of the range.
All right.
Hey, I'm
news here. Go ahead, Zach.
Can I just No, go ahead. You're good. I was going to answer a question from someone who asked me about the SMT.
Go ahead. Answer the question.
Okay, so who's grim? He asks, given the divergence, which instrument do you trade in the direction of? And that's a good question. Basically, if you are at resistance and you're seeing this happen, so you're seeing ES make a higher high and NQ make a lower high at a resistance point, you can technically trade either one, but you will have you'll have a better chance at the shorts on NQ because that's the one making the lower high. So there's relative strength there. There's a difference in relative strength. But the reason, that's why. But you want to be at like a clear resistance area. And then if same thing, vice versa for longs, it would just be at a support area. And then you'll have other confluences that might align with the trade. But yeah, that was a good question.
What I was going to say is it appears former President Trump has selected a running mate, U.S. Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio. J.D. Vance from Ohio. Senator, yes, has selected a running mate for 2024.
Is that good? I don't even know what that means anymore. What's it matter to the Matrix? How's the Matrix feel about J.D. Vance?
I mean, he's just, this guy's running mate. Running mate. So
sure, why not?
See if we
Someone says it's good for crypto. Great.
Okay, there you go. Appreciate that.
Vance, if you got some detail on him, he's a former Marine studying political science philosophy at Ohio State. So, he's got a little background. But I think a little wet behind the ears. So, we'll see what happens.
Okay. We will see what happens. What's going on with
watching this YM here? I think we got quiz results ready to go. So Gabe,
let's do them.
Whenever you're ready, Gabe.
I am waiting on them, but I will let you know as soon as I have them.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So something that's kind of nice for this trade, at least how it's playing out, is that I had my 30-minute range high at 40,608, and we've like quintuple topped it and has acted as resistance a couple times on the 1 minute, which I will gladly take as a sign of bearishness. So that's just like a nice little sign that we're kind of rejecting a little bit, which I will take because that's way better than the opposite, which is it going up. So
Yeah.
this is a good sign. This is a good sign. Like I said,
Yeah,
we'll
I
go
mean,
to
you're
break
at the
even.
extreme zone of the high of day, so there should be some resistance
Selling.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we can get down to like 580s, 560s, I'll go to break even on it, but we're not there yet. I still want this to kind of play out. 30-minute range high rejections or 1 hour rejections, they can take a long time to develop. So like I said, we could be in this trade all day. All day.
Well, all day. We got about 26 minutes left here, Dolby, so
I'll take it.
yes, we don't have the countdown clock, so we'll kind of play by ear here, but everyone's got a clock in front of them. You'll have a general idea of how much time is left in the session. Zach Anthony, what is your trade again? Give us a little recap.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this short because there's like a minor 1 minute SMT divergence. I still am leaning bearish. I think that we could come back down to at least take 2580, that area. We've left a small imbalance right there. Let me go to my trading view chart. So this imbalance right here I'm looking at, I think we might be able to come down and fill this gap. And this is like a scalp idea. I mean, when I go to the 1 minute, I just kind of like the way the structure's forming. We've kind of put in a lower high here. We're beginning, the sellers keep coming back in as soon as we come back up. We swept this high right here and had minor displacement down. So yeah, I'm short from 629. It's looking decent, but I will definitely close this if it starts popping back up against me. I kind of want to see this happen sooner than later now. I don't want more consolidation and chop right here.
Right here, right now. We will have MOC coming out.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'll take anything. Oh, okay. So Dow broke below 40,600 with a little bit of oomph. So let's see if that can hold. So far, so good on this shorts. Things that need to happen are happening. We'll take it.
I love when things that need to happen happen. That's
better than the
always
opposite.
a good thing. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's pushing lower here.
Here we go.
Quick recap. Yep. More MPH for Dolby. I agree.
We'll lower my stop down to negative 200. So I'm still accepting some risk, but not all of it. And since I on average lose about $600 a day, then I need to be making at least $6. I can't just be scalping for like $300, or else my win rate has to get really, really good. So let's let the formation play out to make sure our risk reward is in the right spot for this one. Okay, so we got to one of our levels. Now we're break even. Free trade, 3 contracts, riding for free tickets.
There you go.
Stop me out.
Chart. Sellers coming in.
Go. Now we're break even. Let's see if we can get our first target. Should be about 40 points lower.
You're looking for 40 points?
Oh, way more than that. I'm looking for way more than 40 points. I'm looking for like at least like 100. 60?
What's
60 to 70 in YM.
Average range on YM?
Average range?
Yeah, like what? How? I to be fair, I never even look at YM. Does it move a lot of points in the day?
It can. It can get kind of rowdy every now and then. Sometimes it just kind of sleepwalks and does whatever it wants. You know, if NASDAQ is like going absolutely bananas, like YM could be consolidating and then be totally fine doing that. So it is much, much different. I don't know what the average range is. I just trade the shape and the structure. So for this one, you know, I have the high of this range, like 40,654. The low is 40,420-ish. And the middle is
no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
100 points makes sense here. I'm looking at the range now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that tilt went from long 70%, long 71% to now short 52% in the YM. We are continuing to see some sell-off here in the ES, NQ, and YM. Crude trading sideways, stuck around $82. Gold off the highs of the day, currently trading 24.26. But currently, we are watching the YM for Dolby and the NQ for Zach Anthony. Up to
Yeah, I'm looking for 93.50 TP.
593
might
half.
cover one here.
Yeah, I'm gonna trail my stop.
No, let's let me go on the 1 minute. I'm kind of interested to see if this is going to bounce, because this was like the last time we kind of like took off was from like this 40,560 area. All right, we'll cover one. We'll keep the other one. We'll lower the second profit target just a little bit, and we'll let the last one run all the way to the bottom. So booked 159.
Nice. We're pushing.
Oh, there we go. TP hit.
Sure did.
Nice.
Nice job. Wow, it's really coming down, huh? Damn.
Yeah, we are selling right
Let's
now.
go.
Nice conviction, Dolby.
Gotta
Yeah,
believe in
nice. I
yourself. Gotta
love that.
believe in yourself. Yeah, actually, let's see how this ends up behaving, because this might be a record. Actually, might be a record.
What will the record be?
I'm out one more, so I locked in another like first 4-figure trade in a on-air talent personal account.
Nice.
Nice.
A little profit taking.
So you trade personal funds, Dolby? You don't mess with.
I don't have time, man. To be honest, it's so hard. So like a lot of this is interesting. So a lot of the on-air talent, like we're all doing stuff behind the scenes when we aren't on air. So for like me, my morning routine is basically like moderating chat, making sure everything's okay. If chat has issues, relaying those messages to trader support, to the marketing team, like doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff. So when you're trying to like trade your personal account while multitasking, it's so difficult to do. And God forbid you end up going on tilt and then you have to go on air in 45 minutes. It's like you want nothing to do with the market. And it is, as someone who wears their emotions on their sleeve, it becomes really apparent that the two just cannot coexist. Can't do it. So I don't day trade. I'll do all my trading through TopStep if I'm on screen, if I'm helping educate, trading this personal account.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but no personals.
It's hard, man. I mean, when because I stream now 2 days a week with Austin on ASFX TV, and I have to really be on my best behavior earlier in the day because I don't want to be in a bad mood right before I go on stream. It'll
100%.
mess up my flow. Yeah, but it's good overall. It's good. I think it keeps me, I hold myself accountable a little bit more than if I was all alone.
No, and I've learned a ton, honestly. Even though I'm not trading a personal account, I've actually probably learned more while on TopstepTV because I'm forced to describe my system and strategy over and over and over again. And it's a really nice way to kind of like just embed it into my brain. And I like the accountability from chat as well. So if I say, hey, I'm not going to move my stops, and then I move my stops, chat will be on my ass super fast.
Yes, they will.
So I really like it. Some traders don't like it, but I do enjoy the accountability and kind of like the trading in front of you. It helps me zone in on what I need to do a lot, which I like.
Agreed, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So a little bit of a bounce here at 40,540. So I'm kind of happy we started pulling some here, but we are going to let the last one run. If we can rip through this midway point, which is 40,500s, 540s, I will then start micromanaging this last take profit, and then we'll just start scooting it down. And if we can get to the bottom of the range, we get to the bottom, and that would be great.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
540.
Yeah. So far, it's probably the best trade I've had on this account, to be honest.
ES still dumping lower. Low of the days, 56.76. Currently trading 56.83. We're still seeing more sellers. Like Dolby said in the YM.
Yeah.
In the middle of the range right now. We are trading beneath that 540 level. Currently trading 530, 529, 524.
Oh, let's go.
We're at VWAP right here. We might see some buyers step in.
Oh, really?
Push through.
That's
Might be
VWAP?
dead cat. Yeah, we're at VWAP right now. I got VWAP at 523. We did just kiss it and pop about 12 points there.
I'm going to lower my stop loss to 40,552, so that will lock in 380 if we get down there.
Okay.
Nice.
And I'm journaling this whole thing too, so you can't really see it. Hold on, let me turn off my camera. Because
turn it off.
Not my camera, but the background. I can turn that off. So
I love that
yeah,
background.
here. So there's my journal. It looks like absolute chicken scratch, but you can kind of see my trade, how I averaged into it, see how I moved my stop, and then out one for 150, out one for 350. There's a total 512, and then kind of like my emotions that are like in it. So I'll do like plus or minus signs for like good or bad events that I perceive.
That's awesome, man. I haven't done a like an actual written journal in a long time, but I have like two.
All right, we're dumping here, guys. We're dumping here.
Yeah,
We're
so-
selling off hard. We're selling off here. Coming up on the lows in the ES. Last trade's 56.78. Low of the day 76. Dow's still selling off. NQ still selling off. Low of the day in the NQ 547. Currently trading 569. S&P's leading the way lower. We do have quiz results coming up very, very shortly, but let's watch this market action here in Power Hour on TopstepTV. MOC's coming
This
up
is what
here.
I wish I was someone that takes
Down
partials
two.
on my trades.
Yeah, partials are great. So honestly, this is a great example of why I love the YM. Because I can trade 3 E-minis. My total risk on this trade was somewhere between, let's say, $350 to $500, depending on slippage and other factors. And like very easily, I'm able to stay comfortable in this trade. The volatility is totally reasonable. We're moving at $5 a tick right now. So I think the YM could be a really nice market, especially for like newer traders who maybe want something that's a little bit more volatile than ES, but slower than NASDAQ. I think it's a really nice
I've never
market.
traded it. I've only been ESNQ guy. I might have to look at it.
Oh, it's a fun one, man.
Traders
It's a
to the
fun
Dow. I love it. Let's see if we can get some more sellers. Follow through the downside here. ES leading the way lower. Again, about a point off the lows here. And stepping in.
Yep. And now I'm
New
just
lows.
locking this down. I'm locking this down. So now my stop loss is at plus 600. So we have locked in the record for largest personal account trade on TopstepTV. That's not MP. He has a little bit more ammo to play with than I do.
All right, let's watch these markets here, fellas. See if we keep pushing lower. Quiz winners. Try to sneak that in.
I'm gonna move. I'm gonna get rid of this take profit actually. Or let this run.
Don't get too greedy.
Hey, I'm just letting gravity do its thing, man.
Cool. Thank you, Gabe.
This is in gravity's hands.
Nice trade, Dolby.
What's up, Gus?
Beautiful
Hang
trade.
out. Let's go. Let's go, Victory Cat.
All right. All right, new lows. ES and Q do the same.
NQ as well.
Yep.
Gravity is a good indicator. It is.
Keep pushing here. Last trade NQ to 550. New lows.
Yep, just gravity doing its thing, man. Just pulling it lower. This is a really, really solid range trade too. This is kind of like a textbook range trade of what you want to see. So we had a 30-minute range high, 30-minute range low. We identified the range. Market was kind enough to stay within that range, and so we dollar cost averaged into our short because we just figured, hey, as long as we're underneath a certain level, it should be valid and a cheap trade, and we got super paid for it, right? So now you can kind of see where it's like, if I can be right on this enough to justify the extra couple $100 of risk, then you end up doing really, really well. And so what's left right now is my last entry at 40,628 is the very last one I sold. And we took almost no heat on that one and just rolled straight over.
All right, buyer stepping in a little bit here. We'll bounce off the lows.
I'll probably get stopped, I guess.
CL turning over a little bit beneath $82. All right, while this plays out, Gabe, let's go to you. The chat has been asking about quiz winners. Chat, we do have those quiz winners. Gabe, show them the quiz winners.
All righty. Here we are.
That's a lot of names.
Quite a few.
Yep.
It's all 80 in one sheet?
Yep.
Nice.
Just to keep it simple today.
Like it. Woozy woo. Congratulations.
If you guys see your name tomorrow morning, check your email. Check your spam if you don't see it. But congrats.
Spain winners. Yes.
And we'll be back again at 11:45 a.m. Central tomorrow.
Spain winners. I like that. Congratulations to all the Spain fans out there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell of a game yesterday. Hell of a game.
And Argentina.
17-year-old.
Props to Argentina as well.
That game was brutal. That game was a tough watch. But yes, props to Argentina.
Dre, what were you doing when you were 17? Were you playing on the national team?
I was popping pimples on my face, man. It was a lot different than scoring goals and assisting goals in the international stage. Just incredible.
Zach,
here we
did
go.
you?
More selling coming in here.
Yeah, let's pay attention. Zach, did you have any success as a young athlete in rollerblading?
Yeah,
right?
I was an inline skater. Not in like a bragging way. I mean, I've had sponsors in the past, traveled, filmed some video parts. I would say I had some minor success in it, and I still do it to this day, just not as seriously in the way that I used to.
Eddie.
All right, we got our MOC IBs coming in with the S&Ps, 1,265,000 sell side. NASDAQ, 963 million sell side. Dow, 470 million sell side. Mag 7, we are completely once again in the sell side, 415 million in the sell side. Now these are fluctuating once again. If they do change, they did change last week extremely, but that Mag 7, 412 million sell side, 100%. Back to you, Andre.
Okay. Thank you, Eddie. Sells across the board. Like Eddie says, those numbers will fluctuate. Those trades will be executed in about 4 minutes. We got 9 minutes left in the session. Actually, less than that. 8 minutes and change. New lows, ES, lows, and Q. YM, looking for new lows. Low of the day in the YM, 429. Last trade, 460. 459 now.
Yep.
We are selling off.
I am just walking this stop down. That's on the 1 minute, just right above 1 minute candles. So basically every time this shoots down, I'm just moving my stop to lock in an extra like 50 or 60 bucks. And it just keeps on going.
Yeah. I think we're probably coming on NQ. We're probably coming for the low, last week's low at 2507.
Yeah. I might be able to lock in a full $1,000 on this one contract if it shoots down again. That would be bananas. We're like 120 bucks away. Yeah, we're like 120 bucks away from having $1,000 on this one contract in YM.
Yeah, here we go. About to hit that liquidity pool.
Let's see if we can lock it. Come on. This would be a really good day. This basically would pay for 3 trading sessions because it could be close to $1,500 right here.
That's the beauty of high risk reward, man. That's why I like it.
Yeah.
1 win makes up for 3 losses.
Yep. Right, and that's like why I wanted to make sure, like, if you're going to range trade, you have to make sure like you let these trades play out because that's how you maximize the risk reward. You can't just see like plus $300, get super excited, then flatten the trade because then, you know, if you're losing $600 or $700 on the day, then that's a problem because now our risk reward's not right. All right, I'm out. So plus 1,400 on the day.
Nice trade.
Beautiful trade, man.
That is it.
Really good.
Nice cover.
Live account. That's live trading, everybody. Upper left-hand corner. That's a live account. That was a really, really good one.
Nick Short's on 70s. Jeez. Yeah, Nick, for a tick. I feel you, man. One of those days.
Oh, yeah.
We got
badass.
We got MOC coming in. Less than 2 minutes. MOC. We got more earnings coming out this week. touch on that again. We got slow markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central. Of course, then we have tomorrow morning. Yeah, D's London show, 3:30 a.m. 3:30 a.m. Central, 9:30 a.m. London time. Nice cover. Buyer stepped in there.
That was a fun one.
Yeah, NQ came right down to that level I had marked off. It's having a decent little bounce, an intraday bounce at least right there.
Sure did.
I did not know my account was down that much money, but apparently it is. But we're good though. Hey, P&L high. P&L high in this account balance now. Pretty fun stuff. Smash the lockout button. We could do that. Let's smash the lockout button. My charts are up. Manual lockout. Confirm trading lockout. Yes. We're going to lock the day out. No more trading. Action is irreversible. We are locking in this trade. One and done. Plus 1406.
I'm going to do that with you on my Topstep X accounts. I'm going to lock out.
Nice. Buyer stepped in there. All right.
Yeah, really
5 minutes left. Here's the MOCs. Mike Wilson likes what he sees. Thank you, Mike Wilson. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, so that was fun. That was a fun trade.
Great power hour.
I'll take more of those.
Zach Anthony, you did not kill the volatility. How about that? You brought the volatility.
I brought the volatility for once.
Love it,
Let's
man.
Go.
Love it. Good job. Love the day today. Some technical difficulties to start the day. We finished strong with some profits here on Power Hour. Good all-around day. Shout out to the production team behind the scenes. Scrambling, got it off the ground, and we were able to fly this plane, and we're going to be able to land this thing, too. Great job.
Oh, you know it.
Great job.
You know it. Man, if they only knew what was going on behind the scenes, Trey. They only knew.
I barely know. I mean, I know, but I don't know. I don't know now.
I don't know if I want to know, though. You know what I mean? It's kind of like...
You're scrambling.
More you know.
Yep.
Right, Dre, our job is to be pretty on TV, Dre. That's our job. Right?
We're just talking heads,
we're
man.
Getting, Mag 7 getting some back here. We got about 38,000 in the positive.
Huh.
1 million. Yeah, so that's sort of opening up a little bit.
Interesting. Buyers really stepping in here. MOC, market on close. Bernie, market on close.
Right. Market on close, it's a dollar amount of stock to be bought or sold on the close of the New York Stock Exchange. And we get that direct information from our good friend JD. Thank you, JD.
Thanks, JD. All right, here we go. Did we put the lows in for the week?
Maybe.
TBD.
But
who knows is right.
That is
More earnings coming.
Perfect range trade. That is what every single range trade aspires to look like. Is exactly like
textbook.
That.
Yep.
Yeah. Short 3 at the highs. Dollar cost averaged them down. Total risk was about $300 to $50. Went range high to range low. Took off some in the middle. Held the runner till the very end. 1,400. Just is that perfect?
Yeah, that's what I love about getting in at those extreme zones, because it's just you have such an obvious invalidation point. You get in if it starts consolidating, cheap trade, and the risk reward is so high.
Yeah, obviously I would look like a total goober if this just ran another like 80 points higher and I would have gotten stopped out. But that's like kind of the difference between a winning trade and a losing trade is like a handful of ticks. Like that is it. I could very easily be down $400 right now and have this exact pattern play out, but my entry was too early and now I lose. But because the entry was good and the range worked out, then everything is fine. But that's kind of where like you got to take all your trades, right, Zach? You know, like you see your setup, got to take it.
Exactly.
You don't know if this is going to be the one that pays for all your other trades going forward.
That's the funny thing about trading is like you need to know technical analysis, obviously, but technical analysis is not rocket science. And I swear to God, I've never tested this, but I really believe if you could close your eyes and if you have impeccable risk management in every trade you take, you go for a 1 to 3, you need an 18% win rate to be break even with a 1 to 3 risk reward.
There you
I
go.
mean, that's always what makes me feel better about the high risk reward trades. You know, my win rate averages around 25 to 35%. 35% when I'm killing it, but the risk reward pays for itself.
Yep. And that's why you have to
Let's-
let the winners run, right? Because if you keep on
That's right.
cutting those winners
Yeah.
short, then you kind of get yourself into a little bit of a pickle.
We're inside our last minute here, boys and girls.
Thank you, Eddie. He's got the bell, outro. Great day today, guys.
We made it, Dre.
We did. We got earnings. I'm looking at the we got some earnings tomorrow morning. Eddie will talk about that. Some big companies. So, heck of a Monday. So much for summer doldrums. Markets have been juicy. I know they've been volatile. There's definitely opportunity there. Here we go. Here's the close. Take a look at ES. And thanks for watching, everybody. Click like, click subscribe one last time. Eddie, my man, take it away. Great job, everyone. Zach Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Power Hour. Eddie,
Yeah, Zach.
my man, take it away.
Cool stuff. Thanks, Zach. Nice seeing you, partner.
Absolutely.
All right, traders, friends, Romans, countrymen, countrywomen. Yes, tomorrow morning we do have an early number. There's going to be a nice little buffet for us here at 7:30. We've got the strong core retail sales month over month for June. We'll also have the export price month over month for June, and 7:30 also retail sales. There's a few more other numbers in the import price, retail control, but the big ones are going to be that core retail sales month over month and retail sales month over month for June. Scrolling down here, we've got business inventories at 9. Back it up a little bit. Come on, back. Okay, Red Book year over year at 755. Minor number, but sometimes that Red Book really does kick it in here. So once again, business inventory is 9 o'clock. We also have the retail inventories for the auto industry. 11 o'clock, Atlanta Fed GDP. Let's see, 145. We've got FOMC member Kugler. Kugler will be speaking, and later in the day, I think after we are done, API crude stock, the weekly crude stock. Tomorrow, headlining. Well, actually not headlining, but opening up. Getting the party started. We're going to be cracking that keg open at 8 a.m. tomorrow. JD and myself will get the party started. We got Rips going to be joining us. Coming into Fast Markets, Coach Dakota, Rips, MP, and Andre. That should be a very good, profitable, educational, and definitely a fun time here for our Fast Markets. Andre Dolby and Joey Morgan's going to be with us here for Power Players. Haven't seen Joey in a while. Nice to see Joey. Top Quiz, Anne-Marie and myself. So get ready for some more easy questions. I'm going to get them real hard tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can stump Anne-Marie. Jack and Mick for Shoulder Tap. JD Robert for Group Coaching. And we've got our market stalking with D, the team of Coach J, Deanna, Robert, and myself. We'll be doing that at 1 o'clock. 2 o'clock to end the day. Yes, that dynamic duo, Andre Dolby and Austin Silva. Don't forget about tonight, 8 o'clock, Slow Markets with Dakota. Right now in our Discord channel, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Ray and Coach Paul. A little later on this evening, Coach Ray, volume profile, supply demand, 6 o'clock Central. 7 o'clock Central, Coach Vince, technical analysis, candles, charts, lots of good stuff. And once again, that 8 o'clock here on YouTube. Okay, Slow Markets is here on YouTube, just so you know. So we love having you here each and every day, and hope you love being here with us. And now it's time to log off. Yes, I'm sorry. The show is over. We're going to log off. And what I like to do is make sure that you do understand that you do need to distance yourself. Separation. Time to call it. Move aside. Family time. Yes, family time. Get some love from those closest to you, whoever you may call your family. Get some rest, re-energize. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.